है भाई। ये let's go.
Today is survival stage, so the points are reset, and basically, Bunny, anything can happen.
With a big chicken dinner and a side dominance in the lobby, it's not going to be so easy.
Today, you won't survive by hiding. Fight smarter,
आज भाई
adapt
fight होने
faster,
वाली है, तभी
and
जाके
deliver
जीत सकते
when the
हैं भाई,
pressure is
क्योंकि
at its
final है
peak.
भाई,
Welcome
इसके
to the
बाद
survival stage
जो
of the
जाएंगे वही जाएंगे
PMWC
आज,
at EWC 2026 in Paris.
Paris, let's go. Very proud to be a part of this भाई। मजा आने वाला है। Let's go.
3 players versus 2. Joker off in the
और
distance.
तबाही हो रखी है, आपको पता ही है already।
Immediately, QZ relies on his
क्या
teammates.
आपको सब सही दिख रहा है?
Turns
मुझे
for a
comment
moment,
बताना
but he
भाई।
knows they've got his back, and in a 1 versus 3, can he make it work? Mormon now leading out to the zone. E-Arena will fall in the face
Let's go.
of Tiamba for a back-to-back chicken dinner. This is brilliant.
भाई चल के थोड़े से हाईलाइट दिखाए जा रहे हैं अभी फिलहाल तो।
There's really not much more for them to do here. Hoxie wants to try and hold his nerve in the face of Alpha 7, but they haven't lost a player yet.
भाई क्या
They're
हाल है
not
भाई,
about to
केवल
start
स्ट्रीम
now.
लॉर्ड हिटमैन भाई कैसे हो? वेलकम टू द
Able to
स्ट्रीम।
find
जैक
the
भाई
final
कैसे हो?
shot, and there's a burn down on the last player for the South Korean
बहुत
side.
शुक्रिया भाई नज़ीर खान। गाइस मैं थोड़ा सा नर्वस हूँ,
By far the
पहली बार
cleanest
मेरी
take
वॉच
we've
पार्टी है
seen of
भाई,
the compound from Alpha 7
थोड़ा सा
today.
संभाल लेना अगर कुछ गलती वलती हो जाती है, बट ठीक है मजे करेंगे भाई। पहली वॉच पार्टी है मेरी लाइफ की, इसी वजह से मैं थोड़ा सा नर्वस जरूर फील कर रहा हूँ, बट हाँ मजा आने वाला है। लेट्स गो भाई, मजा आएगा भाई, बहुत ज्यादा मजा आएगा। बाकी ये कल के थोड़े से हाइलाइट्स अभी दिखाए जा रहे हैं, एंड आज भी टोटल आई गेस 6 मैचेस कुछ होने वाले हैं, एंड देखते हैं भाई कौन सी टीम सर्वाइवल स्टेज पार करके आगे जाती है फॉर ग्रैंड फाइनल्स भाई। लेट्स गो।
This is our game to win.
But again, like Alpha 7 takes so
बाकी
long to
चीज
deploy
वगैरह भी आज तो
in that
क्रश होगी भाई,
situation. They
तो
could have helped along that
तबाही
5v
तो
arena
होगी
a
भाई
lot
आज।
sooner.
हाय रविंद्र भाई कैसे हो? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम मेरी जान।
We know it's Tion, but we want to slow them down, and RRQ are looking to do it here. Pushing up close and personal. Miru with the nade!
बाय बाय बाय। कल भी बहुत जोरों से मैचेस हुए हैं भाई, बट कल हमें थोड़ा सा लेट मेल आया था, तो लाइक कल मैं तुरंत वॉच पार्टी नहीं कर पाया। Oh my
A
god.
desperate last
Teams
moment
पूरी की
dash
पूरी
coming
ready
in
है
now
भाई।
for our teams with 6 more matches to play. We are going to be heading straight into Rondo to kick things off. It is all to play for. More 1v4s? I hope so.
Like करो
I
सारे
hope so
फटाफट
too, man. I
stream
mean,
पे
the
भाई।
1v4s yesterday were pretty mad. Milu made that one look incredibly easy. Overall,
इज्जत चाहिए,
just
इज्जत
very
बहुत
excited to
ज्यादा,
jump into the
क्योंकि EWC वाले भी देखेंगे, समझ रहे हो? तो फटाफट लाइक कर दो।
6 will be which 10 teams will be sending home, because this is the most brutal stage thus far.
आज
Tiamba right
literally
now on an
10
average damage
teams
count
घर जाने वाली है भाई। Only 6 teams आगे जाएंगी तो ग्रैंड फाइनल,
but it's the
and
average
10
survival
teams
time,
की
which
क्रश हो
is
जाएगी,
just
तो बहुत crazy
disgusting
सीन होने
at a
वाला है।
whopping 27 minutes and 38 seconds. When roughly most games end at the 30-minute mark, we are making it pretty much right to the end every single time. Slightly different story here for E-Arena, John, making it fairly far in, but we're lacking on those elims. It has been less aggression coming through from E-Arena.
Yeah, and I mean, those 2 minutes are pretty important as well.
राइट सब
Yeah,
कुछ रेडी
towards
हुआ
the
जा रहा है,
end
तब
of
तक
the
आप चैट में
match,
बताओ
those
कैसे हो,
2
सारे
minutes
खाना वाना खाए थे,
equate
कैसे
to
हो
maybe
सब लोग?
like 5 placement points, essentially, when you're getting down to the wire. Every single team will know the importance of just going those few minutes further, deeper into the game. Alpha 7, they definitely want to try and get up towards the top 6, break into it solidly. Well, they are there currently, but, you know, keep that momentum going to be able to sow the seeds of victory.
Yeah, they were able to penetrate into the top 6 yesterday, which is fantastic for them, but it came at a cost, right? There was a lot less aggression coming through from them. They were relying on lucky games, and I think for them, I'm hoping that yesterday was a bit of a wake-up call. I hope they got back and they weren't happy with
Let's
that
go
top
quality
six.
to दिख
That's
रही है
what
जान
I'm hoping for right now for Alpha 7. I'm
यार,
hoping they go back to their old
क्या
antics,
प्यारा
a little bit more
animation है भाई,
aggression, a little bit more speed, velocity in these matches. That's what makes them them.
PMWC,
I
Hitman भाई
truly
थोड़ी देर
believe
बाद
if they continue playing like this and they do make it through to the finals, it is going to be a bit of a wash for them.
मजा आएगा
This
मजा आएगा
team has
मजा
a lot
आएगा
more to
let's
give.
go super excited
But this year, it's just not been it.
watch
Anyway,
party
let's
कर रहा
drop
था
in with some of our other teams. Wolves right now, it's just not working. It really is not working for them at the moment at all. Again, that cohesion, talked about yesterday, not quite there. Feels like some of the rotates towards the end game feel a little sloppy. But honestly, I do think that they have some strong players on side. I mean, Elementrix really impressed me yesterday overall. I still think that this guy is one of the strongest players from that team and is a really strong contender here at PMWC, at EWC. But the individualistic nature of teams just does not work anymore. Everyone needs to step up. That's the thing of the past.
मजा आएगा दोस्तों मजा आने वाला है
We've been saying
ready
for the
boys
last probably few years now.
भाई क्या excitement हो यार वहाँ पे आशु भाई क्या ले भाई के बंदे
Cylinders firing to make sure your
let's go
engine's
like
pushing
करो
as hard
सारे
as it
बाकी
can.
गिफ्ट वाला ऑप्शन कुछ आया है अपने स्क्रीन
Potentially
पे
something
तो एक काम करो
for
फ्री में है वो
a couple of our other
वो
teams to be
देखो एंड
considering.
तुम्हारे भाई
We
को
talk
गिफ्ट
about
भेज
star
दो भाई
players
फटाफट
quite a lot, and I
समोसे
feel
वगैरह
like
कुछ भेज
Ulf
सकते हो
and
शायद
Nongshim both
I don't know,
have their
but
star
check
player
करो
on
and
side
भेजो
in
if
Eren and
possible
Hyunbin respectively.
let's go
They do need to have the rest of the team with them. We have seen that from both of those two rosters, though. I'm hoping for a lot more. I like the brains on Nongshim, and I feel like Ulf can step forward. But it's the top six as the target as we break into the day with our first match. It is brutal as always. Rondo ready to roll.
Rondo is where you can gain the points. It's where you can get those eliminations.
It's second match में थोड़ा सा system set कर दो हमारा
39-point game and still failed to qualify for the finals. But right now, this could be the difference between you and top six and staying there. For some teams like Nongshim Red Force, they could grab themselves a massive game from the top six. They're currently in 6th place, could rocket themselves up towards the top of the leaderboard. Tiamba, however, I think their momentum is legendary coming in from day one. I don't think they're going to be stopping anytime soon. They're feeling good about themselves. Milu was practically beaming the entirety of the day yesterday. I think that's going to be the case here. They're going to have a fun time with this one. Team's got to be scared.
I mean, if they can break up towards 90, maybe even towards 100, very reasonable for them to be able to do that today. They are going to be locking down one of the spots, and the question will be who the other 5 teams will be going with them. I mean, already as it stands,
match
it
start
kind of
होने के
already is
बाद
the
भी
question.
यहाँ most
And
probably
we'll see if they're going to get stuck in nice and quickly here, because Yulin is very close to this playing path flank. Neox Factory a little bit further afield, but could still be a target if teams don't want to get stuck in right as they could.
Yulin definitely getting the position that
थोड़ा
most
चलना
teams
पड़ेगा
will be
थोड़ा
dropping
एडजस्टमेंट कर
towards
लो
here.
भाई ठीक है
Neox is
मजा
a
आएगा भाई
bit of a,
चैट डालो फटाफट बाकी
it's a bit
गिफ्ट
of a
वगैरह
walkthrough
कुछ
over there,
ऑप्शन
so
आया
Yulin's
है
going to be very
do
hot
chat
at the moment.
भेजो भाई
Doesn't really
भेजो
support
भाई
as many teams, so you are going to see things start to pop off very soon. I almost kind of want to
ये
cut
क्या
off the
भेजा है
map feed
रविंद्र
right
भाई
now
what
and
is
just go
this
straight to Yulin because it's going to be absolutely
चलो बार भाई join
hectic in that
DC देते
location
ये
going forward.
expected था
We can always take
ये
a
भी
look at
नहीं किया
circle
भाई
later.
expected
I
तो
think
बिल्कुल
right
नहीं
now
था
we want to
ठीक
see
है भाई
what
हो गया
happens
भाई
there. Who's going to profit the most in that location?
expected तो बिल्कुल नहीं था दोस्तों बिल्कुल
Let's get towards
Chalo,
Yulin.
let's
People
go.
are already going
Match
down.
finally
All
चालू
right,
होने वाली है
Nongshim Red Force, Tizzy, first to fall here. But it's Tiamba opening up over towards Wolves already, and Alpha 7 looking to profit.
Furia going at it with the knife there. Taken that strike over towards Nongshim Red Force. I think the majority of Nongshim Red Force have gone down. They're going to look for those recalls on the outside. Wolves going low. Furia similarly cut down to 1. We've already had 3 teams basically fully lose on this hot drop. It's looking like we might get another one with 721 GS going low, going down, and
भाई तबाही
want
शुरू
to
हो
get
चुकी है
stuck into
दोस्तों
Maple. A
मेपल
powerhouse
भाई
on
अभी फिलहाल
side.
ग्रेनेड कर रहे हैं आप देख
Already
सकते हो
stepping up to the fight
Oh
with
my
both
God,
teams.
भाई
Foopsman goes down on the off
भाई कहाँ डाल
angle
रहे
to a
हैं वो
shot
बंदा
from, I
नहीं
think
नहीं
that
गलत
may
गलत
have been from
पोजीशन पे डाल दिया भाई
Scarface. Oh no,
बंदा तो
catch.
ये
I mean, Catch as
ओह
well
साइड
as
में तो
Alpha
देखो भाई साहब भाई
currently
क्या
taking
मार रहा है
down
भाई
2 separate teams.
भाई वो
This is
मर
why I
गया
want
भाई
to get
तुरंत ही
off that
डैम
map
भाई
feed straight away because this is an
मैपल भाई मचा रहे हैं मैपल भाई मचा रहे हैं
incredibly
भाई
hot drop over towards Yulin right now.
वैसे नहीं
So
अपने
many
को
teams on the
टेंशन है नहीं
outside.
टीम इंडिया ऑलरेडी
RRQ
फाइनल
also
में पहुंच
looking
चुकी है
inwards, but they
हमें
are
बस
trash
चिल
for the
मारना है
time being.
एंजॉय करना है
Yangon Galacticos defending
समझ रहे हो तो
champions
बस
here
चिल
now
मारना
looking
है
a little bit more
एंजॉय
done.
करना है
But it's
मैचेस
AGAL who came
रिएक्ट
off the back
करना
of a
है
big win yesterday's
That's
final
it भाई
Miramar.
टीम इंडिया
Now
ऑलरेडी
looking to set themselves
फाइनल
up
में
for
जा
success
चुकी है तो
towards the
अपन
end game.
कल
They've already got themselves
परसों
2
के बाद जो
elims.
स्ट्रीम्स होने वाली है
They want
उसमें
more
भाई
than this.
मचा
Getting a
देंगे
big
भाई
points buffer at the start of the day, where they had kind of a shaky start yesterday.
भाई काफी
It's
प्रो
going to
प्लेयर्स
be
है
a
वैसे मुझे देख
really
के
big
बड़ी ये
boon
लग
for
रहा
them
है
going
हम
forward.
कब ऐसे खेलेंगे पता नहीं
Hopefully
भाई
trying to Levy.
ठीक है, let's go.
That one on
हाँ,
side.
VC चढ़ते रुको.
Gets across uncontested right there.
अरे हाँ, हिटमैन भाई बहुत ज़्यादा अनएक्सपेक्टेड था मेरे लिए.
Crossover and he was caught unawares.
सेंटर मैन रो. अरे यार तुम सच में भेज रहे हो? गिफ्ट थैंक यू सो मच. वो गिफ्ट से क्या होता है मुझे पता नहीं है. मतलब अभी मुझे YouTube से मिला था तब मुझे पता चला.
Arena just took down their
let's go.
honestly.
Match में photos करते हैं
So
अभी.
Solus actually out over towards that northern side. That leaves Ulf in a kind of an awkward situation now. It's do or die for them. They are all inside.
Oh my God.
There is
Do or
no
die
one on the
situation
outside
चल रही है.
edge.
भाई वो
Ulf could
ट्रॉफी
go
क्या
down
प्यार
right
नहीं
now.
लग
They're
रही है
starting to
बस.
play a little bit more passive now. This is a good approach for them. They're going to play over towards the pagoda and figure out an exit. They can move out towards the east.
अभी
here,
फिलहाल
though, John.
7th
That's a
मैच चल रही है.
possibility.
टोटल
It's in
अभी
the direction of
मतलब
the
टोटल
circle,
12
but
चल रही
you're
है.
going to
8,
have to give up
9,
eliminations
10,
for
11
that.
and 12
Are
और
they
5
willing?
मैचेस होगी इसके बाद. अभी
They also don't have
मैच चल
vehicles
रही है
here,
फिलहाल.
Blank, right? They
Let's
got
go
stuck
भाई.
straight to the
देखते
hot
कौन
drop.
सी
They're
कौन सी
expecting
6
to be able to
टीम्स
regroup
फाइनली
later on as
सेलेक्ट हो
Maple
जाती
goes
है.
down.
हाय.
Thierry
भाई,
able to hop in through the
बाप
window and get
रे.
that flush. But yeah, for Ulf, it is pretty dire. Aaron has
Alright,
managed to
alright.
find a vehicle there and does
Elimination
get on the road.
0 है
heading
फिलहाल. 2
south.
असिस्ट 2 है भाई के.
Might
नाइस.
crash in towards Geeke as they move up to potentially pinch this one
57
through. So
अभी बाकी
danger
है भाई.
for
16
Ulf
teams है.
on all
Nice.
fronts. I mean, you're
अभी
absolutely
4
right.
मिनट है
That
जोन
arena flex
स्क्रीन
out
करने में.
worked really very
बाकी अभी
well.
फिलहाल आप देख सकते हो
And that's
पॉइंट
gonna
टेबल
slow
भी देख
things
सकते हो.
Newland down.
TN
But that feels like a bit of a
A7,
mystery coming
EA,
through from
Gold,
Ulf. Honestly,
NS,
for
RRQ,
Arena, it was clear
Metal,
before the tournament
ULF,
ever
Gold.
started. They
क्या नाम है भाई
tactical for this
मजेदार.
big old
YG,
trash
DNE,
spot. Loot drop over towards
721
stadium
JS,
side.
ULA
They
यानी
don't
TNS.
just
इतनी
stay in
सारी
stadium.
16
They
टीम्स है
like to
टोटल.
have
एंड
outside
अभी फिलहाल टॉप
outposts.
6 आप
And for
देख ही
Ulf
सकते हो भाई.
there,
TN चल रही है,
that's a
फ्यूरिया
little
चल
bit of
रही
a
है,
poor
A7
read,
है.
in my opinion.
ये है ये कैन फॉल
And
है भाई.
Solus pays the price for
तो
it.
नाइस.
And for
देखते हैं
a
भाई अभी
hot drop there,
एंड
which
तक
could have been
कौन सी
absolutely
टॉप 6 में
monumental
रहती
for
है,
them, because
कौन सी
Scarface
क्वालीफाई
was
कर पाती
certainly
है
feeling it.
ग्रैंड फाइनल. बाकी
Certainly
आप
you
बताओ
have
भाई
to
आप
leave some of
इनमें
these
से
eliminations
आपको
on the
क्या
table.
लगता है भाई कौन सी
Without
टीम जाएगी
finds
भाई
aching
फाइनल
from Tiamba. And
भाई
Arena
थोड़ा
looks
वॉइस
to
कम
send that
करो
over
थोड़ा सा
towards the
अपनी.
northwest
हाँ,
side.
ठीक है भाई.
RQ moving down towards the southeast, looking to poke their nose
कर दिया,
over
कर दिया.
towards Yulin, but we're
Oh my
on
God,
board
oh my
here.
God,
Another
this is
team
something
that was doing
intense.
fantastically
दो
well
बंदे फाइट
yesterday.
कर रहे हैं.
Right
फ्यूरिया
now,
भाई, ओ
Ayala,
भाई फ्यूरिया
one of the
टीम
top
ऑलरेडी टॉप पे
players
चल रही है.
currently
कोई भाई
now.
नॉट
We're
आउट
involved with the coach corner. Honestly, the coaches,
Coach
they
देख
look
रहे हो?
happy
आराम
at
कर
the
रहा है
moment for Furia.
Watson भाई cannot join.
They're gonna be
There
holding
are
on the
some rules
inside.
and
Arena
regulations. Try to
pointing at it
understand.
for you there, but out they were jumping onto the Alpha
थोड़ी देर
7
बाद.
solo, who they've
Side
just
में.
taken down as well. So Alpha 7 now in Neox, in this Yulin hot drop in a crucial.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, क्या
firing
firing कर रहा है
It could be
भाई
all
साहब.
over for them. Very,
भाई
very
फ्यूरिया
difficult
के
spot for them to
बंदे
find. The Arena been playing spoiler.
इसे आने ही नहीं देंगे
Corner,
भाई.
those were back in
Oh
with
my God,
Furia.
oh my God,
Trying
जाए
to
जाए
find
जाए
the
जाए. It
shot.
was not
He will be
possible.
able
वो
to
क्या
shut it
धड़ाधड़
down.
फायरिंग
Furia
मार रहा
keep
है.
themselves going.
Shared भाई.
The engine is roaring.
Oh my
Once
God.
again, Igor,
पुष्पा भाई सेंटर मैन को थैंक यू सो मच भाई. सारे लोग फटाफट
keep
से.
things going.
मैं बता रहा हूँ सारे लोग फटाफट से ना कुछ गिफ्ट वाला नया सेक्शन आया अपनी स्ट्रीम में. फटाफट भेजो भाई. मैनरो समोसे तुम्हारा मेरे को भूख लगी रही यार. जल्दी भेजो. बाकी मजा आने वाला है भाई. आप देखते हैं भाई एंड तक कौन सी टीम टॉप 6 में आ सकती है भाई. मुझे तो फ्यूरिया पे थोड़ा सा लग रहा है भाई. वो एग्रेसिव खेल रहा है भाई.
Agrees now, 7 eliminations. What a dangerous game right now for Alpha 7, yet they've come away with 7 eliminations.
ई अरीना एंड A7 इनमें से लेजिट टीम. ओके बंद भाई. हिटमैन भाई बोल रहे कि ई अरीना एंड A7 टीम कोई तो भाई जाएगी टॉप 1 पे. तो देखते हैं भाई. देखा जाएगा. अभी फिलहाल तो नहीं है ये दोनों भी.
Very promising.
Arena have been an absolute nightmare to the solos on the north
Oh my
side.
God, अभी
They've
अभी
gone
ये भी
and sent
बंदा
a
कह
duo
रहा है
down
कि
to
भाई
one recall
जो
tower. They
अपनी
took a
टीम
solo
है
out.
ई अरीना
They've
उन्होंने
sent
भाई
it to
एब्सोल्यूट
another
नाइटमेयर है
recall
भाई वो
tower,
सब के लिए.
Another solo gone. That has changed the dynamic in Yulin so dramatically. It looks like they might have been trying to catch out
भाई
a
बैंड
player
आवाज
from Alpha
आवाज आ रहा है
7
भाई.
again
पैरस
on
में
that
इतनी
egress,
भाई.
but Grisel does manage to
आज आप
slip
मेरे ऊपर
on
दिख
through
रहा हो
that
थोड़ा
there.
थोड़ा.
And Arena now sending a duo in towards Yulin itself.
Massively playing spoiler here for E Arena. I mean, it's a good play, right? The closest res beacons on that northern side where the approach is good outside of Yulin is around stadium area, and they maintain most of the control off the back of those drop spots.
और
Focus
भाई
out on
पुष्पा
day
भाई
two.
वन साइड
Interesting
जेवल्स भेजे जा रहा है भाई.
strategy as well for
भेजो
E
भाई
Arena,
तुम भी
'cause they
सारे
clear
भेजो.
out suddenly a lot of space, and then they can wrap into
आशु
Yulin.
भाई इतनी जल्दी
start
तो
taking
मार्केट
down
से नहीं
seeds,
जाएंगे दोस्तों.
and they might just be getting
इतनी जल्दी तो नहीं. अभी तो बस शुरुआत हुई है. बाकी ठीक है चलता है. ओ माय गॉड. पुष्पा भाई ने 10 जेवल्स 2 जेवल्स 10 जेवल्स. मैं क्या 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 चीजें भेजी है भाई. लव यू मेरे भाई. बाकी सब लोग भी भेजो भाई. जल्दी भेजो.
For and already 8 eliminations on the cards for them. Blank of nice early bolstering.
8 eliminations.
Rebel
8
very much
eliminations
trapped
already हो
inside of
चुके हैं
Yulin,
भाई.
at the
Shared,
moment,
bro.
but as a solo, he will be
Crazy.
recallable.
a lot of teams they needed to get themselves going. They need to
मजा
get
आएगा भाई,
those
मजा
wheels
आएगा
spinning, and you can spin at home yourself with the lucky spin here at 2026 for the PMWC. You can draw off the exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set, which you'll be seeing all in game. Fantastic set overall, very, very cool stuff. But make sure you do get those spins in.
भाई साहब मेरे को भी बड़ा मन चल रहा है भाई खेलने का, बहुत दिन हो गया भाई, करते हैं अपन। ऑलराइट रिप्ले चल रहा है, आप देख सकते हो ग्रेनेड डाल रहा था भाई ने, स्विच चरण उसे मारा भी भाई इतनी जल्दी, क्रेजी भाई। फुल स्पोर्ट्स, ओ भाई 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 पता ही प्रो बंदा है, 1v2 कर दिया भाई डायरेक्ट वन साइड।
Pretty good for the squad. Next circle comes on through though, blank, and it shifts up towards Danching.
With Openers, they've pretty much been here.
ओके ओवरऑल रैंकिंग्स अभी फिलहाल आप देख सकते हो भाई, तो टॉप पे तो भाई फ्यूरिया है, A7 है, टियान है, फॉल है, ईया है, EA है, अभी ये मैच रैंकिंग फिलहाल चल रही है, आप देख सकते हो टॉप 6 में तो भाई A7 भाई टॉप पे चली गई भाई, क्रेजी भाई 3 नंबर पे थे ये तो। नाइस 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 भाई, ये टियान के चारों तीन गाड़ियों में 4 बंदे जा रहे हैं भाई शायद से। नाइस वेरी नाइस वेरी नाइस। अभी फिलहाल तो 0 किल्स हैं इनके।
AGAL piecing themselves back together now, rotating in from that eastern side. That is a weird and unfortunate rotate for them. Looked like they had to go very far.
Crazy scene है, crazy। राम राम पुष्पा भाई, राम राम, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर लव। 29 kills and chicken in his first match, क्या बात कर रहे हो, क्रेजी भाई। स्ट्रीम इन, हाँ यस चल रहा है, वो ऑफिशियली ही उतना बता रहे हैं हमें, तो उतना ही हो रहा भाई अभी फिलहाल। अशु भाई समझ रहे हो बात की यार रही हो तो समझो। बाकी आवाज सब सही आ रही है, मुझे कमेंट्स में बता दे रहना।
It's not looking super easy to try and navigate. RRQ wanting to navigate this compound, but it's not going so well. 721 GS with a little bit too tight of a hold on it.
Yeah, make sure they don't make that one happen. So interesting. I love being able to get the player cams with the phones in hand as well, just because we got to see E-Arena there and just the speed at which they're flicking between what were they doing in the current moment, what's going on with the current map situation, zooming in, out, seeing what Res B in the current moment, what's going on with the current map situation, zooming in, out, seeing what Res Beacons are in play. It's a lot to take in on Rondo. Very, very difficult map to play, especially at this level.
हाँ ये तो बोले जा रहे हैं भाई, इस लेवल पे भाई रोंडो एक ऐसा मैप है जो बहुत डिफिकल्ट है भाई खेलने में, तो दिस इज नॉट सो इजी जितना हमें लग रहा है भाई। ये तो होने वाला है, टॉप 5 वाली टीम्स क्वालीफाई हो गई। ओह ये स्नैपी थ्री कैसे हो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। देखते हैं भाई कौन हो रहा है भाई, मेरे को तो फ्यूरिया पे थोड़ा सा भरोसा आ रहा है, वो बहुत एग्रेसिव लग रहा है भाई, बाकी देखा जाएगा भाई।
South edge. And on the south
गोट
side,
का नाम भी काफी खतरनाक है यार, मजा आ गया। बट अभी फिलहाल गोट तो 12 पे चल रही है, देखते क्या उनका परफॉर्मेंस बढ़ता है भाई। अभी 6 मैचेस है, 5 मैचेस है और भाई इसके बाद तो अभी फिलहाल 15 टीम्स हैं, 58 बंदे जिंदा है भाई, जिंदा है।
So they are now playing not necessarily on the back foot, but
लाइक करो सारे फटाफट फटाफट फटाफट।
a big win on this engagement, like Alpha 7, who've managed to transition away from their game. They're all the way up on that north side there. You can see the
ऑलरेडी आप देख सकते हो राइट रोटेशंस एंड कुछ बंदे अभी भी
spent a
ओह
lot
माय
of time
गॉड
getting away
जोन
from
से आ रहे हैं
stadium. But the
भाई,
circle
ये 7 वाले बंदे जोन से बाहर दिख रहे हैं मुझे।
all of
ओह माय
those
गॉड
teams
भाई,
that committed south blank, they're not going to have to
नाइस नाइस
reconsider.
नाइस। रिकॉल टावर तो अभी 3-4 है, नाइस 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 नाइस। चलो 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 चलो, फ्यूरिया के बंदे सारे जोन में दिख रहे हैं भाई। ओके यहाँ पे यूएलए एंड टीएन नंबर 1 टीम के बीच भाई फाइट चल रही है, देखते हैं कौन जीतता है भाई। नाइस 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 भाई, ने कैसे दिखता है, ओह माय गॉड, नॉट बढ़िया 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 भाई 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 भाई। यूएलए भारी पड़ रही है भाई, यूएलए भारी पड़ रही है भाई। वैसे यूएलए अभी बहुत नीचे है, 12 पे है, बट ठीक है चली जाएगी ऊपर। ये बंदा आशु भाई ये चीजें बतानी नहीं होती है। थैंक यू सो मच स्नैपी। आशु भाई तुम्हें मैं पर्सनल में मिलूंगा, समझ रहे हो, तुम बात कीजिए हर रही हो। मॉड अजर अभी मैं कुछ बोल नहीं सकता, समझ रहे हो, रिस्ट्रिक्शन के अंदर हूं मैं। चलो 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 भाई, आज मुझे सीखना है भाई क्या क्या एक्चुअली चीजें चल रही है, हो रही है भाई। पहली वॉच पार्टी है मेरी, समझो भाई। ये 7 के बंदे 8 किल है फिलहाल इसके, तो आप देख सकते हो। ओह माय गॉड
And Yangon maybe actually looking to send even further on and not get stuck into this fight at all. The recall tower being available for just under 4 minutes now.
Okay,
remaining.
okay, nice, nice,
It's going to be a powerful asset on side if you can keep control of it.
भाई ये कह रहे हैं अगर तुम रिकॉल टावर के आसपास प्रॉपर सेटअप करके बैठो तो ये काफी अच्छी लोकेशन हो सकती है क्योंकि बहुत कम टाइम बाद किया भाई.
Outside of that, though, it's very open.
Hi, bye, hi, Ravindra, bye, hi.
Area. Most teams would probably like to play over towards that northern edge, where there is the woods that you can play around. There's some ridge sides in play that you can kind of LOS off the back of. But oh my god, a lot of teams just hoping this ends up over towards Danjing because they have committed.
It is very, very packed in there. At least 5 teams in Danjing right now. The Wolves making Kike's game really, really difficult. I feel like Kike have been punished at every single turn of this match. I think that if we got a count of who's been eliminated the most, it would be fairly populated by Kike players in this game. They have come back time and time again. Pretty sturdy stuff. But the Wolves looking to try and guard them out on the northern flank. Alpha 7 in the meantime still just holding on.
Kike, the undead in game, now looking to slowly march, shamble towards.
लाइक करो दोस्तों, लाइक करो फटाफट से.
Sink their teeth into it.
अभी तुम मेरा ना थोड़ा सा एग्रेसिव लुक दिखोगे भाई स्ट्रीम के एंड.
8 elements so far. Depends how quickly they go out in the near future though. They send a little bit further towards that north side.
चलो भाई, very nice, very nice. Zone shrink होते जा रहा है and अभी थोड़े intense situation होना शुरू हो जाएगी. अभी तक ज़्यादा fights हुए नहीं है भाई.
Very happy in fact that we are.
भाई आराम से खेल रहे भाई सारे, क्या चल रहा है ना, fight करो भाई.
Work to try and find a position there.
Okay, Fury के पास ही मुझे बंदे दिख रहे हैं.
You would
nice,
be fairly
nice.
upset.
इनकी fight
Egos though will crash in towards
हो
the building.
सकती है but not sure भाई.
Not a care in the world for the vehicle either. He just wants to get inside, get a position.
समझ में आ रहा है क्या? आ रहा है ना मेरी जान, समझने की कोशिश चल रही है भाई. पहली वॉच पार्टी है. Try to understand brother. बात भाई वीलाइट स्ट्रीम खत्म होने के बाद तुझे खत्म कर वही आशु भाई तुम मिलो मैं करूँ ऑलराइट गोट के बंदे चल रहे भाई. टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट गोट का नाम मुझे बड़ा पसंद है. ठीक है बाकी फ्यूरिया मुझे लगी एग्रेसिव. बाकी एंड तक देखते भाई क्या सीन रहता है. बाकी टॉप 1 टीम के तो 76 पॉइंट्स है भाई. बाकी 54 51 45 45 43 नाइस. ए यहां पे फाइट चल रही है. नाइस
to tear limbs away from themselves.
DNE नाइस बढ़िया और यहाँ पे इंटेंस फाइट हो गया. अभी 2-3 टीम दिख रही है मुझे. ओह माय गॉड ये बंदा कितना पास है भाई. लिटरली खिड़की के बाहर बैठा है भाई. आजा ओह माय गॉड इनकी सबसे इंटेंस सिचुएशन चलने वाली है भाई. भाई वो लिटरली खिड़की से फाइट नहीं कर रहा है भाई यार. डैम ब्रो दोनों तो काफी तगड़ा रवर चल रहा है भाई फिलहाल.
They have the inside edge, so it's quite.
डन है सुमित भाई, डन है.
The goat is taking the fight to them so
समाज में आ रहा है क्या? यस आ रहा है. सुमित भाई वेलकम. यस
Final shot up
ओह माय गॉड एक बंदा निपट
Goat
चुका है. आप
wants
देख
to see it
सकते हो.
very early, but
नाइस भाई 3 टीम से यहाँ पे भाई. 3 नहीं
like
4
Goat
टीम
is
से भाई.
outside of
तो
some
यहाँ
of
पे
the
तबाही
good
होने
games
वाली है
they've
अभी
had, which have got a little bit
तो.
lucky
चलो
at
यूएलए वाला
times.
बंदा
They
ग्रेनेड डाल रहा
just
है.
don't have that firepower.
ओके ग्रेनेड से कुछ
The
भी नहीं हुआ. ये
defensive
इसने ग्रेनेड डाला है
capability.
काफी नहीं बट अंदर फटा ये बंदा थोड़ा सा
Not
पीछे
quite
वाले
there. Can't hold
एरिया में
on.
चला जाता
The
भाई.
onslaught.
Nice,
Alola
nice,
went for a wild
भाई
crack,
यूएलए
by the
है,
way, from the
डीएनई
area
है,
near
गीक
Goat
है
team on the
एंड
south
ई है.
edge.
ये
They
चारों
just went
टीम्स
straight in and
ऑलमोस्ट
they
एक ही
managed to
लोकेशन में.
land on their feet. And Goat
तो
team
मजा
similarly
आ रहा है.
have pushed it towards
लेट्स गो.
Ultimate.
यो
Not
बात भाई
doing
आयन भाई
well.
कैसे हो? वेलकम टू
Kind
द
of
स्ट्रीम.
behind the team, but
कांग्रेचुलेशंस, थैंक यू सो मच मेरे भाई. बाकी गाइस ऑडियो वर्जन में कुछ भी दिक्कत हो तुरंत बताना मेरे को. ठीक है इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट.
Those recall towers are shut down now, Blank, as well.
ओके
which means
रिकॉल
that you
टावर्स
are
हो
not
चुकी
getting
है
players
शट
back to their
डाउन.
feet
मैं
if
सोच रहा हूं बड़ा
you
हेडफोन में पहन लेता
go
हूं
down.
फिलहाल.
And with Ulf just on Solus, Goat team getting those reses on
All
that
right,
angle,
Ravindra
it looks
bhai,
like
done.
they may be able to stay alive as 4 after
नाइस
a crash
ओ
of
माय
Solus.
गॉड नीचे बंदा है. ग्रेनेड
The
या
Solus,
ग्रेनेड डाला
I
है.
just don't see
अरे
him as the
यार
guy
निपट गया
anymore
भाई.
to get that 1v.
ऑलराइट एक और भाई
1v
ग्रेनेड
now.
बाजी चल रही है फुल ऑन. इनकी तो भाई
Goat team
पिछले
is a
5 मिनट से
single
फाइट चल
player.
रही है दोस्तों. एक बंदा खिड़की के उस
Very,
पार
very
है
interesting
एंड
stuff.
ये
I'd
इस
love
पार
to
है
see a
भाई.
replay of how
लिटरली
all that
नेबर
went
से
down
जो
just
लड़ रहा है
because
भाई. कब
Goat
से
team
भाई
versus Ulf, you'd
ओ
expect
माय
that
गॉड
to be
डीएनए का
a much
डीएनई
easier
ट्रेड
fight there
बंदा
for
उसने
them,
निपटा
but
दिया भाई.
they have
शेड
had a
भाई
tough approach into
Oh
this
my
game.
God,
A lot of it has been
बमबारी
on
चल
the
रही है
back
full
foot
on.
so far.
यूएलए के
But
बंदे भाई.
Goat gets
अच्छा
to
रहा है.
move on as a format.
नाइस चल अंदर. ओके
A massive boon to them.
भाई गोट के भी बंदे अराइव हो चुके हैं भाई, चारों जिंदा है भाई। आ रहे इंटेंस होने वाली है, अभी इंटेंस होने वाली है और इंटेंस होने वाली है भाई। भाई कैसे हो? अरे अच्छा सुमित भाई उन्हें बोल रहे हैं, सोच रहा हूँ मेरे को क्यों बोल रहा है भाई। बाकी लाइक करो दोस्तों फटाफट से।
No safer. 721 instead.
Oh my God, रेहान भाई को निपटा दिया गया भाई गाड़ी से उतरने से पहले।
I imagine fairly quickly.
अरे नुस्ता स्पोर्ट एंड जल भाई सब पर गाइस नुस्ता धुरा चालला है फुल ऑन जाळायला घेतले भाई यांनी।
Weird to me right now. You see RQ, you see Yangon Galactus, you see Alpha 7, you see Noxian Red Force on this north side where the circle now shifts towards. That becomes a very prevalent area of the map.
और आप देख सकते हो अभी टॉप 1 पे तो टियान है, टॉप 3 में तो आप देख सकते हो टियान फ्यूरियन ऐसे बनी है भाई। अभी तो इनके पॉइंट्स चेंज हुए नहीं है, चांसेस है कि अगर लीग ने अच्छी फाइट थी तो उनका थोड़ा बहुत पॉइंट्स बढ़ के वो आगे जा सकते हैं। पर ठीक है, बाकी आप एलिमिनेशंस देख सकते हो भाई। A7 के 9 है भाई।
I am confused. I sort of want to see a little bit more firepower. You
अबे क्या
want to
प्यारा है
start
नेशन
clearing
भाई
out
ये।
this northern edge, so you can
भाई
just start peppering
भाई भाई
the
भाई छत पे चढ़
entirety
गया
of the
भाई।
team in Dancheng.
नाइस
If
वेरी
it
गुड
was
वेरी
moved away
गुड।
from it,
A7 के
which
बंदे
right
हैं
now
भाई,
it absolutely
टॉप
is.
3 पे चल रहे हैं। कॉन्फिडेंस
there
एकदम
is
टॉप पे है,
so
ये भी टॉप पे
little
ही है भाई।
So
देख रहे
little
हो
movement happening
कॉन्फिडेंस
on
के
this
साथ
north
साथ भाई
side
एकदम
at the
छत से
moment.
टॉप
No
से
team
खेल
wants to
रहा
get
भाई।
involved with one another.
मैं तो एक्साइटेड हूँ ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए जब इंडिया की टीम होगी। मैं उन्हें चीयर कर रहा हूँ भाई। ओ माय गॉड इंटेंस फाइट चल रही है, कुछ भी दिख नहीं रहा, फुल ऑन आग लगी पड़ी है, धुरड़ा है फुल उसके अंदर, बट फिर भी बंदे मार रहे हैं भाई। स्मोक हो रही है, फायरिंग हो रही है अंदर फुल ऑन। एक बंदा निपट चुका है आप देख सकते हो। हाँ यार शेड ब्रो, बाकी उन खिड़की वालों का फाइट खत्म हुआ नहीं देखते। ओ माय गॉड बहुत क्लोज ग्रेनेड फटा है कीट वालों से भाई। नाइस 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 72 IGS अभी दिख रहा है।
Alula claws.
ओ माय गॉड यूएलए ने कीट वाले बंदों को ऑलमोस्ट निपटा दिया भाई। 2 बंदे डाउन करे। ओ भाई गया भाई, कीट वाले एक बंदा रहा। शेड भाई क्रेजी भाई। भाई अभी इंटेंस होने वाला है, अब आ रहा है मजा भाई। इंटेंस हो रहा है भाई, इंटेंस हो रहा है ऑनेस्टली।
With E Arena, where is the aggression? This is Go. Honestly, it's doing exactly what I want to see. They should hear this engagement over towards the northern side. Would not be surprised if they try and push this one.
Well, that's the arena cleaned up, and now it's just Nongshim who stepped into the firing line.
Okay, भाई क्या हेड मार रहा है भाई।
Looking to flex out as well.
Okay, nice,
Maybe
nice.
able to find it. Some
A7
emergency
का
cover.
बंदा थोड़ा सा मुश्किल में तो है, बट इस पे भी रश हो सकता है भाई।
Okay, this is
NS के
good
3
news.
बंदे अभी इनके
You have
जिंदा है।
Guizhou leading the charge. It's very confusing for me.
ओ माय गॉड तीनों ने ग्रेनेड उठाए रखे हैं भाई। अभी तो भाई तबाही होने वाली है भाई 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 भाई। नहीं यार वो निकल के आवाज नहीं तो एकदम एग्जैक्ट लोकेशन पे वो ग्रेनेड पड़ा था भाई। 2 बंदा एकदम सही टाइम पे निकला भाई, एकदम कैलकुलेशन होती है भाई सही भाई। ऑलरेडी A7 वाले रश करने वाले हैं इस पे। नाइस 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 स्पोर्ट कराई उसने गाड़ी से ही। अभी वो रिवाइव हो गया आई गेस। चलो हो जाएगा आई गेस। आसपास तो कोई टीम दिख नहीं रही है मुझे। बढ़िया यहाँ पे क्या चल रहा है भाई। ULA एंड 721 GS के बीच में फाइट चल रही है। DN ईटा एक बंदा अभी भी छत पे वो लड़ाई कर रहा है भाई।
as well, similarly capable of getting in and amongst it. But everybody's holding their corner. Next circle, very likely to push a lot of this one out.
Oh my god, अभी सर्कल पे डिपेंड है भाई, कैसे बंदे किधर घुसते। Oh my god, ग्रेनेड से हिट और ULA के बंदे ने ग्रेनेड मारा, क्या सही फूटा है भाई वो। एक और ग्रेनेड उसने डाला था बस उससे कुछ हुआ नहीं। ओके फ्यूरिया के बंदे यहाँ पे थोड़ी सी मुश्किल में पड़ सकते थे। Oh my god, 4 बंदे उस साइड पे नहीं, इसे पता है भाई लोकेशन ये भाई एकदम सही ग्रेनेड डाल रहा है। अगर ये ग्रेनेड सही हुआ भाई जो है भाई शेट क्रेजी भाई। R3B भाई ने भाई क्या ग्रेनेड डाला है भाई। ओ माय गॉड काफी इंटेंस सिचुएशन चल रही है। ओ भाई ULA पे बंदा निपट चुका है भाई। 1v3 ओ माय गॉड क्रेजी भाई। अरे यार भाई ने काफी सही किया था भाई, काफी सही किया था भाई।
Didn't trust in that last shot and quick. He's quick to finish it.
क्रेजी भाई मचा डाला भाई, मचा डाला।
Exercising.
ये रिप्ले में दिखाना चाहिए भाई क्या क्रेजी फाइट हुई है। नाइस NS के भी बंदे 2 जिंदा है फिलहाल। इंटेड बंदा थोड़ी देर पहले निपट चुका है। बस ओ वापस से ग्रेनेड डाला जा रहा है, बट वो बंदा ना बहुत अंदर है भाई। I don't think so. Grenade एकदम सही से जा पाएगा.
Oh
shit, ये बाहर क्यों आया? भाई बच गया.
And the pin pulled on the nade keeps Chief from spraying him
खिड़की पे आ चुका है वापस CU ले रहा बंदा.
Yep, common misconception. Can't get out that window. It is barred off.
चलो चलो ULA Furia.
Looking to pinch.
भाई ये थोड़ा इंटेंस हो सकता है 1v2 हो सकता है यहाँ पे. अरे उधर है राइट साइड में. जया भाई भाग के चला गया भाई भाई की नजर ही नहीं थी भाई.
Oh my god, he's taking off, dude.
Okay, oh my god, काफी ओ भाई हेड पे मारा था, पता है हेड पे मारा था बट थोड़े के लिए चला. फ्यूरिया एग्रेशन में टिया नहीं के नंबर पे चल रही है. फ्यूरिया 2 नंबर पे A7 ऑन 3 नंबर एंड जी कैन EA जो चांसेस थे 4th and 5th नंबर पे वो एलिमिनेट हो चुके हैं भाई.
Chewing through squads, and this is what you want to see from a team like this. They have so much
trying
control.
towards the
southeast, but it's a team
of
3. Not like
600 damage भाई. Nice.
Milu
Marnet भाई
is knocked and flushed, leaving only Eagle left alive to put the claws in over towards.
अरे यार ये जोन पे जाओ भाई. गए बहुत बड़ी गलती कर दी भाई.
They will go.
No. कोर्ट वाले बंदों ने फ्यूरिया के 2 बंदे जोन की एकदम बराबर चांस देके निपटा दिया भाई.
7 now.
ओह भाई इसके हेल्थ देखो भाई 0.1 ब्रो. जल्दी हिल कर लो. नाइस अल्फा 7 के भाई.
They lost Grisao in the middle of all of that. I feel like at the moment
तबाही
the
चल
story
रही
of this
है.
game is GOAT team going God mode on this West.
हाँ बंदा भाई बंदे ने बात सही की है. गोट टीम अभी फिलहाल गोट मोड में चली गई थी. लिटरली फ्यूरिया के 2 बंदे निपटा के उन्हें एलिमिनेट कर दिया थ्रू द मैच भाई. ओके ये भी रफी इंटेंस मैच चल रही है. ओ भाई नाइस.
AGAL currently still
AGAL अभी भी जिंदा है एंड अच्छे कर रहे हैं भाई. वो ग्रेनेड के ऊपर फिर डाला इसने भाई.
A nice little chicken dinner at the end of the day. We
कोर्ट
expect
के
so
बंदे से
much
दिख गया
more
अभी
from
फिलहाल
this
भाई.
squad.
काफी ओपन में शेट
Coming off their performance throughout the year.
रीज में चला गया.
PMWC
बढ़िया
was not meant to be.
ओ माय गॉड ये ओपन में क्यों जा रहा है भाई.
A rocky start for them.
ओके भाई लोकेशन रिवील हो गया. मुझे पता था भाई AGL के बंदे थोड़ी सी गलती करी भाई. ये दोनों जाएंगे बट गया भाई
They
खत्म.
have to go on a 2-2 split here, so at least 2 of them will survive.
टीम RRQ ने
as well as Flower.
एलिमिनेट कर दिया भाई. क्रेजी भाई.
Alpha 7
भाई किस टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो. आपको तो पता ही है हमारे दोनों टीम्स इंडिया की ऑलरेडी फाइनल में जा चुकी है. तो अभी तो हम बस एंजॉय कर रहे हैं मैच भाई. बट फिलहाल के लिए मुझे तो फ्यूरिया से बहुत लग रहा था क्योंकि उनका स्टार्टिंग में काफी एग्रेसिव गेम प्ले लग रहा बट वो एलिमिनेट हो चुके हैं. तो अभी फिलहाल तो A7 की तरफ से हूं मैं. देखते हैं बट आपको पता ही है भाई दिल से कौन सी टीम से अपन वो तो आपको कल परसों पता चली जाएगा. गणेश भाई कैसे हो. वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. A7 हाँ A7 पे है अभी भरोसा भाई थोड़ा सा. देखते हैं भाई. अल्फा 7 राइज 3 बंदे जिंदा है एंड जोन के काफी मतलब कॉर्नर से चल रहा है. एकदम एंड पॉइंट पे है बट ठीक है उनकी स्ट्रेटजी होगी फॉर श्योर यार.
Because they do need to jump up towards that 6th place to keep themselves in the running to defend their title here at the PMWC at EWC. And they are 2-2 split right now. GOAT team resetting, lining up their cannons, trying to find a broadside. The question is where do they go? Or are they going to wait for other teams to move around this one? Try and pick up some of the drags because they've already done a lot in terms of isolating teams, in terms of moving this circle and being a playmaker within it.
They've pretty much been the sole playmaker in my opinion in this match. Like the way these teams are playing right now, it just feels like they're waiting for other teams.
Subscribe जो भी नया है
against the circle.
Brother, it will be fun in the World Cup. Yes bro. Yes bro. अभी तो सर्वाइवल स्टेज है लास्ट डे. इसके बाद भाई 6 टीम्स अभी देखेंगे कौन जीतता है भाई. कौन हैश बनाता है. कौन 10 टीम्स कौन से 10 टीम्स एलिमिनेट होते हैं भाई. ये हमें आज फाइनली पता चल जाएगा. एंड बाकी तो आपको पता ही है फाइनल कब हो रहा है. क्या मचाएंगे अपन उस टाइम पे.
Over the top will
yes,
take
Ganesh,
out
yes,
the
yes.
remainder of Wolves. It's a weird endgame, John. A very, very weird endgame.
Nice,
yeah,
nice.
so much commitment to the south side
Chalo.
of Danching so early on, but they are now looking for it to continue out in the open and knock over towards the Yangon Galacticos with a hill, and with an opening, they might be able to find something. RRQ descend
oh my god,
and take on AGL. Head to head, 2 versus 4. They like those numbers, and they will be borne out in the result. Lapar goes down, but that's going to be pick-upable.
That's a
maybe
real word.
pickupable potentially.
अल्फा 7 पूरी कोशिश कर रही है
down
कि
towards that south
वाईजी
side.
मैरिनेट एंड रोमियो दोनों को भाई निपटा
Bring the
सके।
vehicle,
ग्रेनेड
move
मैंने डाल रहे
forward.
फुल, उन्हें
Loot
लोकेशंस तो पता चल रही
They play here,
है।
but
बाकी
Alpha
गोट
24
का बंदा
very
भी थोड़ा
open,
मुश्किल में
but
लग रहा है
just
फिलहाल के लिए।
almost essential
आरआरक्यू के
at
बंदे
this
फुल
point
ऑन
of the
स्पॉट
game.
लेके बैठे
Alpha
हैं भाई।
7 has to figure out something and
नाइस
figure
नाइस।
it
अभी
out
फिलहाल आप देख
right
सकते हो
now.
A7 अल्फा 7 गोट
Galacticos on this
आरआरक्यू एंड
2-2
वाईजी।
split, they should have been able to
इतनी
realize this by now. I
नाइस,
don't
चार
know if they
टीम्स
have
बस
the
अभी फिलहाल
vehicles.
जिंदा
They
हैं,
need
चारों
to
भी बहुत
smoke
दूर है।
train over
आरआरक्यू
towards
के
one of
चार
these buildings.
बंदे जिंदा है भाई।
3v2,
वाईजी के 4
very
है,
doable
A7
here,
के 3
and
है,
will
गोट के
close
3
off
है
the
भाई।
sidelines
नाइस।
from the
अभी
rest of the
वाईजी एंड
Yangon
A7 में ही
Galacticos
जरा
squad.
फाइट चल रही है एंड A7 के लिए
Nade, a
थोड़ी सी
little
मुश्किल
opening
हो
Alpha
सकती है
7 will
जोन में आने के
descend.
लिए, क्योंकि आप देख सकते हो भाई मतलब A7 जरा रिच पे है एंड
For
बाकी की
now.
टीम जो है वो प्रॉपर घर में बैठा है भाई। तो थोड़ा सा अल्फा 7 के लिए मुश्किल हो सकता है। वो पहले से जोन से काफी चिपक के चल रहे हैं। A7 का बंदा
It's spotted though from across
गया
the
है भाई
way.
आरआरक्यू से।
And will be
Oh
immediately
my
flushed. So Alpha
god
7 down
भाई
two
shit।
very, very
अल्फा
quickly.
7 ऐसे मत करो भाई।
How do you make this one work? Shots now being levied over towards
भाई
Goat Team on the western side.
किन भाई डू मैसेज
can't
मी
move.
ऑन
It's a
इंस्टाग्राम।
stalemate.
अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकता, समझ रहे हो तुम?
RQ
सम रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस।
holding out Goat Team holding out
टीवी में
RQ,
स्नैक्स की
you're right.
स्ट्रीम डालो और फोन में। थैंक यू सो मच आशिफ भाई, थैंक यू सो मच। बहुत सारा प्यार आपको।
Trying to get
भाई
some
ये
shots
गिफ्ट
over
सेंड करो भाई,
towards.
गिफ्ट का ऑप्शन आया है, फटाफट सेंड करो, फ्री है।
Have these broadsides and
नाइस नाइस नाइस।
Not for a
वाईजी एंड
single
अल्फा 7 के बाद
second
बीच
have they
में
just
बहुत ही घमासान युद्ध
Alpha
चल रहा
7
है।
move
बट
freely
मुझे लग
here.
रहा है कि
It
अल्फा
has
7 मुश्किल
massively
में
slowed them
है।
down.
जोन आ रहा है, दे आर ऑन आउटर साइड रिच पे है, बट
I think
फिर
they're
भी
coming into this end
दो
game with
तीन
very
जगह से
few
उन्हें
smokes
टारगेट करा जा
available.
सकता
Zone
है।
9
तो
now
अल्फा
just
7 वालों की
hit.
हेल्थ भी डाउन है, ग्रेनेड
And
भी
he
है
will
शायद
be
वहां पे।
closing to center.
शिट
Creo
शिट।
Oh, last
अल्फा 7
nade.
रेड बंदा
Has to
गया।
be a big
ओह
one,
माय
but I
गॉड,
think at
और
this
एक
point in
ग्रेनेड है,
time,
इस पे
it
भी
is the
ग्रेनेड आया।
final.
ओह ये तो बच गया।
Hurrah
वाईजी का
from
बंदा बच
Alpha
चुका है।
7.
ओह माय
Yangon
गॉड,
Galacticos though
अल्फा
up to 6
7।
eliminations. How do they want to play this one out? Go Team is just looking monstrous this match.
अल्फा 7
They genuinely
एलिमिनेट
have looked
हो
better
चुकी है
than
भाई।
everyone else.
शिट, अभी आरआरक्यू एंड वाईजी के बीच
A
में
real
काफी घमासान
wild
युद्ध चल
crash
रहा
out from
है।
RRQ
थर्ड
as
पार्टी
they
ले
try
रहे हैं
and
अभी
mount
फिलहाल।
up, get across the
Nice.
open ground and only leave two of
Oh
themselves
my
alive.
god,
But in a
यार अल्फा
2v2
7
against
से
Yangon Galacticos, it's not all done
जोन
and
कम होते
dusted.
जा रहा
Up
है।
from
इंटेंस
fire.
सिचुएशन चल रही है,
What are
लाइक
you
करो
doing,
दोस्तों।
man?
Oh my
Straight to the
god,
firing line, and that's the opener that RRQ were looking for. The blue zone pushes them further.
ब्लू जोन
They have
इन
to get
सबको
out of the
अंदर डालने की
warehouse, but the
कोशिश
blue
कर रहा है।
zone's choking
आरआरक्यू
them.
वाई
Yangon Galacticos
काफी नजदीक है।
starting to have to leave here.
आरआरक्यू के बंदे ने स्पॉट करा है वाईजी वाले बंदे को।
Squeeze the
अरे
pressure
शिट
on.
शिट शिट
RQ moves
शिट,
out.
दोनों रहे
Just
दोनों
nine
रहे
in play.
दोनों
Let's
रहे।
go once again.
ओ माय गॉड, ओ माय गॉड, बस
At
दो तीन
distance.
फिलहाल जिंदा है।
Yangon Galacticos
Shit.
down to one final player.
Yangon
What could
Galacticos।
Mane do
ओ
here?
माय गॉड, ओ
60
माय
bullets in a
गॉड,
dream.
ग्रेनेड है
A nade.
रोमियो के पास में।
Over
रोमियो
towards
की हेल्थ
Romeo,
थोड़ी
the
सी कम
blue
हुई।
zone's going to force him over
Nice,
the
and
edge.
let's go
He
team
drops
ने भी
down
YG
and
के-
down
Oh
he
my
goes.
God, let's
It is
go,
Goat
man.
Team going
गोट
God
टीम
mode.
ने विनर विनर
They
चिकन
have
डिनर
to be happy
निकाल
with that
लिया।
game. I mean, the way that they're screaming at the end of it,
Unexpected
they
था भाई, मैं
deserve.
बोल रहा था गोट टीम मुझे बहुत पसंद आया इनका नाम, बट वो ना 12 नंबर पे चल रहे थे भाई, तो मुझे लगा मतलब कैसा चल रहा है मैचेस पता नहीं है।
Goat was the
लेकिन मैं फर्स्ट टाइम अभी वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ, बट भाई गोट ने चिकन डिनर
Into
मार
this
दिया भाई,
match.
रिस्पेक्ट ब्रो।
couldn't
क्रेजी
have
भाई,
done
लाइक करो इस
They
बात
really
पे भाई।
couldn't.
They climbed
पता नहीं क्यों
themselves
लेकिन
up
ऑरेंज
to the
बटन का
top of that
चांस
mountain,
ज्यादा लग रहा
and
है।
it was
जिदान
a
भाई बोल नहीं सकते, कुछ भी बोल नहीं सकते, कुछ भी हो सकता है।
As you were saying, they were
Crazy
the only
vibe,
playmakers
crazy
in
bro.
this circle. Their move to Ulf, their decision not to try and just stumble forwards, creep towards Danching like everybody else. Instead, they stepped back, they looked at the bigger picture,
Nice,
and they
bhai,
took
nice.
a big chicken dinner.
There was just so much willingness as well to just give Yangon Galacticos those locations. Playing a 2-2 split there, for the amount of time we're in that location, you deserve to be crashed upon on that 2-2 split. Holding those two buildings for as long as they did
Kin bhai,
only
do message me
happens
on
because
Instagram.
there is such passive gameplay around them in that location. Everyone is so afraid to get third
भाई
party
साहब,
right now.
भाई साहब।
And again,
Guys, अपन
that's
लिख के लेते
survival
थोड़ा सा, तो
stage, John.
पहली
That's what
मैच जो
happens.
थी,
The
छठी मैच जो
pressure
थी,
is
मतलब kind
on.
of
Goat's
first match of the
feeling
day,
none of it, apparently.
जीती है गोट ने
Well,
भाई।
yeah, they were just
Let's go, अभी
unleashed
standings
there.
देखते
They
हैं अपन
were
कौन सी
allowed
टीम जीत
to
पाएगी, हमें
graze
पता
on any
चल जाएगा।
pasture they liked. There was just nothing stopping them. And you're right.
Sure,
I mean,
भाई,
it was
first match
particularly
जीती है
RRQ
गोट
and
ने,
Alpha
बहुत ज़्यादा
7
बढ़िया,
on that northeast
congratulations
side
to
around the
team।
Yangon Galacticos position
मजा भाई।
that just really didn't push into it, didn't go for those targets until the blue zone forced them to do something
Yeah.
that was completely unfavorable to their longer longer-term
बात तो
point
सही है
scoring
भाई।
prospects.
It's very tentative gameplay right now from Alpha 7. And it's almost annoying for me because the beginning of that game, my God.
Oh, yeah.
I saw glimmers of the past. I saw the demon that used to be there before the mass descended.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner or
Alpha 7
what?
looked genuinely insane at the start.
गणेश भाई मेरे
Let's
पे
hear
देखनी
more
पड़ेगी, बहुत
from
सालों पहले
Polaris
मैंने start
on
किया
what
था।
he thinks about Alpha 7.
गाइस क्या लगता है ये मैचेस कैसे थे आपको? कौन सी टीम सबसे बढ़िया लगी? भाई मुझे तो पर्सनली फ्यूरिया लगी थी पहले, फिर मैं अल्फा 7 पे शिफ्ट हो गया, फिर भाई गोल्ड जीत गई भाई।
You guys were incredibly resilient in this game. You actually, from the word go,
अल्फा 7 के बंदे मुझे लग रहा था पर्सनली जीत सकते हैं, बट उन्होंने थोड़ी सी गलती तो करी भाई। जोन के एकदम नजदीक से चल रहे थे, उनकी स्ट्रैटेजी थी नो डाउट, बट दैट स्पॉट वाज नॉट राइट अकॉर्डिंग टू मी भाई। तो वहां पे थोड़ी सी दिक्कत हुई भाई, क्योंकि भाई अंदर वालों के पास भाई कवर्स थे भाई, विंडोज के अंदर के आपको ग्रेनेड डालना था, उन्होंने भाई खुले में भी ग्रेनेड डाल देते तो आपको डैमेज पड़ना ही था भाई। ये सीन था भाई,
things
सिंपल है।
happen, so
अल्फा
we was
यस
ready
अल्फा
to
7 प्लेड वेल भाई। बाकी
The
राइट आप
average-
सबकी कौन सी टीम है मुझे कमेंट्स में जरूर बताओ भाई।
especially that you're really good under pressure, and that kind of really exemplifies it. And speaking of that pressure to continue on in the game, once again in the late game, you guys go down to one player and able to get the recovery back up to 3 to continue things on.
True,
So
bhai,
eventually, I think you had like 9 limbs in this game as a whole or something like that. So when you go down to the 1 again and then are able to recover to the 3, what's going through the team's head in that moment?
I think like that's means to be a Brazilian because we never give up. So we was trying to keep everyone alive. Of course we lost one, but we were trying to stay like safe in that house, and we did it. Like, and in my mind was not passing nothing. I was like, it's okay. We're gonna
राइट
do
आप
it.
बताओ भाई।
We're gonna do it
अल्फा 7
anyway.
वेल
So
प्लेड यस भाई,
yeah, was
अल्फा
that
7 तो वेल प्लेड है भाई, मुझे भी पसंद
Feeling
है,
good for
मुझे
top
भी
6
पसंद है।
today?
feeling
Yeah.
good. I know God gonna give us if you qualify, gonna be by God.
Somebody.
So I trust Him, and let's see
गाइस
what's gonna
बंदा
happen.
कह रहा है भाई
Message for the fans.
भगवान पे भरोसा है एंड
Tamo
हो
junto,
जाएगा।
hein?
यो
That's Revo.
नाइस भाई नाइस। क्रेजी बोलते
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
लेट्स गो बॉयज लेट्स गो। हाइड्रा मस्त चल रहा है सीन भाई। ना 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 ना। क्रेजी सीन गोल थे भाई। डैटर्स भाई को बुला लो। अरे डैटर्स भाई को पता नहीं भाई वो वॉच पार्टी का क्या सीन है उनका।
Any adjustments from the group stage that you could have maybe changed, looking back at it, to maybe just go directly
व्हाट्सएप
into the
एकदम बढ़िया
final for the
सुमित
top
भाई आ
5?
रही है क्या?
那我们
डैटर्स भाई को बोलो
在生存赛当中有
देखते
AGL 的
देखते भाई
Flash
देखते
给带来我们这次的采访。然后 Flash，首先你们当时小组赛的时候，其实差9分就能直接晋级到决赛了。现在，如果让你去回想一下的话，当时能做出什么样的调整，或者怎么样的进步来相当于能成功的拿下这9分，并且直接进决赛呢？
其实当时知道差9分，其实挺可惜的吧。然后因为那人的圈运其实也
नाइस मजा आया
算
भाई
很好的
एंड जोन में अलग ही
然后
मजा आ
当
रहा है
时没
भाई
打
एंड
好
जोन में अलग ही मजा आ रहा है
其实一直在想，如果少犯点失误的话，是不是就直接晋级了？
एंड जोन में अलग ही मजा आ रहा
It was a pretty big disappointment to lose out with just 9 points, and honestly, like the circles were pretty friendly towards us. I think that like luck was on our side, but we just made a couple mistakes too many. And looking back, you know, if we only just
5 matches
ironed
left.
out some
What
of
is
those
the next
mistakes, played
map?
a little bit better, I think we
Let
could
me
have
check.
gotten that 9
मुझे भी
points
नहीं पता चला अभी
and gone straight into the playoffs.
अभी वाला तो वैसे डिफिकल्ट था ना कि क्या बोलते हो आशु भाई?
Okay,
मुझे तो
so
डिफिकल्ट
let's
लग रहा
talk
था भाई
about actually the last game from yesterday on Miramar, and it was kind of like Lost Leona's finish. Urban endings can be very difficult for a lot of teams to be able to move through, but AGAL performed it masterfully to be able to go from building to
पहली मैच
building,
तो
really
रोट ने
get through
बढ़िया
to the
मारी भाई।
middle, despite having to make a lot of
Unexpected था भाई
movement.
मेरे से तो भाई।
So, were there any big challenges that you felt like there was going to be there when you were making those moves through Los Leones?
那我们先说一下昨天打的最后一张图，因为当时是那个沙漠图，而且那个圈都是在那个城区嘛。然后城区的这种圈通常都是最困难的，因为四面埋伏就是到处都有危险。但是你们却是非常干净利落的一栋楼上清过去，然后最终成功的直击了。那能不能跟我们说当时那一张图当中？
लास्ट जोन वाला डिफिकल्ट था भाई, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कौन सी टीम से भाई, समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा मेरे को तो, पटापट नाम भी बोला नहीं जा रहा, पता है क्या, इतनी तो इंटेंस फाइट चल रही थी। सबसे बेस्ट तो भाई वो खिड़की की जो फाइट चल रही थी दोनों, अलग ही सीन चल रहा था भाई। एक आके फायरिंग कर रहा है, इसे थोड़ा सा डैमेज हो रहा है, वो आके उधर से मार रहा है, इसे थोड़ा सा डैमेज हो रहा है, दोनों ने एक दूसरे को नहीं मारा भाई, अलग ही मैच चल रहा था भाई।
Well, yeah, when the circle first formed and we saw that it was in Los Leones, it was very dangerous in our initial incursion into the circle because we were getting flanked by two different teams. But we managed to, form as a group. We pushed as a team, and then once we cleared out our own side, our own niche, I think it became a lot easier, and we were just clearing building by building together as one.
Sumin भाई कौन सी टीम को फॉलो कर रहे हो?
I think that was what clinched us the victory.
All right, thank you very much, Farage, for the interview. Thank you for the translations. That's been us here with AGAL.
A day where a lot of teams have absolutely nothing to lose. So how about you start improving on stuff that we've been pointing out here? And that's exactly what GOAT Gaming was able to do in this game, Max.
The boys, the GOAT team finally showing up. And you know what? It's very interesting because there's no hovercraft on Rondo, and yet they still get themselves a win. Moxie definitely making me proud in that game. But a great merge of aggression in this game from GOAT team, and also strong macro rotates that I do have this that I'm going to break down and play a little bit later on, so check that out later in this desk segment. But no, GOAT team generally the first time in this tournament. I have hope that this team can actually maybe make a big jump.
All right, guys, आप देख सकते हो भाई
what you said earlier, 7
परफॉर्मेंस कंपैरिजन चल रहा है फिलहाल। एलिमिनेशंस 12 है, डैमेज है 2200 भाई, असिस्ट 7 है, प्लेसमेंट 0 भाई। GOAT वर्सेस
14-point difference between third place all the way down to 15th
हाँ
place.
ये काफी इंटेंस फाइट चल रही है।
I mean, it really just goes to show that anybody with one decent game can jump all the way up. We will see that on the
Oh my god, इसने मैंने बोला था भाई,
yeah, GOAT team able to just grab this hilltop. I'm so excited to make a zone here because there's some really dynamic terrain to actually work with, and GOAT handled it so beautifully. RRQ as well, you're seeing there with Yangon.
स्मूथ में तो लिटरली मुझे खुद नहीं दिख रहा था, ये दोनों बंदे भी ना उन्हें पता ही नहीं भाई यहाँ पे बंदा है, फिर नहीं पड़ी है वो। ये भी काफी आसान खेल था
We could see them take some shots towards other teams in the zone, so actually I'm very happy with their performance. They were able to get some killer shots, man. There were some awesome shots coming on through there. And yeah, getting the win is finally going over to GOAT, but Yangon, GG.
Yeah, to be fair, it is really hard for Yangon Galacticos. You just had to fight with RRQ, and then you have to instantly finish the fight with RRQ and go for an exit on to go. I understand that getting that win was not possible, but you know what? A strong second place for Yangon. Again, the gap is so small that could put them really high on those rankings.
It is strong second place, and look at GOAT team, 25 points, RQ as well. A lot of the squads that actually needed the points, but Lace, I'm looking especially at one squad, and that squad is currently in 4. Damn right,
Team RRQ ने भी 14 points निकाले भाई।
showing up, and not only that, we got a chance to see Ray.
Wait a second, let me check once भाई। आप देख सकते हो GOAT ने 25 पॉइंट निकाले टोटल, RRQ ने 14 एंड YG ने 13, अल्फा 7 ने 13 ही निकाले हैं। नाइस, इनके एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स 9 थे। नाइस एलिमिनेशन अच्छे थे वैसे अल्फा 7 के, प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट काफी कम मिले उन्हें। ठीक है, बाकी तो 10-8 है। ठीक है, नाइस।
But you think that would be the downfall of them? No, Reaver the Beast has been unleashed and has come back to play today. He was able to drop 5 eliminations, holding off so many teams that there's actually, I wish I grabbed the clip for you, scaring away.
वो तो है ही सुमित भाई, वो तो दिल के
he
टुकड़े हैं
is
अपने।
pushing so much
Team
presence
India तो
onto
already
this
अंदर है, हम
team
तो
that
chill
their
मार
team
रहे
was
हैं
able to revive themselves, adapt. They cleared a very clear route for them to be able to sit on that northern side. And although, they ended up as a duo at that final against YG, did you see just how much aggression they were showing even as a duo in between a split hold of YG? Like, this is all we were asking for yesterday, and they've turned up today.
Oh my god.
Throw away that car once again. Just make sure we stop hitting Max, because everybody's been doing
See,
it
I
over
threw
and
it
over
down.
again.
Max, I got you.
But just talking about
ओवरऑल रैंकिंग्स की बात करें तो टॉप 6 टीम्स में आप देख सकते हो टियानबा, गॉड टीम, गोट टीम, फ्यूरिया, अल्फा 7, टीम RRQ एंड वुल्व्स ई स्पोर्ट्स। एंड पॉइंट्स भी आप देख सकते हो भाई, गोट के 57 हो चुके हैं, फ्यूरिया के 57 हो चुके हैं, अल्फा 55 पे है, RRQ 49 पे है, वुल्व्स 47 पे है। And
yeah, exactly. Talking about that.
So true, but this is where we've got to be really careful now, because it all comes down to the next couple of games.
अभी और 5 गेम्स है तो कुछ भी हो सकता है, बट आफ्टर फर्स्ट मैच ये स्टैट्स हमारे सामने आ रहा है भाई। बाकी 9 नंबर पे YG है एंड नॉन जिन ये है, ओके ठीक है। AGL है 40 पॉइंट के साथ, एंड सबसे लोएस्ट पे अभी फिलहाल TRH चल रही है 12 पॉइंट है भाई.
To actually, it could go either way here. These other teams are not going to be happy where they are. The points are so close. It's really anybody's game now.
That leaderboard is going to be shifting, okay? It's going to be shifting not only during the match, after the match, and everything in between. We don't know which
कभी भी points बदल सकते हैं, कभी भी कुछ भी हो सकता है ये.
But I do know that Go Team has been putting in the word. Maybe they've been listening to us. I know Killer Joe
share it with your friends भाई. अपना भी नाम इन्होंने लेना चाहिए भाई स्ट्रीम पे समझो.
Towards the end of the games.
As I said earlier, this is one of the best rotations we've seen so far this tournament from Go Team. So I'm going to hold you to hold my microphone.
I got some analysis to make right now.
Bring it over. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was having a little bit of a bad time. So I want you to look at these positions in particular. You see Go Team on the southern side. They've been there for like a decent amount of time here, just chilling on the outskirts. Northern circle, meaning they have two options: or they avoid the fight inside the city of Danqing, or they head to the eastern or western side. And there's a great opportunity that happens later on down the line here. As you can see, it's a big skirmish breaking out between Nongshim Red Force and the arena. And this is just ringing the bell. This is your opportunity right here, right now, Go Team, to send it. And the moment they see the fight starting up, they instantly go for this wide western rotation, which not only allows them to clear some teams onto the western side and
obviously
occupy that as their main playing spot for pretty much the rest of the game, but also avoiding all of the skirmish happening in the city itself.
It's literally a two-stone उसके बाद उन्होंने रोटेशन देखो ना कैसे मारा है भाई. लेफ्ट साइड से रोटेशन मारा, ऊपर रे एक बंदे को निपटा दिया, एक टीम ही खत्म हो गई वहां पे, एंड देन आगे जोन के अंदर.
And that's why Go Team, out of all of us, with the improvement that you've been able to do on that one, you get a chicken for that one. Hopefully you'll be able to keep on getting more, because right now we're going to be heading on to none other than game at number 2, baby.
Oh, absolutely. We're getting
Let's
ready.
start
Our teams,
game number 2 by.
I feel like they're feeling a bit like that plastic chicken right now, a little bit squeaky, because it is getting a little bit later in the day with every single match, one opportunity is stricken off your card. Match number 8, we're going back over towards Erangel this time, Blank.
For Go Team, obviously, it's very easy to put all those points. And Valve 7 on our screen, obviously I've been critical.
Yeah.
But I was, at the start of that last game, I was very pleased with their performance. I really, really was. There's just a tentativeness towards that last 10 minutes or last 5 minutes when they get to those stages of the game, where even then I could see Guiz out, setting himself up for that fight, that engagement versus Go Team, which might have been the winner. Creo gets picked up on the backside there because it's just not a full cohesive push. It's tough. It is tough. And I understand that last game was a lot of moving parts in that end game. But they did show, as Clara said, a lot of resilience in the early game. And we can't forget that.
Guys, gift भेजो फटाफट भूलो मत. मैं नहीं बता रहा तो भूलना नहीं है. Gift भेजो फटाफट.
Than anyone else.
चैट में आप समोसे, कचौरी, दाबेली कुछ भी भेज सकते हो मेरे को शायद से. तो वो चेक करो कहाँ है. भेजो भाई. पुष्पा भाई ने थोड़ी देर पहले भेजा था भाई.
Another team that I did want to talk about, I think. I have no doubt in my mind, though, the Fury's not going to pop off later today at some point. I think the Furies should be in that top 6. I think they belong in that top 6. From PMMI to now, they are looking for a big win at a major stage in the year. But we're heading into game 2 now with Erangel.
Let's go, guys. Game 2 chalu. Game 2 chalu.
From the top side of the map down towards Nova Repnoya.
A nice, even playing path here, Blank. Nothing too dramatic. Our circles have been pretty cruel, though. I think it's safe to say we were maybe a little bit of we were given a little bit of rest from it in that last rondo. Not super favorable for the team on the south, but it felt reasonable.
Randall match हो रही है, boys. Randall में हो रही है, second match of the day.
Irina out fairly early, near Alpha 7 there. Irina employing interesting strategy at the start of that last round.
2 नंबर पे फ्यूरिया है, 3 नंबर पे अल्फा 7 है, 4 नंबर पे 5 नंबर पे RRQ है, 6 नंबर पे
in a way that I don't think we've seen so much. It's definitely something that teams have thought about doing. It's something that we have seen happen, but it felt very much like a very specific game plan for Irina to be able to go for those hunt downs. And it was, I believe, it was Ulf and Alpha 7 who lost their solos.
Cool भाई.
It's been happening actually a lot more recently.
चलो सारी टीम्स उतर चुकी है, आप देख सकते हो. शूटिंग रेंज पे उतरी है ULA
or two
UL
teams
बाकी
who
WL
are just carelessly throwing over towards the same spot
शेल्टर
every
पे
single time.
फ्यूरिया
And
उतरी
team
है
will just wandering, get self free elimination,
आसपास से
and
उड़ती
practically
हुई है
ruin
जा रही
the
है भाई
hopes of another team, or at least make that rotation down very difficult like it was
गोट
for
वाले
the
राइट
case
गोट
on
वाले
Ulf.
मिलिट्री बेस जा रहे हैं भाई
So yeah, I do think that that is happening more. It's just the first time we've really seen a
Already
team
zone से
go
बाहर जा रहा है
after
भाई
multiple squads at the same time.
ठीक है नाइस
QZZ
फ्यूरिया जिस
currently
मैंशन
at
के पास उतर चुके हैं
4,470 damage done. Milu close
बाकी
behind
टॉप प्लेयर्स आप देख
3,900,
सकते
but
हो
the drop off between QZZ and Killer Joe in third
इज्जत
place.
सबको भाई
Kind of wild.
सबसे ज्यादा डैमेज इन्होंने दिया था
Which is pretty good. It's honestly.
पूरी मैच में
But QZZ has just been on a
A7 इस बार WWCD चाहिए यस गाइस अल्फा
over the
7
course of these.
चैट में बंदे बोल रहे हैं कि अल्फा 7 का विनर चिकन डिनर चाहिए भाई देखते हैं क्या अल्फा 7 ले पाती या फिर नहीं 4 नंबर पे चल रही है 55 पॉइंट से लेट्स गो
Towards Pachinki at the moment. Wolves scattered across Gatka fields.
श्योर भाई काफी सही सिचुएशन है
And you
पोचिन
could be
की में एकदम
scattering
शांतता है जीत यहाँ पे
Jutsu
उतरी
all
हुई
over the
है
place. With
64
the new
बंदे
Naruto
लाइव है
skin
16
set,
टीम्स
as well
अंदर है
as the Nine-Tailed
Game.
Fury orb. Make sure to draw that in game because goodness me, that's a gorgeous skin. One of the best.
ओह
ones
क्या बात है
actually
यूवी
I've
भाई
seen
कैसे
in
हो
quite
भाई
a while.
वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम बड़ी लाइक करो एंड फैला दो भाई समझ रहे हो तुम फैला दो भाई डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर पर सबको टैग करो सबको भेजो भाई
It's good stuff.
It is very cute as well.
नेक्स्ट मैप इरेंजल है शायद यस इरेंजल है भाई ये की तगड़ी फाइट होगी A7 एंड ये की तगड़ी फाइट होगी हालत तो रहा है बट बोल नहीं सकता भाई कुछ भी कभी भी हो
RQ on the
सकता
south
है
side
हालत
near
जो
that
फिलहाल
quarry
साउथ
area.
साइड पे जा रही है आप
No
जैसे तो
early
क्वेरी पे है
engagements. We're not seeing a hot drop in Pachinki anymore. It's just Geek on the inside there.
यार ट्रू यार इस गेम में कोई भी पोच इनके में नहीं है बस गेट उतरी है तो हॉट ड्रॉप तो मतलब हुआ ही नहीं भाई
Drawn to a close.
And that's what they're all playing for right there. We just saw on our screens the beautiful trophy here at the PMWC at EWC. And also get a nice little flyby of our wonderful stage. Banked on both sides by fans from around the world, which is great to see, honestly. It's really, really cool to have everyone here supporting the teams. The atmosphere has been fairly electric, and I might add, quite loud.
Oh yeah.
But I am happy, you know, there is some rambunctious support for the squads.
Absolutely. The drums of war beating heavy on the ears of our players. Well, hopefully not
लेट्स
actually.
गो अभी तो भाई
They
लूट
have
मारी
ear
चल रही है भाई
protection on,
बिल्कुल
so
भी
they should
मारा
be
मारी की
fine.
शुरुआत ही नहीं हुई आराम से सारे लूट रहे हैं आप देख सकते हो
And they will show their support.
नाइस
Efficaciously. Go
Okay,
team.
YG यहाँ पे हमें
moving
दिख रही
over
है।
towards what? Yeah,
वो
it's
अच्छा
true.
ऊपर भी जा रहे
It's
हैं बंदा
very
नाइस
effective.
Who likes the
दो बंदे यहाँ पे
dictionary for that
लूट
one?
रहे हैं
Efficacious.
शॉर्ट जो के पास
That was good. That was good.
नो
I think I
नो
can
नो
also
के
pull
पास
out the
एंड बाकी
dictionary
सारे
and
बंदे
start
ऊपर वाली
flipping
साइड पे
through
चले
them.
गए
Hey, you know, sometimes I just got to riffle through it.
Rifle.
And what I find would be elemosynary.
Oh, okay, wonderful. No clue
Wonderful.
what that means.
Neither. I'm pretty sure it
काफी
means
चिल
like
माहौल है बट
something.
कुछ ही मिनटों में
Alright,
में
fair,
आपको
you
यहाँ पे
skipped a
मौत
single
का
page,
तांडव
you've
देखने को
gone
मिल रहा है भाई सारी टीम्स
just 'cause
एक
you read
दूसरे
the
के ऊपर
dictionary,
चढ़ जाती
you
है
know
भाई
the
पूरे
definition.
आने के बाद स्मोक ग्रेनेड
I would hope
सब
you
कुछ
did.
डाल देते हैं भाई जो है वो डाल
You
देते
like the
हैं
picture book of dictionaries, just look at the
यूरिया का
words.
क्या चल रहा है यहाँ
Yeah, don't want to look at the definitions.
पे वहीं का क्या चल
Absolutely,
रहा है
yeah. A is for
गाड़ी
Alpha
फंस गई है शायद से
That's true.
अबे बस क्या
B is
सेड
for
भाई
Brazil.
B is for Brazil, C is for Carrillo.
गाड़ी फंसा दी भाई ओह माय गॉड
I-
एस फ्यूरिया के बंदे ने गाड़ी फंसा दी थी उन्होंने पूरी कोशिश करी निकालने की बट उनसे निकली नहीं ये भी गाड़ी पलट गई है भाई हेवी ड्राइवर से भाई दोनों
Roll
हंस रहा है भाई वो
down the
भी
hill, but they do get back to their tyres and will be on the road again. So coming
लेट्स
from
गो
that eastern side,
टॉप 1 पे जो टीम है वो
Zelba.
फिलहाल जा रही है आप देख सकते हो
from the northeast from Yasnaya, making their way into teams
North
looking to leave
east से वो जा
Pachinki, or
रही है
well,
भाई, आगे।
crowding around the
Very
edges
good,
of Pachinki
जोन
in
में
this
एंट्री
spot.
करके ऑलमोस्ट कोच इनकी के एज पे ये पहुंच जाएंगे भाई
But still,
माउंटेन क्रॉस करते ही
far afield from one
वो
another.
ये क्या चल रहा है
Teams are still a little bit in that
Loot,
looting
loot.
phase.
Yeah, it's a calm game.
अभी तक 8 भी
It's
बंदा
always
मरा
weird
नहीं है
coming
सारी
from
की सारी
Rondo
टीम
because it's from
लूट
minute
कर रही है
one you-
आराम से चिल गेम प्ले चल रहा है सबका
Bombarded by elimination after elimination.
देखते हैं भाई क्या
Plenty
वो
of
टॉप 1 पे आ पाएगी
ridiculous infighting
देखते हैं
towards some of
Fueling
these
चल रही है, very
POIs on the
nice.
map. But for Erangel, this is a pretty reasonable circle. Honestly, I don't think there's nothing too crazy about this whatsoever.
I feel like the first fight that might pop off is actually Alula on their crossing from the north side. Depending on where they go.
Alpha 7's arch nemesis.
Yeah, Alpha 7 are kind of in the way. But Alula could just go further east and try and push in on that side of things. And Alpha 7 are a little bit split right now, so it is
kind of dangerous if Alula go for a full crash on towards one of the positions on the north with Obscure, with Rebel.
भाई साहब अल्फा 7 ना भी पूरी स्कैटर्ड आउट है एंड अगर उनका अटैक हो जाए तो डिफिकल्ट हो सकता है भाई बाकी फ्यूरिया के बंदर तो फ्यूरिया के बंदे एक साथ चल रहे हैं स्कूल से ये निकले हैं एंड आगे वाली साइड पे जा रहे हैं
control over the compounds that sit underneath Everest, and you're
देखते हैं भाई कौन सा कंपाउंड पकड़ते हैं कहां फाइट होती है
much in towards the next circle
इस मैच की पहली फाइट अभी कुछ ही देर में चालू हो जाएगी भाई ये देख रहे हो रोमियो भाई फुल मचा रहा है
across the river. And Guizhou went for a slight push up over towards that north side as soon as Obscure was sending back that information that potentially was a team roaming on the northern edge, but he's going to back.
मेरे को अंदर से फीलिंग आ रही है 8 मिनट के अंदर कोई ना कोई फाइट शुरू
Everyone's quite well situated though.
लग रहा है देखते हैं लाइक करो
eastern side. Alula crosses
फाइट
over
करो भाई
the water.
I want to see fight bro come on start Alright, YG ने भी
pretty much this one comes down to zone 2. There's plenty of space for absolutely everyone here, so we can probably talk about some of our teams. Currently in this one, Yangon Galacticos getting a very free and easy rotate from that south side, but AGAL wasn't a horrendous game last time around, but they did fall over at some point. I think I'd like to see a step up from this squad towards the
I don't know.
first portion of the
high
day,
compound
right? First 3 matches, I'd like to see something good out of this squad, and that would indicate they could potentially be in that top 6.
I think so. I mean, certainly coming into the survival stage, if you had to pick AGAL or Tiamba to be in the first place position of this lobby, this is not the reality that you would have selected, given the performances that we saw back in those group stages. AGAL, they have fallen off, but not far enough to be outside of that opportunity zone. With GOAT team in second place on 57 points, that's 17 points ahead of AGAL in 12th, which means that they have a massive opportunity to be able to push on through to change the story here.
सबके 0 पॉइंट से भाई क्या कर रहे हो भाई आ जाओ भाई लड़ो भाई
teams in fact as the circle
zone
crunches in again, fairly chilled out circle.
Keeps that northern side a little bit in, but last team में भी ये last match में भी ये zone से बाहर थे देखते अब ये कहाँ से rotate करते हैं
themselves 2 and 2 to try and find the best way across.
अभी
I
थोड़ी
imagine they
teams
spotted Alpha 7 on that location. With Alpha 7 looking to regroup, Alula will be able to get through. It's interesting. It would be interesting to see if they try and go 2 and 2 and actually cross into different locations, because at that point they're committing to being completely split.
Alright, fight चालू हो चुकी है AGAL के बंदे I guess.
It's really hard, okay? It's really hard to play across Boatyard, wrap through the rolling hills on the south side of Boatyard and back to one another, which is why you're actually seeing them re-rotate to regroup over towards the western edge alongside with the rest of the team that's south of box.
Alright, firing चालू हो
AGAL
चुकी है
getting blasted right now as they push over towards ruins. This was a very desperate rotate. They're
at the front side
mildly successful, honestly,
side
off
में
the back
Alpha
of it.
7 है I guess.
They get into position, they play the bunkers, they play the sandbags.
Okay.
Not horrendous. Actually not horrendous. Flower H's vehicle is on its last legs, though.
They do have a blowtorch, so they can actually repair that one up. I think that's what you can hear in the background.
Legend Mike, yes, welcome to the stream, buddy.
Making sure that they are nice and healthy. Yeah, I feel like mild, maybe even up to medium successful.
Yeah, medium success.
Maybe
you're right.
Bit of piri-piri on that one.
Piri, yeah, exactly. It's spicy rotation. Could have been bad. I think a lot of people and teams were trying to figure out where they wanted to go.
लड़ाई करो यार, लड़ाई करो दोस्तों, क्या कर रहे हो?
Very clear decision in mind. A lot of teams don't push towards ruins too early either because they don't want to be on that slope.
push नहीं कर रहे अभी फिलहाल सारे रेडी हो रहे हैं भाई fully 6 ग्रेनेड लेके बैठा है भाई बंदे कह रहे कि एक बारी लड़ाई चालू हो जाए फिर रुकेंगे नहीं भाई साला.
Okay, maybe we can get sandbags off the back of this one.
Alright, YG and TN.
Too early. Fight potentially might have gone for that one. But Dopeness is on a weird 2-2 split over on the western side of Boatyard and then down towards the south by the roads. So they are likely not going to be able to regroup anytime soon.
I think it's a 3-1 coming on through. To me, that stinks of not moving quickly enough and responding to the circle, because you know what the other team around you
Kenji is
are going to be going for, right? He's on foot getting down there. Or is he? Maybe he's in a buggy. Not entirely sure. No, he is, yeah, just on his belly.
Get ready, boys.
Trying to survive, trying to not make any sound. As soon as Alula read that he's here, he's gone. He's out.
गोलियां ही नहीं चल रही है अभी
तक. They didn't hear him. He leapt off at just the right time.
डाल रहे बंदे, nice.
Sneaky beaky down to
Oh my God, वो
bottom here.
देख रहे हो?
Wait, maybe that was his vehicle.
भाई, is sleeping
we saw it
downside.
there.
वो
It
एंडली
is
लेके बैठा है,
hidden.
but
It
वो
is hidden
उसके लिए
away.
थोड़ी सी मुश्किल
We
हो सकती
are
है.
heading over
Zone यहाँ पे
towards
strength
ruins,
हो रहा
in
है.
fact. A lot of teams will have to
Literally
figure this one out.
second circle
AJL,
भी
medium
strength
success
हो
to
चुका है. अभी
medium
तक
success to
0 points
massive
पे है
success.
सारी team.
Honestly,
yeah,
really, really well done.
With that circle, they have got
Nice
themselves a really nice slice
Most
of it.
eliminations
Alpha
इन्होंने
7's
करा भाई last
compound
match
as
में.
well is
बढ़िया.
pretty huge, overlooking so much the fields to the south. They've got a lot of pressure to the east. Arena
All
may
right,
look to try and
Goat
crash
and
down upon them, but I don't think there's an
WOL
able to do
सामने
that
आए हैं
within
यहाँ
the
पे
next
पहला
maybe
Direnight
2 minutes, 3
and
minutes
तांडव शुरू
potentially.
हो चुका है भाई.
Goat team
Wall
into
ही
the
डाली रही है
scrap
एकदम
on the
सही
south
लोकेशन
side.
पे डाली है
They're trying
मेरे
to leave
हिसाब
past
से.
Gakka,
But वो बंदा
open
नहीं
across those fields for the
sorry,
Wolves.
my bad.
Are
Let's
dragging
go,
them
let's
down
go, let's
into
go.
a fight.
बंदे निकल रहे हैं भाई. Full
Wolves
on
actually in the
speed
top
से वो
6 right
भाग
now.
गया भाई.
Kind of
Goat
interesting.
वाला ने
Kind of
almost
interesting.
पकड़
They've
लेते
been
हैं
able to
भाई.
get some points on board, but Elementrix will fall now.
भाई वो oh shit, oh
Laptop
shit.
moved over towards that northern
Maybe
edge.
the-
They were split on the team quite fully
भाई
along
भाई
with
भाई
one
काफी
another.
तगड़ा स्प्रे मारा है. Oh my God.
Just
Goat
about
ने
able to get off into the distance, but
WAL
before
का
he
एक
does
बंदा
get
है.
knocked
आ
down,
दिया भाई.
I think for
भाई
Wolves
तांडव
right
शुरू
now,
हो
there's a
चुका है
bit of
भाई. अभी
a
आएगा
awkward
माता
push out, and they weren't really thinking, oh
Jack
my
trap
God, there's
है
going to be a
फिलहाल
lot of teams coming from that south side.
almost भाई 3-4
More
बंदे पड़
quickly
गए भाई.
shut down because of it. Ulf tries to go center. Ulf is not a team we expected to be in
ER ने
13th
अभी फिलहाल
here.
के
I
लिए
think this is a very big
elimination लिया है.
surprise for
NS ने
everyone.
एक elimination लिया है.
Currently
And
only
EGL
on
ने
2
दो
players.
eliminations लिए हैं. KRX ने
And
एक
we're
लिया भाई.
probably thinking that for the guys on Ulf, this is a hard achievement to make happen in the last 4 matches, because I don't think they're getting many points off the back of this game. They would have to shoot up the rankings if they want to make it to the top 6, and Ulf getting sent home today would be a massive deal.
Oh my God, Sanok में तो क्या ही हो रहा है.
I mean, it is a team that has had some ups and downs, I think it's safe to say, over the course of these group stages. Not quite able to make it all the way into the top 5. They were definitely in with a chance here. The lobby is close enough in terms of these overall scores right now, Blank, that they can still make it. It does require them to be pushing pretty hard and fast, though. For Ulf, it's likely they're going to need to see at least 5 points off this match to keep themselves in the running, moving into the latter half of the day. And to be fair, from their position on the north edge, that may well be doable as a duo. If Al-Ula don't commit to pushing out onto that angle, there's really not too many other teams that are going to threaten them. So it's a survival strategy for Ulf, and it may go quite well.
8 player पे dependent है वो.
To
अच्छा
get to
ये
this
भी ठीक
spot,
है.
that's why they've managed to shed all the
Alright, ये अभी
all the
फिलहाल आप
players that they had,
देख
but
सकते हो भाई.
it's a
काफी
tough
top
game for
position
them.
लेके
They
बैठा
do
है.
need to make the most of it.
Yeah, which is why it is a massive success for AJL
Nice.
on that rotate.
Oh,
Like करो
They
दोस्तों,
stopped
like करो,
early
like
enough. They didn't lose too many players. They brought things to repair the rotational devices with, aka cars, which is great. Great news for them. And they should have some success into the future too. We do move over towards that western side. Alpha 7, thrown a bone here. But I would argue that they set themselves up nicely in that early game.
Zone shrink हो रहा है almost.
Hoping this trend
TR के
continues.
बंदे भी
Honestly,
zone
I
के
think Alpha 7
बाहर है.
looks good
Fury
today. They do look good today.
2-3 बंदे भी
with
zone
that
के
pressure
बाहर
on the northern shore
NS तो
to
बहुत दूर है.
divert
Jeep भी
Al-Ula
बहुत दूर है.
away,
Goat के
remove
2
a lot of
बंदे
that.
अंदर है,
That's
2
what
बंदे
you're
बाहर
talking
है.
about, right,
जो
with
strategy
their
चल रही है for
ability to
sure
hold
इनकी.
that 2-2 split.
बाकी
I
Fury
liked
आगे
they
बंदे
did
तो यहाँ पे आप
regroup on the
rotation मार
northern
रहे हो, देख
side,
सकते हो.
so they weren't solo.
Zone से
Very
जाएंगे
quick to
एकदम कड़क से.
reassess the scenario as well and get back down towards this location. I genuinely believe that.
रड्डू भाई अरे भाई अपनी तो भाई टीम इंडिया दोनों को हम सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं दिल से. ड्रॉट लाइक एंड ओरन गोटान, बट उनके मैचेस भाई परसों है. अभी फिलहाल तो आई एम सपोर्टिंग अल्फा 7 एंड गोट भाई, क्योंकि गोट का नेम मुझे काफी गोट लग रहा है भाई. दैट्स द रीजन.
The newer players of the squad is the one to sort of drag the team along with him.
ये को जोन जाना पड़ेगा. यस हाइब्रिड वाले हेड को लगा लो. ओके भाई.
Wild rotate in.
ओह माय गॉड भाई तीन बंदे बैठे हैं. फ्यूरी का बंदा उन्होंने मार दिया भाई डायरेक्टली. 1v2 करने की कोशिश थी पूरी, बट शेड.
Nasty stuff coming through.
ऑलराइट यहाँ पे भी काफी इंटेंस फाइट हो सकती है.
Coach not looking too happy. Gonna have words with them after this
He
one,
can
I'm sure.
RRQ
Trying
का
to figure
बंदा
out the best path
eliminate
forwards.
हो चुका
GK,
है भाई.
they were put through the ringer in that
भाई
last
फ्यूरिया
match, but
पूरी
it looks like
एलिमिनेट
they're
होगी
going to
दोस्तों.
survive on
फ्यूरिया
their
पूरी
compound
एलिमिनेट
as
हो
well.
चुकी है. RRQ भी
As
पूरी
RRQ
एलिमिनेट हो
go
चुकी है.
down to them. Too
जो
much
top
damage
6
for them to
जो
bear.
अभी फिलहाल
Ragnarok
top 6
back
में
to his
टीम चल
feet.
रही थी,
The
उनमें से
res
2 टीम्स
comes
ऑलरेडी
on in.
एलिमिनेटेड है
Tiampa in the
भाई.
meantime getting torn apart by AGAL. There is an answer a
NS का
little
बंदा
bit, but
सामने
the
दिख
nades
रहा है
over the
उसे.
top just slowed things down. And they only have Milu left standing. And it needs another. Let's go for another one before. Why not?
Oh my
Great
God!
name from Maple, honestly. Very well done here. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to post these nades over inside the sandbags because there is a lot of terrain that stops you from fully committing those nades inwards.
Oh my God! इस पे भी अटैक हो रहा है.
Maybe getting a little bit aggressive here.
I guess Tian eliminate
Nail
हो
the top.
सकती है भाई.
Tries to finish out. QZZ does go far enough. Well done.
Grenade से उड़ा
Really
दिया.
good hold here from AGAL, leaving, like you say, Milu.
AGL ने काफी अच्छा stand लिया
alive
वहाँ
at the
पे.
end here.
For Tiamba, another
But मुझे इनकी location बड़ी risky लग रही है भाई.
potentially on the cards here with
क्योंकि
only the
already वहाँ
single
से
healing
7-2-1
found.
to SB आ
We
रही है
said
भाई.
before, it's probably still fairly safe for them right now, but they do need to pick up a couple points here and there, Blank. Yeah, it is unfortunate in this spot. Losing three of their players like that's not how you want to start. Dopeness on the south side against Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force playing with only 2 players in action, and Dopeness similarly losing one of their players as well.
Shared भाई.
As they left Kenji in the shadow of Alula, we saw him dropping down earlier on.
KK.
छुपाई gameplay चल रहा है यहाँ पे.
Next circle. He's closing now. We have a lot of Everest over towards that western side.
Oh my God, oh my God.
Trying to bank as much information as possible at the moment. Store that away.
I guess NS वाले बंदे को यहाँ से नहीं चलना
where
चाहिए
these
भाई.
teams will be playing, how they want to approach an end game. They have been very quiet so far. Very
Hyper वाले हाँ पहनता हूँ. ये तो जोन जाना पड़ेगा. हाँ यार वो तो है. और क्या चल रहा है? एकदम बढ़िया हेमंत भाई. बढ़िया. शुभम भाई कैसे वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम बड़ी. ये गोट मजे ले रहे हैं. यस यस यस. गोट तो लिटरली मजे ले रहा है भाई. जोन के बाहर से आते हैं, धप्पा देते हैं, बंदे मारते हैं डायरेक्ट ऊपर.
They were looking for here to keep themselves in the running. They'll need something bigger in the next few, and very, very quickly. As we turn our attention towards the teams now left in the circle. Geeke, they've been holding their nerve. They're up to 5 elims on this match now, Blank. They're doing well on the south side. They've rebuffed pushes there. They have the buildings to play around. Goat team on 6 elims as well, looking to come off the back of a strong rondo in towards Erangel.
गोट अभी फिलहाल जोन में जाना पड़ेगा क्योंकि जोन श्रिंक हो रहा है. बस 15 सेकंड बाकी है. एंड इन्हें जल्दी से जोन में एंटर जाना पड़ेगा. वैसे जोन मतलब सर्कल ज्यादा दूर नहीं है. They will rotate भाई. आराम से खेल रहा है भाई. 6 एलिमिनेशंस ऑलरेडी लेके बैठा है भाई. Oh my God, मुझे लग रहा है गोट नंबर 1 पे आ जाएगी भाई.
Alpha 7, they pulled off from that northern portion of the compound and fully situated themselves down towards the south here. Understand the teams are likely wrapped through fields, were in the compound down towards the southwest, which they are right, and that is GOAT team. So they're fully focusing a lot of their attention over towards Everest and their southwest. This is a good approach to the game from them. Geeke doing something very similar. Looking to hold out the teams that are on the southern edge. You just got Milu remaining down there.
Alpha 7's position
Goat
gets
and
so
Alpha
much
7 के बीच में अभी फिलहाल लड़ाई हो
when
सकती है.
Arena leave the top of Everest. For GOAT team, that is good news for the time being, but as soon as the Arena move, the rooftops become so dangerous against GOAT team. They're going to have to real think about how they want to go for this one. I feel like the Arena's starting to peel off those angles.
क्योंकि काफी ओपन है भाई यहाँ पे.
Again, they have had that information for quite some time now.
ये क्या चल रहा है भाई?
Force Hyunbin opens up over towards Killer Joe. That's a backstab coming through here, and we'll
पास में ये लेकिन ओपन में है. यस वही तो ओपन में है फिलहाल.
looking to swing by in the vehicle, get some information, but
जो सर्कल आया है काफी ओपन में है भाई. तो मतलब मुश्किल होने वाला है भाई for all the teams.
Away from GOAT, and GOAT turns their eye.
GOAT वालों ने बमबारी करना शुरू कर दिया भाई.
To shimmy back down towards that southeast side, realizing they got to get rid of this team.
Hyunbin causing problems there. Nongshim Red Force again, they're on 2 players alive. They're out of this current zone.
NS Pro zone में जाना पड़ेगा भाई. है वैसे जोन में बट फिर भी
openings is exactly
ओपन स्पेस है. अगर वो आगे जाते हैं ना पूरा ओपन है भाई.
Diminishing the power of
भाई
GOAT
गोट
team
वाले
across the
लिटरली.
way.
Oh my God.
You love to see it.
ग्रेनेड आ रहा है इसके ऊपर भी.
Hyunbin with another nade over the top. They're not quite connecting either way. Ootsman starts to get closer with that buggy. Gets the scouting done. Hyunbin putting damage down range, but does have to duck back as he gets clocked himself. Very, very low there. In the meantime, TC is fending off against Geeke, who won a third party. Hyunbin falls.
Yeah, Hyunbin going down here. Good nades coming through from GOAT team, but in comes the shots from the sidelines here. And
oh my God,
Rebel
Alpha 7 ने GOAT को
eliminate. Very well done. You have to capitalize on that, and this was the plan from the very start, John, for Alpha 7.
GOAT मुझे अभी थोड़ी सी मुश्किल में लग रही है.
Looking better and better as the day goes on here. Kiwoom DRX technically have sent the circle on this one, but they have been so lackluster throughout the tournament. It's hard to call them doing much going forward. They'll have to change our minds essentially as the day goes on. E-Arena finally pulled fully off of Everest here. They still have Mormon on the low ground. Milu 1v4 time? Question mark.
Oh my god.
ये connected as well. Milu with a chance here to go big again. The two players from GK not getting back on up. And he has got them on the run. They're trying to step into position to go for this res, but steps out, looks for it.
Finish करना चाहिए था, finish करना चाहिए था भाई सामने था. Oh nice.
Rounds left though. The DBS out of ammo, and there is no more left.
DBS को reload करने का टाइम आ जाता, नहीं तो उसने भाई बंदा मार दिया था भाई.
DK
crazy भाई crazy.
That's nuts. That is nuts. I mean, Milu is just disgusting.
Nice top 1 पे जो टीम चल रही है टियान वो eliminate हो चुकी है.
Goat team with 8 eliminations on this game despite everything.
भाई गोट ने 8 eliminations लिए भाई, सबसे ज्यादा लिए इस वाले मैच में. भाई गोट वाले खतरनाक खेल रहे हैं आज. मुझे लग रहा है एंड में ये #1 आ सकते हैं भाई.
It's over. And Force will be
Alpha 7 versus Goat चल रहा है. गोट का बंदा एलिमिनेट होने वाला है.
We'll see if Alpha 7 is able to pick up that point.
पे मोली डाली रही है right. Oh my god.
Into it. TZ holds his nerve. Gets across and now looks to heal. There's a lot of crates on this location, remember, because Milu was doing some dastardly deeds out in the open.
Zone pass में लेकिन open में.
Yeah, but I don't know if TZ is going to stop. In the meantime, AGAL, good shot. 7-2-1.
Okay,
looking
AGAL
to take the fight. AGAL with their maximum successful rotate earlier on. Looking to try and convert now into transition into this circle. Alpha 7. Oh, they've just lost a player on that northern side. Rebel went out too close to E-Arena and does get clipped.
I mean, it has to be the scout, though. I think that's fair. They're trying to gather information. Now the rest of the team knows that there's players on this north side. So annoying for AGAL, by the way, because Alula not for a second tried to check Kenji. So no one's known he's here for so long. He backs down towards AGAL, starts to move out, and he is completely scuppered their game plan.
NS is out of the match.
Changing the tempo on the lobby. Z-Arena look to try and isolate this northern side as well.
Everyone.
He's just going for it. Okay, Kenji, a demon on the descent there, leaving one player back. We thought it might have been a misplay, but blank. I think I still believe that, but he goes down. But a really solid performance from that angle. But Dopeness, 4 elims into a 6th place. I think that's more than they could have hoped for in that spot.
Another late entry for AJL though today. Getting further and further into these games, it's nice to see their name popping up towards these end points. Alula
Alpha 7 versus KRS चल रहा है and ULA भी बीच में आ चुके हैं. उन्होंने rush करा सकते हैं. Full on grenade पे grenade डाले जा रहे हैं भाई, आप देख सकते हो.
XEZ opens up towards Core, but it's Yasser over towards Flower H to get him down. This is going back and forth, but Maple comes through with the shotgun.
Alpha 7 जब 3 बंदे फिलहाल
in fantastic fashion. They've got to get quickly with those players back up on their feet. But E-Arena from the western side, they've got the license to eliminate right now. The spies coming through from on top of Everest. Telescope
अभी eliminate हो जाएगी. Force और AGL eliminate हो जाएगी. होगी.
He wounded DRX as well into the fight. XCZ with a chance to shut it all down though. Their chance to jump up the tables to get themselves off of the back foot here, but they are now on ice spotlight.
Oh my god,
burning.
मोने डाली है.
Bye. From up on high. Attacks one. The second done. Where did he go down from? Was that E-Arena? Schweppes moves on out after the rest of them.
मोले डाल के वो जल के almost निपट लिया था भाई. उसने भी इसे गोली मार के निपटा दिया भाई.
Like you say, goodness me, felt bad for him on that last DBS shot. Took him.
Alpha 7 मैच जीतेगी क्या लगता है?
But still a strong game for them.
15 points total.
Final teams. E-Arena came blasting out in their group with a huge game versus Alpha 7, who are slowly but surely regaining confidence in these
Alpha 7
matches.
confidence तो obviously gain कर रहा है भाई. 4 kills हो चुके हैं.
May be a difference maker here though, blank. For Alpha 7, they need all the sidelines they can get.
Alpha 7 just सामने है ये के. And I guess उन्होंने बंदा भी spot कर लिया भाई. Grenade डाला है काफी अच्छा वाला. बंदा है नहीं वहाँ पे.
Rolling around on the hillside, they're trying to get that information. But Mormon with that MG3, a major threat on the angle.
भाई कितना ओपन में है भाई कितना ओ माय गॉड ग्रेनेड
Obscure dodges that one.
Oh my god नेड ओ
MG3
अल्फा 7 राइट बंदा ये
straight on down on the hillside. Steps in, shot
अल्फा 7 थोड़ी सी दिक्कत में हो सकती है बट वेट अ मिनट
broadside on Tourniquet, but he manages
Obscure
to turn
ने
around the headland and stay alive. A 2v3 now.
Tourniquet backing off, comes back around the angle moment over the top side. He's flying through the air, might get out of the vehicle, but his eye on fire. Guido goes down to a rundown as he gets out the car, leaving just Carrillo in a 1v3.
दरवाजे तोड़े जा रहे हैं दोस्तों बस 5 बंदे जिंदा है 4 टीम से जोन के अंदर A7 KRS and AGAL A7 के 2 बंदे बाकी हैं उसमें से एक ऑलरेडी नॉकआउट हो चुका है ग्रेनेड काफी अच्छा डाला है
Might hit good, doesn't quite grab him though. Constantly repositioning.
मौली आई है
Another Molotov on the vehicle, forces him away from it.
मौली आई है
Just to
oh
step
my
into the firing line. And E-Arena from atop the Everest position, able to descend, control the northern side, and squeeze the life out of the lobby.
भाई ट्रॉफी जल्दी नहीं ले लिया चिरंजीवी भाई मैं तो लिटरली प्रोसेस ही नहीं कर पाया भाई
On every single team.
रिलैक्स वेट है भाई उन्हें कुछ फर्क ही नहीं पड़ रहा है विनर चिरंजीवी डिनर हुआ है ई अरीना लेगी चिरंजीवी यस भाई हिटमैन भाई का प्रेडिक्शन एकदम सही था ई अरीना ने ही चिकन लिया भाई
It's I understood the game plan from them. It felt like it wasn't haphazard from the squad, and even when Revo went down, I didn't really mind that all that much either. I was like, he's doing his job, he's scouting out for the team. Yes, he gets a little bit far, and potentially wasn't expecting the sight lines from E-Arena on the top side, but even if you do go down like that, at least you're passing back information. There's a northern squad there. So, for Alpha 7, another strong game. I think it is a top 6
तो अल्फा 7 एंड ईए के बीच में ना काफी तगड़ी लड़ाई हुई पहले लगा कि ईए अल्फा को एलिमिनेट कर देगी अल्फा ने भी काफी अच्छा कमबैक करा एट द मोमेंट
but they were a little bit more dynamic when they needed to be. Losing Revo may be something they can patch up, but it is improvement consistently, which is exactly what you need for a survival stage. So great news for them. And E-Arena able to do a lot of work to try and push themselves back into that conversation as well. Yeah, there have been questions about the consistency of this roster. Of course, Schwepp's the only player here to have that opportunity at the triple title of PMWC. He has been able to win it twice before. So to see him go home in the survival stage would be pretty galling,
तो समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई
Yeah, absolutely.
कंफ्यूज हो जाऊं मैं भाई सारे
Very good stuff so far though.
है भाई
AGAL looking fantastic. Today seems to be the day of getting back on form, but we'll be back on form very shortly after a very short while.
ये अरीना लेगी चिरनियस भाई ले लिया भाई क्रेजी था ये एंड उनके बीच में ऑब्वियसली फाइट हुई थी अल्फा 7 के एंड दोनों में से कोई तो लेने ही वाला था
Hi, Colaris here at PMWC for day 2 of Survival Stage. We haven't got to talk to Wolves at all throughout this tournament so far, so why on earth not do it here with Baton to talk about everything that's going to be going on so far from basically the group stage into the Survival Stage. So thank you for joining me here, Baton. I want to ask you about, obviously you guys got a second place with 11 eliminations on that last game yesterday, but so far, the chicken dinners, the wins have kind of eluded you. What's denying you those chicken dinners? I understand the tournament's very hard.
अपन लिख के रहे थे भाई तो सेकंड मैच जीती है ई अरीना
I mean, first of all, we're doing like a lot of individual mistakes now, and we're not far up to the end of the game. That's our main problem. We're trying to fix it, and I think if you will be far up every game, should be much easier.
तो पार
and
भाई
to get
कब
chicken
तक है
dinner
लाइव?
soon.
लाइव तो 8:40 तक है भाई। हमें शेड्यूल जो मिला है टोटल 6 मैचेस है, 2 मैचेस ऑलरेडी हो चुके हैं और आई गेस 4 मैचेस बाकी है जो 8:49 तक चलेंगे ऑलमोस्ट भाई। 4-5 घंटे का पूरा शेड्यूल है भाई। 4:30 to 8:40 प्रेडिक्टेड है एंड वही हो रहा भाई फॉर श्योर। A7 को मेरी नजर लगी, वही तो आशु भाई आपने बोला एंड वो हुआ। पता है क्या, मुझे लग रहा था अंदर से कि A7 जीत सकती है, मैंने कुछ बोला नहीं भाई। अतरो भाई क्या हाल है भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम मेरे भाई। लाइक करो गाइस, फैला दो भाई स्ट्रीम को फटाफट से, जल्दी से फैला दो भाई। जोन पास में है लेकिन ओपन में, हाँ वो ओपन में था भाई ऑब्वियसली। क्या लगता है एनएस कमबैक करेगी? लग तो नहीं रहा पीयूष भाई थोड़ी, मतलब मेरे को तो अभी तो फीलिंग नहीं आ रही।
This tournament, as I mentioned before, obviously, and you know as well, a
देखा
very
जाएगा
hard
भाई।
tournament overall. The best teams in the world. What's the
हेमंत
goal
भाई को
for
बहुत सारा
Wolves
प्यार।
here in this tournament?
Okay, for now it's obviously to just to qualify to the
सबको ही बहुत
final.
ज्यादा प्यार भाई।
But in the final, just to improve our
I have
game
trust
and
and
show our
evil
best.
eye on A7। अबे
Perfect. Thank you very much,
साले
Malcolm, for joining us here. This is day number 2 of the survival stage, and we're signing out
आशु
right
भाई
now.
को पकड़ो रे रोई दो। आशु भाई को ऐसा
Thank you,
पकड़ो
Colares, for that amazing
इधर तो ले
interview.
जाओ एंड
And
स्ट्रीम होने के बाद मेरे
Arena
पास आके
Max,
छोड़ो भाई,
we've
उन्हें घुमा के
finally
लाता हूं
seen
मैं।
them showing up here, even though they were just chilling for the longest time in Everest. But great movement out of that squad to come out with the
आशु
win.
भाई मुझे लग रहा है आशु भाई ने आज कुछ अलग
Well, I'll take it every day.
Yeah,
No, it's really good to
मैं मेरे शब्द उच्चार नहीं पा रहा हूं जो मैं बोलना चाहता हूं, बट ठीक है।
inside
हेलो
of
यूनियन
a
भाई,
wrangle
कैसे हो?
before ended
वेलकम
up
टू द
happening
स्ट्रीम।
there
बढ़िया,
at
आप
the
जैसे नए
ruins.
हो मेरे
But
चैनल
in
पे,
particular, what I
नए हो
loved
तो
is
you
they
can
were
subscribe
trying to get rid of threats before they become a major
बट
threat.
करना
This game
चाहिए
in particular,
ऑब्वियसली भाई,
and all
करना
out, they were
चाहिए भाई,
having major
पूरा
control of
सपोर्ट है
ruins. I
बट
think you might want to talk
मतलब
about them
अभी
later
जो
on, Nipchira.
नजर आता है,
But
मतलब अभी
they
आई
had
गेस उनका
really
एक ही
big
बंदा बाकी
control
था
of ruins, and I think
लास्ट मैच
Irina
में
understood
भाई।
that would be a
उनके अपन
big
स्टैंड इन
issue for
समझ
them
देखते
later
हैं,
on down
उसके
the
बाद
line.
थोड़ा
So
सा
they
क्रेडिट
they
करते
try
हैं,
and
ठीक
get rid
है?
of
थोड़ी देर में
Alula,
हमें
or maybe
स्टैंड
not
इन के बारे
straight
में
up
पता
eliminate
चल
them,
ही
but
जाएगा।
force them away from their position. Maybe they can actually end up getting the win. So I think Irina here, that was some top tier stuff, and I wish to see it just more consistently.
And Lace, one thing that we saw too is them gatekeeping Alpha 7 in a way, because Alpha 7 ended up being just in the house. Usually that's a team that likes to spread their wings a little bit more in that kind of position, but Arena wasn't allowing them to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really even disappointed with what they were trying
All
to do
right,
in
right,
that
rank
certain
इन साथ चुके
scenario.
आप देख सकते हो।
They were,
ई
down
अरीना
a
ने
player
17
compared to
पॉइंट्स
that.
लिए
So
टोटल,
them being able to sort of
AGAL ने
scout that
15 पॉइंट्स
position,
लिए, अल्फा
obviously,
7 ने
I
11
think
पॉइंट्स लिए।
when
ये
our
टीम्स
wonderful
भाई
IGL
ऑब्वियसली
got out of the
तो
vehicle probably
AGAL का पता
just a
नहीं,
bit
बट
too
अल्फा
early. I
7
think
एंड
that's
ई
when the
अरीना शायद टॉप
miscommunication
6 में
led them,
रहेंगे अभी
and
फिलहाल के
obviously
लिए।
he was not in a good
गोट ने
position
भाई
whilst
8 ही लिए हैं
E
पॉइंट्स
Arena
फिलहाल के
was
लिए।
still scouting in the vehicles. But look,
अलूला ने
it's a better
6 लिए हैं,
effort. Like we have to take
डोपीनेस
from
ने 6 लिए
yesterday
हैं,
to today.
6
They're
है,
getting in those
nice,
top fives.
And better
Back up
effort, we
this
saw
way.
that from KRX in this game as well. Not necessarily the final push,
यहाँ पे
KRX, but you know
काफी
what? You
तगड़ा
guys have been
intense situation
absolutely
होती है
awful so far. So I'm happy to see some great stuff from you guys.
इतना चुभने लगा हूँ सबको। अरे नहीं यार आशु भाई, बहुत सारा प्यार मेरा भाई, बट भाई पे ही बोलना बनता है।
Me, E Arena, I'm
अरे वो
very, very
ट्रांसलेशन
impressed
गलत
with
बोल
how
रहा
they
है आशु
played
भाई,
this,
गलत
waiting
नहीं
for
है। अच्छा, ट्रांसलेशन गलत बोल रहा है, ठीक है। ट्रांसलेशन तो मैंने वैसे बंद कर रखा था।
all the way around. I mean,
Oh
MG3
my
does
God, ये
help
देखा
match. We know
आपने
how
भाई, क्या
powerful that
बंदी
weapon
हुआ
can
भाई
be,
ग्रीन।
especially in the hands of a professional team
अबे यार
like
गाड़ी
this.
से ही उड़ा दिया
But
भाई। Oh my
A7
God।
had a lot of
ये मैंने नहीं
options.
देखा था भाई, गाड़ी से उड़ा दिया था भाई, लिटरली ब्रो।
Those options dwindled very, very quickly. So
ट्रांसलेशन ऑफ कैसे करते हैं, बहुत इरिटेटिंग नजर आया। अरे कौन सा देखना पड़ेगा, इतना चुभने लग रहा हूँ, बट करना चाहिए। अच्छा अच्छा मैं देखता हूँ, मेरी तरफ से हुआ है जो।
Get out of the car, start shooting, and then they get back in the car, start driving forward.
लाइक करो दोस्तों, जो भी बंदे नया है
Blanket's
स्ट्रीम पे
gonna
मजा आने वाला है।
heavily
मैच
enjoy that
नंबर
finishing
3 is
moment.
going to start in
What was
some time,
can you do that again?
and मैच नंबर 1 जीती है।
Damn, boy, you
गोट
made the
ने
whole camera shake and everything. But one
Arena
team that
ने
has been performing
देखते
really
हैं भाई,
well
अभी top
has
6
been
में
Go
कौन
Team.
रहता है
Go
भाई।
Team, they ended up with the win early on. We know
अभी
that they can
आपको पता ही
definitely
भाई
put up the
survival
numbers. I want to
जो
see
day है
Go
उसका
Team
last
between
and final
yesterday
है, तो
and
जो
today,
top
because
6 में
this squad
रहेंगे,
is different. Keep in
वही
mind, this
आगे
is
जाएंगे
total
भाई।
stats, and so far, Go
Okay,
Team,
good
we
team
know
का आप
those
देख सकते हो।
eliminations are going to be coming in. But Lace, one thing I'm looking at
Day
is
1
those
के 25
placement
point,
points
day 2
already
के 15 points.
double,
Damn
and
it.
some the placement points of yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they're really thinking this
कल
through.
भी
Even if we,
उनका
come
performance
out of
काफी
that
अच्छा
match
था भाई।
and their rotation from military base, and like I do want to kind of
आज
add in
placement point देखो
RRQ
भाई,
just into this
10
mix
10 10
because they had every opportunity to be able to gatekeep on military
Goat
bridge.
का
They
day 1
didn't
and day 2 का
decided to
performance
rotate, but
ठीक-ठाक
their
अच्छा लग रहा
power
है
in
भाई।
holding a position is unfortunately not the best. But but that's what GOAT can realize. They moved through that sort of western side. They were able to position themselves well. Nice split hold, which we see from them so often. They have that dominance power. So this is exactly why we're seeing them collectively get these good positions and these eliminations. So, I mean, it's incredible work from them, and I do believe that they're going to maintain that top 6. I believe it because of the way that they've been playing throughout yesterday and today. It's amazing.
No, it really is. I'm really enjoying how they're
the
playing.
Greatest of all time.
It is. It really is. But I really enjoy the zone control that they're trying to keep going forward game after game. It's a nice bit of consistency that we're seeing. EA as well, not to go back to them, but they had a really nice push down off the mountain. They were able to
live
sweep
chat
behind
translation मैंने बंद कर दिया, don't worry.
Alula. Yes, hello, A7 as well. You know, second place, okay, that's good, that's good. But no, but for me, Alula was really nice the way that they split around to surround Ulf when they pushed out the spread across that zone. They did actually try to push up to EA as well, which I did notice, but I think just that terrain was just not going to be really happening there. But for me, Alula, except for the final crash where they just disintegrated in 0.5 seconds, apart from that, really good game. I like it. I like it.
Nice, Alula. One team that I know you were keeping an eye on as well, Max, is none other than Tiamba, because Tiamba, what was it that you were looking at? Tell me a little bit more.
Not a great push, unfortunately, on their Chinese brethren of all gamers.
Yes,
and actually, I believe
game
the replay might be coming up in just a few seconds here. Actually, it's going to be this one. But the thing is about Tiamba, this is, I think, the idea of pushing onto all gamers is great.
They tried, pushed around on it, but
traffic is, if you want to push in this area, you have to commit. You need to send it and eliminate the opposition, which is going to be all gamers in this case. Because everyone got wrecked literally upon entry in this area. It's just a nade funnel at that point. And then eventually gamers may point flickers like, wait, we got massive advantage here, we're just going to wrap it up. End up getting all of those flushes.
8 बंदा लिटरली छुप के बैठा था, वो एक ही जिंदा था एंड वो मार रहा था भाई बंदे, फिर भी भाई 3-4 किल अकेले ने लिए थे उस
finals. In the finals, I would say this is a massive fumble, maybe that could cost them the tournament. So Tiamba, position like this, you can't play too passive. You need to commit if you want to come out on top. Especially when you have
PAL wanting to be even more aggressive, wanting to make that push, because they also need the points. This is a team that hasn't really been performing well. Let's take a look at how the standings are currently looking. Tiamba still in first place, but Alpha 7 making that push now to second place. Go team, due to those amazing eliminations that they were able to get in that last game. They maintained themselves there within the top 3. And we're going to start seeing a bit of a gap here between some of the points too, Max, as Furia goes all the way down to 5th.
Yeah, it's been looking a little bit tough, unfortunately. I'm not seeing anything from Silence and Ayala, which is quite unfortunate. We know those guys are very good.
ट्रांसलेशन बंद हुआ कि मुझे कमेंट्स में बताओ, मैंने अभी बंद करा है, ट्रांसलेशन बंद हुआ या फिर नहीं, मुझे कमेंट्स में बताओ भाई ब्रो। अभी 4 गेम बाकी है, कुछ भी नहीं कह सकते। हाँ वो तो है भाई, ऑब्वियसली भाई हर 8 गेम में कोई ना कोई ऊपर नीचे हो रहा है भाई। Tian Babas ऊपर है, बाकी सारे ऊपर नीचे हो रहे हैं।
One that I know either. It's not the one that anybody knows. Quite frankly, it's not the one we saw in the group stage. Yes, they kind of slowed down in some of the group stage games, but it's not the same. It's not the same at all. I don't know what's happening. We've gone from, players of, the old Fireflux, right? We had players of old Fireflux being, with Ketch as the IGL, and they're making such a massive comeback, and then all of a sudden they get here, and they just fizzle out, and I'm so confused because this is a team that has incredible firepower, right? They are so good at that aggressive play, and we're just not seeing anything. Well, exactly. I mean, how do you go from old Fireflux, a lot of those players being on old Fireflux with that reputation, coming over here, continuing that reputation, and then doing nothing now?
मुझे नहीं पता था यार, वो already on था भाई। मुझे पहले पता होता तो मैं पहले बंद कर देता। टफ फाइट तो है भाई, टफ फाइट तो होनी चाहिए दोस्तों, तभी तो मजा आएगा।
7 fans get a little bit high because the team is finally performing. We're seeing something different from this squad. So let's go off of 7. Let's send it over to none other than the men with high energy, Hot Dukes and Kalaris.
Yes, all right. We've got a few teams to talk about before we actually kind of get things into the next game. I got Hot Jukes here with me for everything. And we got a few teams, such as E-Arena, getting themselves a win when they hit those big highs. They hit it really hard. Here from Everest was a great position to stage this from. Good information from there, not only a great staging point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you said biggest highs, right, they've had like the biggest in a past Rondo, right? But still couldn't make it into the finals then. But they're here now. They get the chicken dinner. 17 points was critical, right? So it's good to finally see them make something happen. Even though it is on the last day, we still got 4 matches left to go. It's a great start.
What's particularly impressive is holding Alpha 7 in that compound to then
ready.
swing around.
Are you guys ready for match 3?
भाई?
Super excited हूँ, देखते भाई मैच 3 में कौन आ जाता है भाई। अभी तक के हिसाब से टियान बस 1 पे चल रही है, बाकी सारों के पोजीशंस चेंज हो रहा है भाई, लिटरली चेंज हो रहा है भाई। तो कुछ नहीं बोल सकते हैं भाई, अभी 4 मैचेस और होने हैं, अभी तीसरी मैच स्टार्ट हो जाएगी, फिर थोड़ा बहुत हमें पता चलेगा जब अपन 5वीं मैच तक पहुंचेंगे, तभी कुछ अंदाजा लग सकता है भाई.
Side AGAL, who of course is in the running for club championship points, in the running to try and get themselves a strong solidified position in that top 6 as well. What did you think of them?
AGAL needs top 6. They need to see this team make it to the finals. It was so brutal watching it at the last second. XCC with the DBS, I thought he had it. He hit the headshot, but wasn't able to get the finish, but still 11 eliminations, so they ended up getting 15 points based on that. A solid performance, but at the end of the day, this is still a close one.
I like their pandas. Do you think they've got the blessing of the panda?
The pandas are looking out to the audience right now. They're looking into the distance. They can see the future, and you know what? The future is bright for AGAL.
All right, well, the pandas are going to be staring down the casters here to get things rolling, so let's get another game going here for PMWC.
Let's roll.
All right, looking like a little magician with the flourish there. Emphasis on the little. He's a short man. Thank you very much down on the stage. You have to get your
small man with a big voice.
Yeah, I'm quite tall. I don't know what you're talking about. Please, leave me alone. Oh dear, that was my imitation of a couple of our other teams, certainly in Rondo over in Tanchik. Please, leave me alone.
I don't want to fight. I want like some placements, please.
Yeah, just
if possible.
Let me live. Let me live, please.
Yeah.
Go team were like,
no. Furia don't look too happy. The body language is looking a little bit rough. We got Yangon Galactica stats here. Sub 1,000 damage average per game. I mean, it's not like they're doing nothing. I think Yangon Galacticos have been putting up a good fight. Again, for sort of an unknown from last year to a very well known. I don't think they're doing terribly right now at PMWC whatsoever, but they would like to get to the finals at least. They got to get on the bike now, though, 100%.
Absolutely. Definitely something you need to try and step up towards. We said it would be a little bit of a shame if the defending champions weren't there in the finals, but if you're not good enough, doesn't matter what you've done before, you need to do it now. You need to get stuck in. And we're going over Erangel, the plane path. Heavy south lean on it again. That's Sosnovka military base over towards the bunker. It is pretty nasty, isolating positions up on the northwest. And I feel like the team I'm thinking about when I think they're Alpha 7. Over in North George. Where are they going to go?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think Alpha 7 should have a secondary here. We'll see exactly which one it is. Maybe eastern side potentially.
All right. Rankings आप फिलहाल देख सकते हो. Overall ranking में TR number 1 पे, A7 number 2 पे, Goat है on number 3. ये है on number 4 जो last match में चिरन डिनर ले चुके हैं. Nice and Furia.
Like I said, the body language looks a little.
बाकी टॉप प्लेयर्स देख सकते हो भाई. लास्ट मैच किया.
See a bit more energy. They might need a bit of a pep talk between.
बाकी अभी फिलहाल आपको पता है भाई सर्वाइवल स्टेज डे 2 चल रहा है, यानी कि द फाइनल डे जहाँ पे 16 टीम्स कॉम्पीट कर रही है. कल उनके मैचेस हुए हैं, आज भी मैचेस हो रहे हैं, एंड उसमें से जो टॉप 6 पे रहेंगे वो रहेंगे. एंड आज भाई 10 टीम्स एलिमिनेट होने वाली है, तो 10 कीज क्रश भी होने वाली है. काफी खतरनाक सीन होने वाला है. गेट रेडी बॉयज.
of players there around where the wolves are. Geek are underneath that. The northern point of RRQ could potentially be a danger zone and everybody out.
मजा है ना. आपको क्या लगता है कौन सी 10 टीम्स एलिमिनेट हो जाएगी या फिर कौन सी 6 टीम्स चली जाएगी? चैट में मुझे जैसे जैसे लग रहा है वैसे वैसे बताते रहना धीरे धीरे, ठीक है? काफी इंटरेस्टिंग मैचेस चल रहे हैं. लास्ट वाली मैच यार ज्यादा फाइट इंटेंस ज्यादा हुई नहीं भाई, फटाफट ये हो गया. उससे पहली वाली जो थी वो काफी इंटेंस हुई थी भाई.
Yeah, they did this quite frequently, so they are going east side.
भाई आप देख सकते हो ये ULA फिलहाल तो
AGAL down towards
जोन के बाहर उतरे. गोट हमेशा से मिलिट्री बेस ही जाता है भाई. लास्ट मैच में भी मैंने देखा गोट मिलिट्री बेस पे ही रहे थे. YG भी उसके पास ही नोवो पे उतरते, वो भी वहां पर ही थे आई गेस लास्ट मैच पे. आई एम नॉट श्योर बट थे भाई. बाकी सारे जोन में है. बाकी पोचिन की स्कूल हॉट ड्रॉप नहीं हो रहा भाई, इसमें मजा आता भाई. बट ऑब्वियसली उन्हें भी भाई सेव खेलना है. Final day.
Need like a second place or a high elim game, top 3, or a chicken dinner. If not, it's going to be a very hard end of the day. They're currently 14th place. You know it's bad when Kiwoom DRX is actually catching up to you. That's a problem. They've had a really rough time of it.
Yeah, they are currently 17 points behind that bubble in 6th place. So there is a real gap for them to close. But all could do it. They definitely could. I mean, they're slap bang in the center of this circle. They've got a lot of time to play around with. Hopefully they can find something here. As you said, it's what they would need.
And for top 6, it's actually very kind. It's so kind that match 6 is probably going to be comical again, where teams are going in and out from that top 6 over and over again. So we finally settle on the Chosen. Yeah, it's getting very, very tight-knit on the leaderboards. You want to get a tight-knit grouping on your spray.
Okay. How do you do that?
You've got to make sure you have the Ninetales Fury Orc skin from in-game. Make sure you also pick up the Naruto set. There it is.
Okay.
Teasers from.
बाकी गाइस मैं आपको बता दूं, आप मुझे जेवल्स भेज सकते हो भाई, जो अभी फिलहाल अवेलेबल हो चुकी है अपने चैनल पे। तो जेवल्स भेजो भाई, समोसा, बहुत सारी चीजें भेजो भाई तुम्हारे भाई को। क्या कर रहे हो?
That is really sad, actually.
Well, you win some, you lose some.
You do. But you can certainly win some lovely skins from the current Naruto event, because it is fantastic. I think it is specifically Shippuden as well.
I'm sure that means something. I'll have to get.
That's right, John.
I'll have to get Maxman on that one.
That's correct.
Generally, the things you say tend to
ओम
have
प्रसाद
meaning.
कैसे हो भाई?
So
वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। बड़ी लाइक करो स्ट्रीम को, अगर आप नए हो चैनल पसंद आया कंटेंट पसंद है तो सब्सक्राइब कर देना। बाकी तुम्हारा भाई तो फिलहाल अभी वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है। गाइस जो भी बंदे हैं जेवल्स भेजो भाई, फटाफट समोसे भेजो भाई मेरे को।
And again, I really.
बाकी ये के बंदे अभी भी लूट चालू भी नहीं हुई है। इतना स्लो क्यों है भाई?
You guys couldn't see it, but he literally bounced when he said
I did, yeah.
I'm so glad.
We've had everything.
बाकी टॉप 6 टीम तो आपके आंखों के सामने है भाई। टियान, A7 कोड, ये फ्यूरिया, AJL।
Oh yeah.
एंड बाकी सब अब भाई अभी चांसेस है जीप ऊपर आ सकती है, RRQ ऊपर आ सकती है, NSG कम मैच कर सकती है भाई। वैसे बोला जाए तो कोई भी कम मैच कर सकता है, काफी तगड़ा परफॉर्मेंस रहा, काफी तगड़े बंदे उन्होंने दिखाए, बट हाई चांसेस है कि जीप आए भाई।
There's really no one breaking out
NS का
that
भी
wide.
कमबैक हो सकता है भाई, नजदीक है। कोई तो चैट में बोल रहा था NS का कमबैक हो सकता है, क्या मुझे पॉइंट्स देख के तो लग रहा है हो सकता है भाई। बाकी तो उनके परफॉर्मेंस पे डिपेंड करता है
The
ऑब्वियसली।
question is direction. Do they regroup over towards Saverny or to the west side by Georgia Paul? As Ulf mount up as well. And as we said before, they need to light a bit of a firecracker underneath themselves.
That they do, John. Right now, it is a bit of a struggle bus for Ulf.
अच्छा वो कैसे होता है मुझे खुद पता नहीं है मन भाई, मुझे अभी थोड़ी देर पहले पता चला स्ट्रीम चालू होने से पहले। जरा वो इधर उधर से देख के मुझे बताना क्या सीन है वो।
Team that is in front of them at the moment.
I guess वो फ्री हैंड, मतलब कुछ तो ऐसा सीन है, जरा देख के बताओ मोबाइल से मेरे को।
Points in 9. I mean, honestly,
अभी ना पुष्पा भाई मिल्ली भाई उन 2-3 लोगों ने भेजे भाई, बहुत भेजे, 15 भेजे भाई।
not a major jump of 12 points to get over towards 5th place. And then it's 10 points to jump over to tie with 6th. This is all over the place right now. A lot of teams want to stay in. For AGAL, they have had a good day so far. I think if they want to solidify a little bit.
ये थर्ड मैच ऑफ द डे दोस्तों, और 3 ही बस मैचेस बाकी है। 8:40 तक मैचेस, ऑलमोस्ट 9 बजे तक फिनिश हो जाएंगे भाई। भाई गाड़ी अंदर डाल दी, नाइस भाई।
8 more points roughly to get towards that 9th point area, and then they'll be in much better stead.
गाड़ी की पार्किंग चल रही है, नाइस।
Again,
Dian के बंदे भी
I am talking sort of very big unlikelies right now.
Okay, wait,
they have been a little bit slow today. I think they started at 75 points, and over the last 2 matches, they've been able to garner 7.
Yeah, not been as much as they would need, and what we are also looking at now is confirmation games from 2nd to 4th, right? If you get Alpha 7, Goat Team or E-Arena with a good game, they jump up over that 80-point boundary, all of a sudden, they're also going to be an uncatchable target, which just shrinks down the number of teams that can start to play in that flux zone in the middle of those tables. So that is also what we're going to be looking out for those top teams to push themselves over that
क्या
final
लगता है इस मैच में कौन टॉप पे आएगा?
As you said, a little bit
टीएन तो मुझे नहीं लगता इतनी आसानी से हिलेगी भाई। But आप जो टॉप 5 बाकी टीम्स लगी है ना, उसमें से बताओ मैं।
Sticky scenarios, I think it's safe to say, but still, yeah, we want to see a little bit more.
Yeah, they learned a new trick yesterday.
कहाँ फायरिंग चल रही है भाई? ओह RRQ ये बंदे
when you try and replicate one of those card tricks you learned when you were like 14 and it goes horribly wrong. And then everyone looks at you and laugh.
But वो smooth डाल के नहीं चल सकता.
I forgot my cards. You're in the middle of the trick and you're like, wait a minute.
Rush कर रही है शायद से.
Oh, well, I mean that's a really bad
भाई
thing. Oh wait.
गरम हो गया भाई एकदम
Just
खतरनाक
imagine
rush
it.
करने जा रही है
We're
तुरंत
doing
ही.
it. Pick a card in your mind. Now pretend you've got the extra space. Was that your card?
गुस्सा है यार आरक्यू भाई.
Yeah, we're heading over towards Dip right now. And mini Dip. Furia taking up location there. We're still waiting for Zone 2 to pop around. And slightly slower game so far here. Just with the fact that we've had 2 games so far where the circles have not been egregious. This plane path was pretty bad. It was pretty bad for getting everyone across the map, but the circle was very kind on the direction that it went. It does mean that we pack a lot of teams in very early towards the center because they were so close to rotate. Irina was one of the few teams that actually sent very wide earlier on.
number 1, Alpha 7, number 2, Goat, number 3.
On this one. They could even go further over towards the east side if they'd like. Play off the bridge side.
Furia, Patch and AJL, number 6.
But man, there's a lot of teams on the south side right now that do need to move further towards the north. There's a lot of traffic jams going on, a lot of honking of the horns to try and get on through. Siamba has a free approach though, free cut up towards that north side of the map.
Big access. Wolf as well were fairly proximate to the apartment buildings near school, so they should be able to take control maybe of some of the hills to the south, generally a fairly solid position, or maybe even sending into those apartment blocks themselves as well. Furia.
Third match चल रहा है फिलहाल and देख रहे हम मजा चल रहा है मजा आ रहा है.
Kind of fine in this zone. They're probably happy to watch AGAL and 721GS get into a little tussle off in the distance as we hop on board with that.
AGAL losing 2 players, 3 in fact, in quick succession. Liu there, the only player able to clap back, and it's looking very bad right now for AGAL. They are trying to maintain presence. The players are starting to surround them. They've had 2 good games back-to-back, and I think for Liu it might be just the situation of leaving, regrouping here with Flower Hage, playing on as 2 going forward.
What a nasty turnaround there, getting stuck in a fight with 721GS, who are in 15th place. When you're on that 6th place bubble right now, playing as 2 is far from favorable. When you may have been able to control such an important central position. Goodness me, what a way to lose that sort of spot. Now Fury are close by Tianba. All will have heard this fight unfold. And they'll be aware of what they could be able to achieve. They'll have counted the player numbers going down. Well, no, AGAL are starting to flag. Great news for teams like Geekay, for Nongshim Red Force and RRQ to look to push past them as well.
Yeah, for Nongshim Red Force, looking a little bit better here, moving over towards that northern side of Potato Hill, looking to regroup on this one. Both played over towards apartments, but not quite, actually. They have 1 player inside on the south side, that's Eren, and they're trying to secure a location outside. They don't want to fully commit to apartments just yet. We get this nice replay. It just was absolutely hectic. Luckily, Liu here is able to get some good damage off, try and salvage the situation, but he knows better than anyone that it is better to try and get himself a top 6 at least as a 2-man than trying to just live out through that. There's been plenty of times where AGAL has made this mistake, where they are so adamant on getting all 4 players back up again. I want to see more of this from AGAL, just playing on as 2, just trying to see what you can salvage from the match.
Those single-digit point games often are pretty make or break. I mean, we do focus a lot on the big point scoring games, but if you're able, and I've said this so many times, if you're able across all 12 of these matches to get 1 point more per match, you're getting 12 extra points there.
अभी आप देख सकते हो भाई 7-2 GS के 2 points है, NS को 1 point मिला है, AGL को 8 point मिला है, पर 2 eliminations हो चुके हैं भाई, तो थोड़ा सा दिक्कत है उनके लिए. 7-2 GS को 2 points मिले हैं भाई, बाकी सब 0 पे फिलहाल के लिए.
Okay, so it looks like actually PEL is coming to play here over towards this eastern side. Both Chinese teams and Tianba as well as AGAL instantaneously sent for
Like karo
apartments.
stream
I
ko,
think it's the
subscribe
correct
if you are
send
new.
too. A lot of
All
teams
right,
likely
school पे
haven't
बहुत दिनों बाद
decided on
hot
fully
drop का
committing towards
situation
this
हो चुका है.
location. For
चार
Siamba, this is
teams
more
है
of
यहाँ
a
पे भाई.
gamble. For
Ian है,
AJL, it's a
EGL है,
necessity, right? They
RRQ है,
have to send here and find a
and DNE है
location
भाई.
that
DNE में से
teams
थोड़ा
aren't
दूर है,
going to
but
be
ठीक
willing
है.
to sweep
यहाँ पे
through
कुछ
because there
intense
are so
situation
many of the
definitely हो
squads
सकती है
in
भाई.
this
मजा
area,
आएगा.
and like
ये
you
के
will
चारों
be
बंदे
towards
एकदम
the end game,
splitted
taking
out है,
shots at
दो
one another. This
left
is an
side
area
पे, दो
that
right side
AJL
पे.
can
And
potentially
उन्होंने भी I guess
secure
Tian को
a
for
high
sure
placement off the back of maybe not
spot
a high
कर लिया होगा.
elimination,
बाकी
maybe
Tian के
it's still a
सामने ही
couple of
AJL
events here
rate
and
बनता है.
there. But yeah, I think that was a good maneuver
बाकी Tian तो
from
आपको पता है भाई
AJL.
ऑलरेडी टॉप पे चल रही है भाई. मतलब डे 2 स्टार्टिंग से तो वो टॉप पे ही है भाई फिलहाल के लिए. ओके, पीछे से DNE टीम है.
The arena over in the school as well.
The arena.
Look at you post out on the top there. Try and
nice.
control over the surrounding fields, the open
RRQ के
areas.
दो ही बंदे
North
बाकी हैं
side,
भाई.
you've got Alola and Alpha 7, who are opposing ends of Rozhok.
19 days और फिर YT पर तबाही जाएगी. ओके, फन भाई.
Behind them on their south,
क्या
Goat
प्लान है
team
आपका?
out on the east side of Pachinki, as well as Wolves up to the north.
कोचिंकी के
It's
ईस्ट साइड
fairly
पे क्या चल
packed
रहा
in
है?
here, so I feel
जोन
like
के
for
बाहर से
Yangon,
रोटेशन मारा
they
जा रहा
may
है.
just have to crash into a fight. Maybe they could
अरे,
find
अरे,
an
अरे.
outpost from Alola, and that could be a really good opener here if they're able to find R3B all on his own.
This is multiple times so far that the Yangon Galacticos and Alula have found themselves very close to one another on the map. But I will say this, is that anytime that's happened,
Would
both
be-
Alula
oh my
as
God.
well as Yangon
KRX
tend to
versus
avoid one
WL
another.
हो रहा है यहाँ पे. KRX
Getting taken down. Baton
KRX
doing some
take down
very
उसके
good
भाई,
work
shared
here,
भाई.
in fact, and Finny might just send away on this one.
nice.
KRX
दोनों
getting
बंदे निपट चुके हैं भाई.
absolutely decimated in the face of the Wolves.
KRX से बस एक ही बंदा भी जिंदा है जो बच गया. फुल स्पीड में जा रहा है भाई.
Getting
आप देख सकते
shredded
हो.
as they try and make the cross. I
And
think
hero
RRQ
elimination
now
train
down
क्या
to
भाई?
a solo over in the apartments as they try
भाई
to
16 नंबर पे
dart
चल रही है
across
भाई.
the
इनका
fields
तो
to the south
difficulty
of
है भाई
school.
कम्बैट करना
Not
में.
going to work out.
उन्हें हर
As you
एक मैच
were
में अच्छा
highlighting
चलना
there
पड़ेगा
as
भाई.
well, Q1
फिर भी
KRX
डिफरेंट है.
tried to
Alright,
crash
NS
past the
versus
Wolves
Boot
and
हो
there
रहा है
was
शायद से.
no quarter given.
भाई NS
Three of
के
them
भी
taken down. In
कम्बैट
the
के लिए
meantime,
काफी बंदे
Goat
बैठे हैं
and
भाई.
Nongshim Red Force clashing on the north side.
मुझे लग रहा है यस फन टाइम भाई. मैंने
Hovercraft
शॉट
to
डाला है उस पे भाई. मुझे भी पर्सनली वैसे ही लग रहा है.
Moxie with a nade cooking. Pin pulled for XZY as well. Back in towards that hovercraft.
नाइस.
to
गोट
protect
वर्सेस
himself
NS चल रहा है.
nicely
फुल
from
ऑन
it.
ग्रेनेड डाला जा रहा
A lot of cover.
है. NS का बंदा
A lot of security
Grenade
found,
से बच-
and away
oh
he
my
goes.
God,
Goat
nades
team
डाल रहा है भाई,
not able
full
to
on.
extract anything so far.
We'll just go for the lob there for Ulf. This is looking like that game, and they are
NS वर्सेस गोट हो रहा है. NS
hella
वर्सेस गोट हो रहा है
happy
भाई.
that they maintain control down towards that southern side and didn't fully commit towards the apartments
NS
there.
के
It was a risk.
चारों
It was
बंदे
definitely
जिंदा.
a risk where they couldn't fully control apartments and more teams poured in, but this means
गोट
now
मुझे
they
लग रहा है
have
इन पे
this southern
तो
side to
रश
play.
नहीं
Really
करेंगे.
like
नहीं
this
करेंगे.
from
वो
Ulf.
शायद से
Again, just
रोटेशन
trying to
मार रहे हैं
confirm
भाई.
as much area as possible because they know they need a good game and they need
NS ने
one
काफी अच्छा
soon.
लोकेशन लेके बैठे हैं
This
भाई.
is their biggest chance
Oh my
though,
God.
so far. We want to see a
अगर इसने
strong
गाड़ी
match
फूक
coming
किया है
out
जैसा
from
already.
Ulf. Right now, my worry is that the player who is topping the charts a lot of times or doing majority of the work is Scarface.
Oh my God,
But we
oh my God,
sort of
oh my God,
know
नहीं.
From first-hand experience, the catch and Aaron a
Goat
lot
वाले
of
निपटा
times
देंगे
are
भाई.
the Pistons
लग
that
रहा
are
है.
doing the heavy lifting for this squad. So Scarface is definitely pulling up the slack a lot, but he wants to be the player that's enabling both those teammates to really do their best work. So again, let's see if they can get some more confidence on board inside this game, John.
I'm hoping as well that they won't be too timid in this center
वापस आ जा रहे हैं.
position,
Welcome
right?
back.
They sure they would love a
Third
chicken
match चल रहा
dinner,
है.
but a good Elim chicken dinner is
सारे
what
बंदे
is
ऑलमोस्ट जिंदा है.
necessary.
बहुत कम
It's
टीम है.
quite easy
मतलब KRX
potentially
बस
to just
एलिमिनेट
sit
हुई है.
back, get a little bit shy,
बाकी सारे हैं. बाकी
and
Alpha
not
7
get stuck
okay.
in. Sure, the apartments fights, you don't really need to be peeking out too much. You're worried a little bit about the arena, but once those fights to their south start to move forwards, I want to see them flex.
हाँ ना फन टाइम भाई. बात तो सही है. मेरे पास भी नहीं है फिलहाल तो.
Fine angle.
OP, let's go. BGO भाई कैसे हो? Welcome मेरे भाई.
Yangon Galacticos took
All
a
right,
little
all
bit of
right.
damage. They lost one player in Mane,
RRQ
but
versus
were
AJL
able
होने
to
वाला है शायद
carry
से.
on. Alula, however, taking many casualties.
है.
You can see Ulf on the other side. Really quite like to get rid of Alula.
भाई
They
साहब
are
wait a minute. इन्होंने स्मोक
definitely
कितना करा कि ये
invading a little
तुरंत
bit
नोटिस हो
here
जाएंगे.
towards their location. 200 bullets total.
चलो इन दोनों के बीच में अभी फाइट चल रही है. गाड़ी लेके वो निकलने की पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं बट Oh my God, EGL के बंदे ने A7 के बंदे को निपटा दिया है भाई.
For Ulf. Hope that's not across the board. They did get gifted a loot crate though.
Oh yeah. Alpha 7 losing Rebel on their rotation. And they take
A7 इस बारी मेरा दिल मत तोड़ना। A7 टाइट बनता अभी थोड़ी देर पहले
did move in from that north
eliminate हो
side,
गया।
so losing one on this approach.
3 बंदे
Not the
बाकी
worst
होंगे।
thing in the world, could have certainly gone.
ओके टियान वर्सेस EGAL चल रहा है शायद से स्कूल पे।
But now they're gonna
बाकी
have to face
गोट के
off.
बंदे तो ऑब्वियसली भाई कितनी देर से इंट्रा एंड एनएसटा थोड़ी मुठभेड़ चल रही है भाई। ये वो नेट डाल रहे, ये नेट डाल रहे, उतना ही चल रहा है भाई। ना ये प्रॉपर रश कर रहे, ना वो प्रॉपर रश कर रहे। इन पे दोनों एकदम लेके बैठे हैं
Standoff has been going on for a while, Blank.
देख रहे हो गोट वाले वापस एनएस पे डालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। वेरी गुड
which I think is fair enough. They're just
नेट तो
leading.
काफी क्लोज था।
Goat further down this side, waiting for them to silhouette over. Goat knows what's happening here, but it is making it awkward for them to play out of.
अल्फा 7 टॉप 6 में तो है भाई, टेंशन मत लो तुम आशु भाई, वो तो है। एंड यो यार एडमिनो भाई अपना नाम सुनो लग रहा है। वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम बड़ी।
Very pleased with that position. Alpha 7 may
अच्छा
send
oh my god said भाई,
who is fully on the rotate here. You can see from the eastern side, Ulf may have visitors.
The south side needs to conclude as well. Dopeness getting straight into the middle here. I don't think this is a safe place to be right now.
Oh my god,
they're
oh my
sneaking through the
god,
sidelines and
NSK
nobody's taking
भाई
shots.
जो बंदा है
How on
उसके
earth
ना
the
लोकेशन
Dopeness
नहीं
managed
पता
to
है,
do
वो
that?
फिर
Where
भी
are they
वहां पे ही
going?
रुक रहा है
Are they
भाई। उसने अपनी पोजीशन चेंज करनी चाहिए, ना तो ग्रेनेड से फॉर श्योर फट सकता है भाई। सही बोला भाई, यस। मैं सिर्फ पूछ रहा हूँ, मैं कर सकता हूँ क्या? क्या पूछ रहे हो, क्या करना है? अरे ऐसे नहीं, डायरेक्ट नहीं करते लाला, मैटर हो जाएगा। इंस्टा पे मैसेज डालो, मैं आपको बताता हूँ, ठीक है? डायरेक्ट मत करना।
I understand it. I understand
Oh my
it. We'll go
god,
over it
what
later.
the
Wolves
hell?
immediately broke up to the plate as well, understanding that
NS
there is
के बंदे
blood in
ने
the
पकड़ा,
water. This
NS
is
ने
a position
दो
where they
गोट
can
के
get some
बंदे
more points off the
eliminate
ball,
कर
but
रहे हैं।
Dopeness is down.
EGA टीम
Wolves
से
able
बाहर
to
गई
third
है।
party onto this one. Furia quickly moving across as well.
EGA
Trying to
पूरी तरीके से एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है दोस्तों। शिट एंड NSK एंड गोट के बीच में ही फाइट चल रही है। एंड आई गेस गोट के 3 बंदे उन्होंने डैमेज तो बहुत कर रहा है।
It's not the most.
रिवाइव देना पड़ेगा, नॉट आउट पड़े भाई। ग्रेनेड है उनके पास। ओ शिट, WOL ने गोट पे रश कर दिया एंड ओ माय गॉड, दिस इज ऑलमोस्ट इम्पॉसिबल एंड गोट यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट
Some kind of rotate.
होते बचे।
It's
2
a
बंदे बाकी
massive
हैं, एक ही
gamble
बंदा
from
बाकी
them, which
है।
obviously doesn't.
भाई दिस वाज अनएक्सपेक्टेड। NS एंड WOL की फाइट चल ही नहीं रही थी भाई। NS एंड गोट की चल रही थी, WOL वाले आगे ग्रेनेड डाले, 2 बंदे निपटाए, खत्म भाई। गोट का लिटरली 1 बंदा जिंदा है।
The fact that they got through with big HP bars as well, Blank, is insane to me. And for Nongshim Red Force to go down there, I feel sorry for
721
them.
GS के बंदे सामने, वो भी शायद से।
I also expect that.
Oh my god, 721 GS भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। GTN YG के आसपास में लफड़ा चल रहा है, बहुत क्रेजी वाला। ग्रेनेड बहुत पास है, ग्रेनेड बहुत पास है। Oh my god, क्रेजी। बहुत गंदा डैमेज गया भाई।
Tenacious today, Blank.
भाई टीम गोट भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है दोस्तों। शेड भाई ओके, इनके बीच में काफी तगड़ी मुठभेड़ चल रही है। क्या ग्रेनेड डाला है भाई ने, क्रेजी ब्रो, क्रेजी रिस्पेक्ट भाई। जीके ने क्या ग्रेनेड डाला है, जीके बंदे ने भाई। डायरेक्ट एलिमिनेशन राइस बॉम।
Over to
जीके होनी चाहिए क्वालिफाइड। देखते हैं एडमिनो भाई, देखते हैं। जीत तो फिलहाल 6 नंबर पे, 7 नंबर पे है, तो टॉप 6 में भी नहीं है, बट देयर आर चांसेस, क्योंकि वो 7 नंबर पे 55 पॉइंट्स है, तो आ सकते हैं ना। अभी फिलहाल आपने देखा भाई क्या ग्रेनेड डाला भाई ने, भाई मजा आया। यूट्यूब दिन मुश्किल होता जा रहा है। अरे हाँ, वो तो क्या ही कर सकते हैं ना, अभी बढ़ते क्रिएटर के साथ तो ये होता ही रहेगा भाई। मेरे पास 2 ओके, नाइस। तुला मी ट्राल बघितले फलटण मध्ये। अरे आयुष भाई फलटण से हो क्या? बहुत सारा प्यार ना मेरे भाई। कहा देखा आपने वैसे मेरे को? फलटण में था क्या मेटल?
feel bad forever. I'd be upset if I got hit by that one. But they're just going to play slow on the eastern side. They know at this point they have done quite a good job today.
टॉप 6 में जो टीम से ऑलराइट नेक्स्ट पॉइंट्स आ चुके आप देख सकते हो। WOL टॉप पे चल रही है भाई। उन्होंने भाई लिटरली रश बहुत क्रेजी करा रोट वालों पे। 8 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स है, टोटल पॉइंट्स 8 हो चुके हैं। 4 NS पे भी 4 पॉइंट्स है, फ्यूरिया पे 3 पॉइंट्स है, जीत पे 3 पॉइंट्स है, EA पे 3 पॉइंट्स है, ULF पे 2 है, बाकी सब भाई 2-8 पे ही है।
Major feature on that north side. Ulf potentially
भाई
pretty
ग्रेनेड
happy,
है।
but they're going to have to face the brunt of Furia, Wolves, and
उसकी
probably
लोकेशन
Alpha
रिवील हो
7
चुकी
here
है।
on the eastern side. They're
ULF के
just going to have to
बीच
hope
में
that
भी
these
फाइट
teams
हो
face off
सकती है भाई
against
क्रेजी
each
लेवल
other
की।
first and try and
यो
take
भैया यो भाई यूबी भाई कैसे हो भाई? हेलो अबाउट कृष्णा भाई, कैसे हो? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। लाइक करो, तुम्हारे दोस्तों के साथ शेयर करो, उन्हें भी बोलो लाइक करने के लिए। एंड तुम्हें जेवल्स का ऑप्शन आ रहा हो रहा, जो भी मोबाइल से देख रहे हैं या फिर टीवी या फिर किसी से भी देख रहे हैं, डू सेंड द जेवल्स टू योर ब्रदर।
Decent point scoring.
जेवल्स मतलब समोसे वगैरह, वो नया ऑप्शन आया यूट्यूब पे, तो भेजो भाई, भेजो मेरे को।
The team that absolutely has it in them
लेट्स
to
गो,
make
लेट्स
it
गो।
work.
WOL भाई अभी
Likely
फिलहाल पॉइंट्स
will-
के हिसाब से टॉप पे चल रही है, 8 पॉइंट्स है उस पे भाई। एंड उन्होंने जीत पे अभी निशाना धारा है, बट उन पे ग्रेनेड्स भी आए जा रहे हैं भाई, नेट्स धड़ाधड़ आ रहा है भाई। देखते देखते स्मोक डाला है काफी सही, नाइस। वो अभी, अरे
Some
यार
big
शिट,
teams in the
इनका एक
top
बंदा
6 going
ऑलरेडी
down early. Goat
नॉट
and
आउट हो चुका है
AGAL.
भाई।
Goat on 66.
Intense
Probably
situation.
okay to stay in the top 6 after this one, blank, but
सॉरी अरे नहीं नहीं, वो दिक्कत नहीं है, मुझे रेस्ट्रिक्शन है, मैं कुछ चीजें नहीं बोल सकता। एंड दैट्स द रीजन मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा, मैं बस आज रिएक्ट कर रहा हूं। ओह माय गॉड,
here is another one of the falls, and the arena are cut down to size. They will fall in their entirety, and
Nice,
EK
nice.
once again prove their mettle.
EK is proving
To be
themselves
fair,
भाई।
Arena sort of just watched that happen to them, though.
I think there's a massive amount of clapback coming on. Ulf finding shots over towards the south side. Aaron
क्रेजी
picking
सीन,
up some
क्रेजी
good.
सीन, क्रेजी सीन। ओह माय गॉड, ये सीन है क्या? मैं सोच रहा हूँ ये तो कुछ तो आया है। ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है भाई, बहुत सारा प्यार दोस्तों, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
Sort of
हाँ,
decimated. but
वेट अ मिनट। अच्छा हाँ, मेरे को फिर ज्यादा मिले हैं वैसे भाई।
From that east
हो रहा
side,
sorry भाई,
Tiamba
but
still
not
looking
today.
to grab the
Oh my
remnants
God,
of players coming out
GK
from
पे
apartments.
attack हो
They
चुका है।
control this area beautifully,
ULN
perfectly.
है।
And for
GK को
Tiamba,
I
this
guess
likely
almost
will be the
खत्म कर
game
दिया
that
भाई।
just secures
GK
their
के
top
पास
6
8
going
बंदा
forward.
जिंदा है, दूसरा नॉट आउट पड़ा है।
Again, it's Ulf. They are
It is difficult, it is
being
difficult.
quiet.
And
I
मुझे
said I
लग रहा है
wanted to see a little bit
WOL
more flex out coming through from these guys.
अभी
They are
आके
holding their
वहाँ
position.
पे
They're
भी घुस
holding it
सकती है
well.
भाई।
And maybe
फ्यूरिया
given
का भी 8 बंदा नॉट आउट है, फ्यूरिया का भी 1 टीममेट नॉट आउट है। आप देख सकते हो 1 और टीममेट नॉट आउट हो चुका है।
starting to be dragged away by the rest of the rosters here. Wolves, Ulf trying to trade off against the fights towards Furia, and that's where they start to gain momentum. Okay, 3 elims, another knock on side as well. Tiamba starting to step forward.
भाई ये
Let's
intense
get
होने
you
वाला है
up
भाई।
towards those double-digit elims.
पूल
Ulf.
के पास में जोन आया है, काफी ओपन एरिया है, मोस्टली रिजेस है ऊपर नीचे, बट ठीक है देखा जाएगा भाई।
Shots over towards
ग्रेनेड
Tiamba
आया
because
भाई भाई
Aya
भाई भाई,
keeps
क्या
taking
बचा है
some
भाई।
fantastic
ULF
shots from
Esports.
outside the hill. But
हेलो
honestly,
हेलो हेलो हेलो
Ulf's
भाई,
doing a good
व्हाट्स
job
अप एकदम बढ़िया भाई। हाँ 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 हाँ, ओके ओके भाई।
to get his boy back up again with
ओके,
the
RRQ
safety
वाला
of the
ग्रेनेड
building.
डालने की कोशिश चल रही
Pulls
है
the
पूरी।
pin, the grenade might
मॉली
have
क्या
been
आवाज
good
आई?
there, but puts the pin back in again. And then hits
अरे
the
क्या कर
sound
रहा है
cue.
भाई वो?
Aaron goes down towards a Molotov. That's bad news for
नीचे
all.
आया, नीचे आया।
You can't
ओ
be
भाई
banking a nade like that. That's
Self
not going to
clear
go
हो
in through
जाता
the
भाई।
window. I feel like
भाई
there's some
निशाना
panic
निशाना
setting in
कच्चा है भाई
here
थोड़ा सा।
for Enkin. Yeah, I don't see him making it out of
close
this one. In the meantime, over in the zone, Fury and
Oh my God,
Tiamba
oh my
now
God. TN
forced
पे attack
to
हो
fight
चुका है,
off
TN
against
का
one
एक
another.
बंदा
A
फ्यूरी यानी
knock
नॉट
towards
आउट
Chief,
कर
but
रहा
it's
है।
traded off to
एंड
Milu.
वो फिनिश कर दे रहा भाई, फॉर श्योर फिनिश कर दे रहा
And
वो
Nade does manage to shut down the final player from
नेड
RRQ in
सही
the
लोकेशन पे
meantime.
डालने की
Tiamba
कोशिश
do
कर
not
रहा
have the
है,
pressure to
मॉली
move
भी डाल
forward.
दी है,
They were stuck in
फ्यूरिया
that
पे भी अटैक हो
engagement.
रहा है
For Milu,
ऑब्वियसली भाई।
potential
बच
to
गया
get
बच
back
गया
up
बच गया
here,
बच गया।
depending on how fast Tiamba move. Oh,
GK भी
starting
शायद
to
से
step over the ridge line
एलिमिनेट हो
as
चुकी
GK
है।
take that tumble on the western side, down to
शायद
1.
भाई ULF
GK
की
tend
दो
to
बंदे
make that
नॉट आउट हो
move.
चुके हैं,
Got
काफी इंटेंस
pretty much
सिचुएशन
blown
चल रही है
away
दोस्तों।
by the likes of Ulf.
पूल के पास में जोन आया है, एंड अभी फिलहाल आप देख सकते हो GK भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है भाई।
Starting to step up
सर्कल
tall here.
क्लोज हो रहा है,
And again, most of the times we've seen
और
that
कम हो
happen,
रहा
there
है।
has been much more team.
ULF esports अभी फिलहाल है, टियान है, ULA है एंड फ्यूरिया है भाई फिलहाल तो।
for it to get.
बाकी आप देख सकते हो
It's been so nice to
Nice,
see.
nice. Zone के
That
अंदर की मैं
disconnect
बातें कर
between
रहा
the
था।
players isn't there as much.
ये काफी इंटेंस होने वाला है, ये काफी इंटेंस होने वाला है, मजा आने वाला है सच्ची में। दिस इज गोना बी इंटेंस भाई।
Here, but hit the 90. They should be safe going forward.
A top 6 fairly guaranteed for them. Last person alive for Furia. Ayala crawling his way forwards with the cover of the crate. Has to step forward, step up. And manages to dart to cover, but he's not safe yet. Still has a further distance to go. A nade over the top. Looking to launch it.
Nade आया है,
towards Ulf. Do they
nade
spot
आया
it?
है,
Do they dodge it?
oh.
Looks good. It splits the difference. Doesn't quite do enough damage to really
उन्हें
worry
पता था
Ulf
नेड
at
आ
all.
सकता है, तो they were
And Ayala's
secure भाई।
position definitely known now. One nade on
भाई
site for
भाई
Sol.
देखो, फ्यूरिया की लोकेशन इन्हें पता है, ULF को एंड फ्यूरिया को ULF की पता है, बट ULF के 4 बंदे हैं एंड फ्यूरिया आई गेस अकेला है, तो उसके लिए डिफिकल्ट चीजें हो सकती है ये चीजें।
North and
हाँ ऑब्वियसली भाई, फ्यूरिया का बस 8 बंदा जिंदा है, 6 एलिमिनेशंस इन्होंने टोटल ले रखे हैं भाई, बट इसके लिए थोड़ी मुश्किल हो सकती है। मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है इसे ना, एक तो सीधा निकल लेना चाहिए जोन के साइड से जाके, कहीं तो ऊपर अपर रिच पे जाके रुकना चाहिए, थोड़ा धीरे से जब इन सब की फाइट हो जाए तब निकल के मारना चाहिए भाई। ओ माय गॉड, मोलो हुई है एग्जैक्टली फ्यूरिया के पास हुई है भाई। रहा भाई रहा, वो फॉर श्योर जाने वाला है। यूएलएफ वालों ने अभी बदला लेने के लिए दम ये हो चुके हैं। ओ माय गॉड, ओ माय गॉड, यहाँ पे फ्यूरिया भी मैच से एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है भाई।
Can Ulf convert because the zone moves completely away from them and Alola are under threat.
100% फन विथ इंडिया भाई, यस। ओके यूबी भाई, देखता हूँ। यस आशु भाई इज सेइंग सही। आपको क्या लगता है कौन जीत रहा? अभी मुझे लग रहा है कि WOL जीत सकते हैं, ऐसा मेरा प्रेडिक्शन है भाई। Oh my god, ULF के बीच में फाइट हो चुकी है यहाँ पे बहुत इंटेंस, एंड UOL ने इस पे सही नॉकआउट है। उन्होंने पहले भी यही करा था दोस्तों, वो उन्होंने वैसे ही एलिमिनेट करा है भाई। तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है WOL कैन विन दिस मैच भाई। ये मेरी प्रेडिक्शन से चारों बंदे जिंदा है एंड काफी स्ट्रेटेजिक एंड धीरे धीरे खेल रहे हैं, वो रश नहीं कर रहे हैं। जब फाइट हो रही है तब जाके वो रश कर रहे हैं, बंदे निपटा रहे हैं भाई। अभी भी आपने देखा इन दोनों के बीच में फाइट चल रही है, उन्होंने फटाफट नेड्स डाल दिया भाई।
State of the armor on side for Ulf. It is not looking pretty. A 3 versus 4. And we said we wanted to see a chicken dinner come through from this squad. A nice Elim chicken dinner if they can take.
A7 तो रही भाई, टॉप
Elim chicken dinner.
बट वो रहेगी टॉप 6 में रहेगी, डोंट वरी। शायद से WOL के पॉइंट्स हो सकते हैं भाई। मतलब WOL मैं बोल रहा हूँ, वुल्फ्स है वो एंड ये उल्फ है, बट ठीक है। वुल्फ्स जो है उनके पॉइंट्स काफी अच्छे हैं। मुझे लग रहा है इस मैच में वुल्फ्स जीत सकते हैं भाई, क्योंकि उन्होंने पहले भी काफी अच्छा प्रदर्शन करा, अभी भी काफी अच्छे कर रहे हैं।
Baton and Elementrix will get pushed out by the blue in a little bit. Right now, Ulf is just playing off the back of the shacks, but they still got vehicles to work with.
Ulf and Wolves के बीच में लड़ाई
a little bit of hard cover here, if needs be. But you are giving 3v2s right now.
Potential to isolate those sight lines. But the smokes are starting to run thin. And the nades on side for Wolves are terrifying. With 11 eliminations already. They want to go up to 14. Ulf trying to scavenge whatever they can. Picking the meat off the bones of those crates.
Oh. Cheeky spot actually, very cheeky spot to work with.
भाई बहुत दूर से नेट मारा भाई, जोन से बाहर चला गया भाई।
To be the opener, and there it is, sent long and wide.
Oh my god!
The 3 versus 2s are coming through. That's an angle taking off. He has to go for the rest now. Ulf knows that they need to get these first aid kits going through and over towards Elementrix.
गलत हो सकती है, इस उल्फ वालों ने भी वुल्फ्स को खत्म करने का ठान लिया है। वो फुल ऑन ग्रेनेड बाजी कर रहे हैं, नेड्स डाल रहे हैं सही लोकेशन पे, एंड मुझे लग रहा है वुल्फ्स विल बी एलिमिनेटेड इन सम टाइम भाई। ये और बंदा नॉक आउट हो चुका है एंड वहां पे खत्म।
And there they go! Down go the Wolves! Clean with the chicken dinner! The 2-2 split exploited! A big nade! The bottom of the barrel!
भाई साहब, this was unexpected. मैं सोच रहा था वुल्फ जीतेगी, बट वुल्फ जीत गई।
It's not elation on their faces. They know today.
बट इस मैच में ऑनेस्टली बता रहा हूँ, वुल्फ्स जो थे उन्होंने काफी स्ट्रेटेजिक गेम प्ले करा एंड काफी लक बेस उनका काफी अच्छा रहा भाई। आपको क्या लगता है बता दिया, टॉप 6 टीम्स के लिए इजी नहीं है फाइनल्स में जाना। फाइनल्स में जाने के बाद भी थोड़ी इजी है, जाएंगे फिर भी अपनी टीम्स है ना, गॉड लाइक है और रोटान है भाई। मैं तो एक्साइटेड हूं भाई,
उनके वो players are on the top side. They have this slice
करने के लिए।
Why are we smoking ourselves up on the
तू पण VP मध्ये होता रहा, यस स्टिल 10th
playing as 2 separate teams.
आयुष भाई आप रहते रहो, कहां देख रहा ये तो बताओ आपने मेरे को।
I mean, getting into nade range was the mistake
in the end
that cost them dearly. And they just did not have the crossfires established for themselves. The Wolves felt good for so much of that game.
They really did.
And then they just stopped playing as soon as Circle 8 hit.
ये देखो भाई,
ये देखो। Plenty of time. There was actually plenty of time. If you watch this back, there's plenty of time for the Wolves to set up closer towards the center zone. And if you take that 2-man, they could have at least grabbed over towards some trees, set themselves up so they weren't open to the angles. A strange game from Wolves. Strange game.
Yes.
I will
this was a very strange
definitely
game.
had a slight advantage there because they still had the shack.
And वैसे बोला जाए तो उल्फ के पास ना थोड़ा सा एडवांटेज था, क्योंकि वो स्टैट के आसपास थे ऊपर से थोड़ा सा अपर साइड पे थे एंड जो वुल्फ्स थे उनके 2 मेंबर्स तो ऊपर थे बट 2 नीचे थे एकदम जोन भी आ रहा था एकदम कट आउट पे थे भाई जोन के एंड एक बंदा नॉट आउट हो गया दूसरा यानी वुल्फ के बंदे दोनों साइड से थे भाई तो देयर वाज नो चांस कि वो बचा भाई अगर उन पे थोड़ा बहुत भी कवर होता तो आई गेस ये चेंज होता भाई कौन जीता है बाकी मुझे पॉइंट्स अभी फिलहाल देखने हैं कौन सी टीम टॉप 6 में आ चुकी है आई गेस A7 थोड़ा नीचे आएगी and NS भी शायद से नीचे आ सकता है
version on a knock downhill was what clinched it for them.
ये नहीं पता भाई कौन है आयुष भाई ये नहीं पता मेरे को
It was an incredible shot and I think that honestly if you are on the south side there you have to play super passive, basically tiny peaks over the top, spraying over towards them but not playing with your life. That's the problem they ran into. As soon as they could get Batten back up again, because he had time to walk over towards the crawl over towards the tree to get rest again. But you're right, as soon as all the guns were laid bare, it was just a very easy game from both their opponents.
I don't know.
Forced out by that final zone as well. The stage 9 zone has been closing quite a lot here. I feel like teams are really dragging it down to the wire, but we still have 3 more.
And मेरे को confusion हो रहा है यार वुल्फ मैं तो इसी वजह से शॉर्ट फॉर्म यूज कर रहा था भाई सिंपल आपको बताने के लिए तू अरे मैं वीपी में था बट मैं 10th तक ही था भाई समझ रहे हो तुम जिसको सपोर्ट करता हूँ उसका डाउनफॉल स्टार्ट हो आशु भाई आशु भाई रे पूरा कोशिश कर रहे कि A7 को सपोर्ट करे बट कहते हो दियो आशु भाई टेंशन ना लो टेंशन ना लो अभी 3 मैचेस और हैं 3 मैचेस में बदल सकता है सिचुएशन बदल सकती है अभी रैंकिंग हमारे सामने आ जाएगी तब हमें पता चलेगा भाई आई नो लाइक करो दोस्तों लाइक करो स्ट्रीम को इज्जत के साथ लाइक करना इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट
A lot of action happening this week on the STC Arena. Starting today is day 1. Very important to highlight here. 3 French teams competing. We have Vitality as well as KC and Gentlemen. Now, every single one of these organizations fields very strong rosters in the title. Okay. From MENA side of things, however, we're also looking at Twisted Minds and Falcons, of course. A lot of heartbreak for Twisted Minds over the last couple of weeks. Sure. But hopefully, they can do it this time around. Falcons got another strong roster. But what is the kicker here is KC and Gentlemen. Okay. Because as much as their rosters are very strong,
NS
they need one more top 8 finish to even qualify for all championship points.
Okay, so potential big moments for those 2 squads, but also some of our leaderboard leaders potentially getting some more points. Of course, we're going to have to see how all of it plays out. And when we have some more answers, we'll check back in with Ginny.
Our players are taking on a brand new challenge, Drop Hunt. Each team will be split into 2 pairs, with each pair receiving their own map. 5 locations are marked on the map and hidden in the player lounge area. At each location is a mystery envelope. The mission is simple. Find them, grab them, and bring them back. But there's a catch. There are only 5 envelopes, and each one is worth 20 points. The team that collects the most envelopes wins Drop Hunt. Ready, set, hunt.
Let's go guys. गेम चालू हो चुका है जिसमें ना इन्हें इन्वेलप जोड़ना है जिसमें हर एक इन्वेलप में 20 पॉइंट्स हैं उससे भाई ड्रॉप मिले तो भाई सारी टीम चल पड़ी है नहीं इन्हें मिला सही
Mana tengok di daerah sini. Kayak mana cara dapat amplopnya anjing? Tengok tahu cara gini mereka.
Oh my god, सामने ही है भाई। एक और एनवेलप मिल चुका है। ड्रॉप हंट चल रहा है दोस्तों, ड्रॉप हंट चल रहा है। बाकी क्या लगता है आपको एनएस जाएगी या फिर नहीं? मुझे बताओ भाई, वोट कर दे। 3 मैचेस के लिए A7 हेटर्स बन जाता हूँ शायद जीते और क्या आशु भाई भाई 2-8 स्कोर चल रहा है नहीं ना शायद से दोनों को एक ही ड्रॉप दिखा है अबे यार लड़ाई चल रही है
Kau mati juga kan jangan. Ini man. Amin man. Lari man. Lari man. Lari man.
सामने रखे लिटरली भाई
Mana dia? Ini man. Oh turun dia. Ambil. Gini. We have 3, they have 2. We lost. Nangis dulu jangan nangis ya.
We've been wondering all this time where this team has been, and they finally end up showing up as Ulf is able to get the win. But for everybody currently watching, yeah, we're not back at the same place. We're actually at the fan experience, so make sure you come and check it out. You can check out the awesome collabs that we currently have with Naruto and PUBG Mobile. And most importantly, make sure you check out the Brain Rot Royale, which is available in World of Wonder. It looks pretty cool, honestly. I'm currently looking at it. Once you guys come to the screen, you'll be able to see exactly what we're talking about. So Snax is currently posting with Mr. Unknown, but Matt.
बहुत डिफिकल्ट नाम रखा है आपने और सारा प्यार वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम इफ यू आर न्यू लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब
Before this game, we're like, Ulf is just.
गाइस क्या लगता है भाई क्या रैंकिंग रहेगी अब आई गेस टीएन्स डाउन आना थोड़ा मुश्किल है बट A7 थोड़ा डाउन आ सकती है एनएस का भी पता नहीं भाई वो भी जल्दी एलिमिनेट हो जाते but देखते हैं भाई I am excited to watch the rankings right now.
So talking about that game and Wolves had a great setup. Clearly Scarface in particular stood out massively.
22 points लिए.
He's mad. Tell us why you're mad. By the way, thanks for joining us.
Furia ने 10 लिए हैं, Tian बार 9 है तो वो टॉप पे रहेगी. Furia भी टॉप 6 में रहेगी. Lula ने 8 लिए, DK ने 8 लिए, Arena ने 4 ही लिए बस. Where is NS
They gave them so many 1v1s and even 1v2s, which Ulf was able to capitalize on so greatly.
यार काफी अच्छे चल रहे हैं. खेल रहे थे but थोड़ा मैटर हो जाए भाई.
I don't know what to say. I'm choking up.
Choking up right now. Oh, it's because all finally showed up. That's why he's choking up.
He's so happy.
He is, but I tell you what, the one thing I'm really happy with Ulf about off the back of that win against Wolves.
Furia ट्राई बंदा था and Ulf के 4 बंदे थे. 1v4 ही चल रहा था almost बहुत देर तक.
Move. They
but Ulf ने वहाँ पे से obviously combat चरण उन्होंने निपटा दिया भाई सारे.
Was the weak position and then
नज़ीर खान भाई कैसे हो भाई welcome to the stream buddy.
Coming in, the guys down at the bottom of the hill couldn't really retaliate, so they were immediately put on that defense position. So Ulf actually timed that very well. But I totally agree with you, Kalaris. Wolves should have had that in the bag 110%, and they just didn't.
I gotta give some props for Wolves though, because this match was very important for this squad. And I actually want to rewind it a little bit more because the 3-1 split that they were doing earlier on, they were taking a fight with the different teams, which was none other than Nonstrom Red Force. They kept one player behind, and he was keeping track of what was going on with Goat. Once they finished off the fight with Nonstrom, they went back and finished off Goat in such a good just.
इन्होंने लिया भाई. My name is best you don't number. Fine.
A little bit, torn between this game. But no, really good stuff from Wolves in particular. And what I like to see is when it was shifting around school and apartment area, it kept going to the western side. And Wolves actually see, okay, got 4 teams to the east. Let's wide wrap to the west, eliminate GK, and let the fight come to us at the very end, which by doing so, they secure bare minimum a second place. So yeah, Wolves, good IGLing on their side.
It is good IGLing, but as you guys were saying, just that 2-2 split at the end. Honestly, it was a bit too much for them. Neptura, from this last match, I mean, we are going to be heading into the final 3 matches. Any team that you're in particular just going to be keeping a close eye on?
I got to see more from Nongshim Red Force. I know we keep saying it again and again and again, but they came in looking like the favorites for the entire thing to actually win PMWC this time around, and they just are falling so short, so short. I need to see more from them in the last 3 games. We need to see them go to finals. We need them to have another chance.
We need them to wake up.
Yeah,
that's what we need them to do. Galaris, we need them to see them being able to start those Neptura, quit hogging them out of the top 6. You got absolutely nothing to lose. There's no second chance after this. There's not another survival day. No, this is it. You have to make sure you end up in the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be do or die for some of these teams very clearly. Now, you just got 3 more games right now around the corner, so we'll see if they can try and make it work out. But if you're at the very bottom, such as, for example, KRX, I think it's done. They just don't have that drive right now to try and make a mad dash at the top 6. I think for KRX in particular, they're the first team on my mind, Kalaris. They're just out of the race entirely.
It's especially interesting because when I interviewed them, they said, yes, they got the better end of the roster shuffle, the WrestleMania, that happened at the beginning of the year. However, it doesn't currently look like that's the case in a very high-octane situation.
They have been non-existent, to be completely honest, with that squad. And we even saw it on social media too, using the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26, where the coach took full blame of what was happening with the team yesterday. Today, I mean, is it going to be the coach again, or is it going to be the players? Because ultimately, the players are the ones making that decision within the game. Max, I know you wanted to see something that happened in that last match, especially one that we were kind of laughing at. And it had to do with just Alula and a bunch of smokes.
It was me and Kalash who were just going, what the hell is happening over there? And you're looking at the replay from Alula when they decide to actually crash onto a plateau right next to Ulfin. Like, that's a great position. You can see it right now on your screens. And he's like, okay, that's a good send. IGL will say, guys, just put down a couple of smokes, maybe bare minimum, just to deny the vision of Ulf. But Kalaris, they went way overboard.
I've told you many, many a time, having utility into the extreme late game will pay huge dividends. Having no smokes towards the end where Ulf actually did throw those nades over, there's no way you're going to be able to negate them. The lines of sight and things like that, it's just too many. You're not really negating too many lines of sight other than maybe some lines of sight from like the top of apartments or something like that. This is too much.
You just deny your own vision too. It's too many.
How many is it actually?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hey, that's a great number.
Let's go.
But I want to actually take a look at the overall because I want to see what the picture's currently looking like. We have seen so many shifts within that top 6, especially going into the next 3 matches, the final matches, those squads that are currently in contention for that top 6 that are currently outside need to make sure that they play flawless.
एंड काफी तगड़े मैचेस चल रहे हैं प्रीवियस आप देख के आ जाओ मजा आ गया भाई एंड वही चल रहे हैं मैचेस चल रहे हैं फिलहाल तो अभी 3 मैचेस और है 3 मैचेस में जो टीम्स अच्छा चलेगी टॉप 6 में रहेगी वो आगे जाएगी 10 टीम्स एलिमिनेट हो जाएगी एंड ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में वो ऊपर वाली टीम सेंटर चलेगी अभी आप देख सकते हो गाइस ओवरऑल रैंकिंग्स आ चुकी है एंड टीएन बायज ऑलवेज नंबर 1 पे मैंने बोला था भाई ई अरीना नंबर 2 पे है Alpha 7 भी 3 नंबर पे है फ्यूरिया है
close enough to be able to make that top 6.
Max is so close, second place.
यूएलएफ ने चिकन डिनर लिया फिर भी अभी वो टॉप 6 में नहीं है भाई तो उन्हें ये वाली मैच एंड आगे की भी दोनों मैचेस अच्छे खेलने पड़ेंगे GK भी टॉप 7 पे आ चुका है भाई almost
85 if we do go on the high echelon. So right now, outside of really Tiamba, every team, if they have a really bad follow-up for the second half of today, could fall out of contention for the top 6 and reach in the grand final. So if you're not currently in first place, if you're not Tiamba, your spot is not locked in just yet.
And for Go Team, we've seen them being able to get those eliminations. They need to get those placement points as well. As we go here towards the second page, I mean, Yangon Galacticos, they have a chance to make it once again to the finals, but Yangon, the defending champions of PMWC, are struggling.
I think it has to happen in this game. I think that if it does not, if they do not gather the traction, but again, they're one of the teams that fall under that passive mark. And they even accepted it last year, that they were a passive team. They were able to get the championship because of some of that passive play, because of some of those circles. They needed to ramp up the aggression. We spoke to Smile. He said, yes, we need to mix some of that in. It has not happened fully yet, and it needs to activate right now.
It's starting to look like last year's PMWC for this squad. They were able to make it into that final game as well for PMWC survival stage. Could it happen again? All we know is that we're going to be playing some Brain Rot Royale in Mission 2 in-game. Make sure you log into PUBG Mobile and check out that map in World of Wonder. But let's send it over to none other than Barney and Luti. What are they up to?
Ladies and gentlemen, just 3 maps remain in the survival stage until we'll start closing things out. And things are starting to heat up on the... Luti?
Yeah, I'm here.
Dude!
Yeah.
You made it! You survived!
Yeah, I did survive.
Done, bro!
वो जो गाइस पीछे चीज रखी थी ना वही के रश होने वाले हैं भाई
Yeah, I can get you more chicken dinners. We've got 3 more coming your way anyway. Can I get you anything else?
Oh yeah, I mean the Frenchies.
3 मैचेस डिसाइड चलेगी ये आगे वाले 3 मैचेस डिसाइड चलेगी कि आज ये क्या होने वाला है
Meet him. It's Chicky the chicken.
It's Chicky.
Yeah.
Bin bhai not right now brother.
Last thing? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll see
Maybe
what I can do, buddy. I'll see you later.
No, we're losing him. Cast us back to you, Chicky. Chicky.
Save him! save him.
All right, कौन सा मैप आने वाला है?
There's a lot of teams that
I
need to
guess
be
sign out
saved
पे होने
here,
वाला है भाई आज.
Jackie. What's up, everybody? How's it going? I'm Hot Jukes here with the legendary Jackie Powers. Going to be on the mic casting these last 3 matches of the survival stage. The
Survival
intensity
stage,
is in the air
final
here
day,
because
and
after these
last
3
3
matches, 10 teams are going home.
It's very true, Jukes.
मैंने
you're
बोला
kind
भाई
of
10
setting the
टीम
stage
कर जाने
perfectly
वाली
there,
10 टीम.
Luti. Obviously, he's been doing a good job of
That is
surviving
not easy,
himself,
भाई.
but for some of these teams, it
इतना खेलने
might
के
not
बाद.
be the same. Although there is one thing that's going to be exciting for all of those fans at home, of course, it's Yangon Galacticus' really quite commemorative skin that they've got there in game, that ancient charm set off the back of their win last year. But in 12 months, a lot can change, Dukes, and that's the landscape we're looking at today.
That's exactly what we're looking at right here, man. This is getting so intense. And you can see Alpha 7, they got some smiles on their faces. They're feeling confident going in here to the rest of the day. I know they have tons of support for their teams. And just every single time I see Alpha 7, I could hear the drums of victory ringing in the background as we get into the final
Let's go! That's fourth match
stage.
finally.
Let's get it going.
Yeah, let's see what they've got in store for us. How loud those drums are going to get, ringing in the ears of competition.
Teams में है and
Will
जो
it
players
feel
हैं
here now?
race
Yes, mate. Yeah, it's tinnitus, I think it's called now.
Oh,
All right, it's again.
Right. Let's get it going here. Oh, we got a plane path going all the way from
Shelter
up to Severny. Okay, we're going to still see some teams stretch on over to Sosnovka. But look at the overall
But go to
rankings
वापस
here,
से military
folks.
base जा रही है.
Yamba,
Last
a
match
lock,
में भी go to
obviously,
military
to
base
go
थी. उसके
into
last
the
match में भी
finals
वो
of the top
military
6.
base में थी. उनका base उन्होंने already बना रखा है कि वहाँ पे ही उतरेंगे. कुछ भी आ जाए.
Even
Zone
Arena
आए
in
ना आए
second
वहाँ पे ही
place,
उतरेंगे.
they are not safe, especially if these teams in that 8th place going all the way on down to, I'll put it even at 14th, right? We could still see Yangon Galacticos in the finals, but in my opinion, it's going to take a win right here, right now.
Yeah, they've got to come out swinging, right? It's got to the point where there's only so many times we can say all these ifs and buts of, oh, maybe they'll start to wake up, maybe this is the point. It literally is cutthroat territory of do or die now. You know, they were saying themselves it's way harder because you were a bit more of an unknown quantity before. You came out hot, played blinder. Like last year,
मुझे तो नहीं लगता
ridiculous
TN
in
को
how
कोई
they were
अभी
able to
फिलहाल
show
के लिए
up
तो
and
नीचे
give it
ला
their all.
सकता है.
Very different landscape this year.
It
Feels
depends
like
on
competition
E-Arena
across the
and
board
A7
has
का
gotten
gameplay.
way better.
क्या हुआ?
Oh, mate, you know what? Take everything we were going to theorize. Just get rid of it. Yeah, don't worry about that. Just focus on this.
Are you kidding me here, folks? It's going to be a military base finish. This is the last Erangel. This is it. There's no more Erangels today. And we're going to the south side, baby. You can see there's quite a few teams already in this area. Yangon Galacticos, they are here. And this is their chance, in all honesty, because we haven't talked about it a whole bunch, but I really need to. This is when we get into these last 2 matches. Those are going to be the ultimate desperation games, right? So you cannot count on it being a regular game of PUBG Mobile Esports here, right? If you need a 20-point game, you're going to see teams go nuts, do crazy stuff, disrupt the entire lobby. So if you want to feel even slightly solid to go into the finals,
भाई honestly KRH last पे चल रहे हैं, बहुत slow gameplay चल रहा है. उन्होंने rush करना चाहिए भाई. They have nothing left अभी. ये 3 मैचेस है भाई. रश करो, मारो बंदे. अगर मार दिए तो पॉइंट्स आएंगे भाई. ये तो डिफिकल्ट है भाई फिर.
Usually with a lot of the zones we've got, you're forced off massively to long north rotate, so having to push over towards the southern side of the playable space. You're already where you want to be for
Yo,
a finish.
हमारे संतोष भाई कैसे हो? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. बस चौथी मैच चल रही है ऑफ द डे भाई. EWC ऑफिशियल प्रो स्ट्रीमर है तुम्हारा भाई आपसे. एंड वही चौथी मैच चल रही है फिलहाल. तो ब्रेक लिया था हमने, अभी जस्ट आए हो. मैं भी फ्रेश होने रहा था भाई. And चल रही है अभी just now मैच शुरू हुई है.
It's not good enough. So right now they
Alright,
are
ULF है भाई. आप देख
19
सकते हो उन्होंने
behind
लास्ट
6th
मैच
place.
में chicken dinner लिया भाई.
A regular, just a chicken dinner with 2 elims is not going to cut it. They're going to need at least double-digit eliminations here.
Oh my god, आते
Especially
साथ ही
if a
मैच
team
चालू
like the
है. Wolves
Wolves get some points on the board. But one of their players is Knox. A nice little revenge shot, though. But Boots, man, is putting in the work. This is devastation for the NA team.
बोर्ड के लिए भी थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट है.
Tricks driving on up with the drive-by.
भाई इस बंदे ने गाड़ी चलाते चलाते शिफ्ट हुआ. उसने बंदे मारन वापस गाड़ी में शिफ्ट हो गया
The
भाई.
battle of the wolves versus the goat.
Reflexes भाई, रिस्पेक्ट भाई. जीके भी रहे हैं अभी यहाँ से. भाई दिस वाज द बेस्ट मोमेंट ऑफ दिस मैच भाई स्टार्ट होती है क्या फाइट हुई है एंड उस बंदे ने ड्राइव बाय किया भाई गाड़ी से साइड आया मारा वापस चला गया ओह माय गॉड डीके ने मौके का फायदा उठा लिया शायद से
wants to be able to get into the circle. I
ये
actually
वाली
like
मैच
this
थोड़ी
play.
इंटेंसफुल होने वाली
They
है
want to
भाई
avoid that fight.
नरमा परवीन भाई कैसे हो वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम बडी
Maybe you can smell.
ओह माय गॉड दैट ड्राइव बाय वाज रियली क्रेजी भाई एंड डीके ने यहाँ पे वुल्फ्स के ऊपर अटैक बोल दिया है एंड आई गेस वुल्फ्स यहाँ पे
my old teammate
एलिमिनेट होने पे कजार एलिमिनेट होने के कजार पे बस एक ही बंदा वुल्फ्स का बाकी है कोर्ट का भी एक ही बंदा बाकी है भाई वो 8 नॉट पड़ा है वो खत्म हो जाएगा अभी डीके वाले खत्म कर दिया भाई देख सकते हो
You're down to a solo for either side.
Oh my god.
This is brutal, Jukes.
You know what? It makes sense. It makes sense why DK did that because they had to see the elimination feed. And with all those players not thinking who it was, it was Go. These are two teams that they need to pass up on the leaderboard. So I understand why Ragnarok says I'll solo take the risk because if I do end up winning that fight, this is huge for our squad and it worked out perfectly for DK.
Yeah, you're right on that barrier. 3 points behind now, and it's Wolves that are there gatekeeping you, so a massive upwards draft. Oh,
7-1 GS पे DK ने अटैक कर दिया है मुझे लग रहा है इन्होंने थोड़ा ज्यादा ही जल्दी कर दी क्योंकि आगे भी गोल्ड टीम है और आगे भी बॉट टीम हो सकती है डायरेक्टली घुस रहा है भाई टॉप बॉट्स में ऑलरेडी इन्होंने मिलिट्री बेस में एंट्री मार ली है यहाँ पे
safer off the back of what will be a big opener.
नाइस यार नाइस
What a crazy start to this game.
गेम का स्टार्ट बहुत क्रेजी हुआ इससे पिछले दोनों के दोनों मैचेस बहुत स्लो है भाई बहुत स्लो है भाई बंदे मार ही नहीं रहे थे भाई
For a second I thought the Wolves were going to get away with that, but no, Ragnarok risked it for the biscuit, and I mean it's little risks and plays like that could be the difference, right, from going home or going into the finals. So a huge
भाई लास्ट डे फाइनल डे सर्वाइवल स्टेज था एंड एक तो घर जाओगे या फिर फाइनल्स में जाओगे परफॉर्म करो भाई क्रेजी लेवल का
You love to see it. They're going to be very proud of the plays from Ragnarok on that one. Clean up crew maneuvers. Go, we're starting to get a bit of that speed back as well. With Wolves finally coming alive, this is going to be a head and hands moment for both of those squads, knowing you just got to kind of wrap this one out now. Have to play really timid. Just think about a long con, see if there's any way you can squeeze points out of it so it's not just a dud game.
There's Wolf right there, heading towards Ferry Pier. Going to be looking for a boat here. They found the hovercraft. All right, so that's going to be huge for them to head across the water and into military nice and safely. See if they can avoid some of these other teams that may have some similar ideas. Dopeness is right there on the bridge, right next to them. But it looks like they're not even looking this direction. So very fortunate for Wolf to get here safely. Another team that's going to make that boat take, going to be E-Arena. They're heading on over to Primorsk to try to hunt down one of those aquatic vehicles. And as far as, I think there's a few other teams as well that need to be making this rotated here late.
भाई देखो सीन क्या है पता है क्या मिलिट्री बेस जाने के लिए एक तो आपके पास वाटर व्हीकल होना चाहिए नहीं तो आपके पास वो ब्रिज है ऑप्शन ब्रिज से जा रहे हैं तो जीके वाले बाकी सारे बंदे एकदम परफेक्ट पोजीशन पे जाके बैठे हैं बंदे ठपाठप निपटा रहे हैं भाई तो इस मैच में काफी इंटेंस सीन होने वाला है लाइक कर दो इसी बात पे काफी इंटेंस सीन होने वाला है मैं लिख के दे रहा हूँ मिलिट्री बेस जाना इजी नहीं है आप सभी को पता है ये देखो भाई ब्रिज पे तो पूरी कैंपेन हो रही है फ्यूरिया वर्सेस वाईजी होने वाला है ओ माय गॉड ये वाली मैच ऑनेस्टली वन ऑफ द बेस्ट मैच होने वाली है पूरे 6 मैच मतलब पिछले 4 मैचेस से तो ये वाली मैच सबसे बेस्ट जा रही है भाई
And that's going to be Igor right next to him. Ayala may try to put
like
some
guys, like 50 लाइक तो जल्दी से होने चाहिए भाई अभी क्या भी होने चाहिए
playing it pretty darn silent here. He's got the buggy so he can actually drive underneath the railings and
railings के नीचे
get
मुझे नहीं
out of here.
Yes.
But instead he's going all the way on down.
YG के बंदे
so he does end up getting there nice and safe. Good rotation for Furia. And they make it safely in the military base. And you can see just how fast these teams are rotating here in this last area. They know how important it is. They are not wasting any time.
Any indecision here could be really costly for your overall tournament lifeline. Ooh, hard crunch into the island as well, very center. Cutting out the bridge, cutting out the mainland, and forcing everyone to basically step over one another, Jukes.
That's about as military base as it get here, folks. That I don't think you could get more of a military circle than this final Aaron Gale match of the survival stage. We are now at the second half of today. About
4:15
go into Miramar in these next two matches, but we're starting to see some
बहुत crazy
engagements
matches हुए यार
happening
भाई
right in the
फर्स्ट सेकंड मैच
center
अच्छी थी
of
तीसरी
the map.
चौथी ओटी रही एंड ये वाली इंटेंस
See,
होने वाली है
Alpha 7 still
क्योंकि भाई
needs to-
मिलिट्री बेस पे लास्ट सर्कल आने वाला है ऐसी खबर हमें मिली है भाई अंदर से एंड आपको पता ही भाई ब्रिज पे क्या सीन्स होते हैं मिलिट्री बेस में एंट्री करने में तो यही चल रहा है भाई अभी फिलहाल 57 बंदे अलाइव है 15 टीम्स फिलहाल जिंदा है भाई बस गोट एलिमेंट हो रखी है जो मुझे बहुत पसंद आ रही थी बट गोट इज एलिमिनेटेड फॉर
Sort of map feed there as well. One of these squad mates of E Arena was down in the blue. That's Mormon.
Ooh.
क्या हुआ बे?
Wolves end up finding the last player of the Wolves, and that is the 6th place cutoff.
शेड भाई बुल्स भी यहाँ से एलिमिनेट हो चुके हैं EGL
getting into it with Ulf. These are
के
two teams
ऊपर
right next to
चढ़
each other on
चुके
the
हैं
leaderboards.
भाई
A huge
एलिमिनेटेड
fight. Mabel gets the thirst onto Aaron.
Oh my
The
god
rest of
EGL
Ulf
ULF
forced to
हो
avoid
सकता है
this
एक बंदा
fight,
तो
so
उन्होंने
they made a
एलिमिनेट कर दिया है
sacrificial play.
भाई ये वाटर वेटर लेके भाई
rotating on
बहुत
into this
सही से
circle.
मिलिट्री बेस में एंटर कर रहा है पता है उनके पास
And
एडवांटेज था भाई ये वाला
AGL find a beautiful spot in this zone.
AGL को एक ब्यूटीफुल स्पॉट मिला है चारों तरफ से उनको कवर है थोड़ा ओपन में जरूर है बट advantageous point है
Looking a little bit weaker as well, so opportunities to try and climb the
भाई
ladder in
एंड
this game.
लास्ट मैच है अरे यार मिस कर दिए यस अभी लास्ट मैच नहीं है अभी 3 मैच है ये अभी जो चल रही है इसके बाद 2 मैचेस और है भाई
Sour taste in the mouth. Few shots were dumped into the hovercraft, but it still stays alive.
यार
within
उमरे उड़ा प्रो भाई मेरा भाई अथरो भाई को फुल इज्जत
Man, this is going to come
टियान
down
तो
to the
भाई
last
टियान
match.
अथरो भाई लिटरली जब से स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट हुई है डे 1 टॉप पे ही है भाई
Find a cheeky play on the plane, and he gets taken out. Oh, they tried to get to the circle just a little early. They
अभी
end up
फिलहाल
getting into it
सब
with
लोग
Goat,
सर्कल में एंटर करने की
and
कोशिश
that
कर रहे हैं क्योंकि
rotation
सबको
cost
पता है
both
मिलिट्री
these
बेस
teams a
मैटर हो
whole
जाता
lot.
है
They're going to have to make a play in Miramar.
लाइक करो दोस्तों फटाफट
because
से
EK are
आपके
looking
दोस्तों के
strong.
साथ शेयर करो उन्हें भी
AGL
लाइक
have a
करने के लिए बोलो
beautiful
जेबल पे
position
आप
in
भेज
this
सकते
zone.
हो लव यू ऑल
And the one team in the top 6 that's not looking too hot is Alpha 7. They are still on the north side.
बात तो
trying to
सही है
find
पता है
their
अल्फा 7 भी टॉप 6 पे स्टार्टिंग से ही है भाई उनके मैचेस अच्छे जा रहे हैं खराब जा रहे हैं बट एलिमिनेशंस अच्छे ले रहे हैं वो
You know what? It's better to stay alive a little bit longer than just make some crazy rotate on a bridge.
यस अल्फा 7 ये स्ट्रेटजी यूज कर रही है कि ज्यादा एटलीस्ट अलाइव रह रहे हैं एंड तक भाई
This one, that wrap down from the southern side, just kind of left themselves isolated, so they'll just have to cross their fingers. They can eventually find a way in. Shift on the zone comes in
क्या
as
हो गया
well.
भाई ओके जीत
This could be
जीके के
huge
3
because
पॉइंट्स है
I mean,
फिलहाल
we
बट
can
वो
see it, they
है
can't, but
मैच में
that
फुल
bridge is
के 2 पॉइंट्स
completely
है
open right now, and with that circle shifting in that direction, it could be a play, but it's so risky. Let's see what they do. Maybe even a, look like they're trying to do maybe even 2-2 split. Not too sure.
Seemed like they were debating it, but maybe doubling back now towards the southern
भाई
side. where
पागलों
Alula
जैसे
are
खेलते हैं
stationed.
सब भाई यार खतरनाक खेलते हैं भाई एकदम जबरदस्त 2-3 मैचेस में तो इतना इंटेंस हुआ ना भाई शॉट हो जाता भाई मैं तो ग्रैंड फिनाले का वेट कर रहा हूँ भाई क्या ये सीन हो गया भाई रॉडेल रहेगी अपनी और गुटन रहेगी मजा आ जा रहा भाई रॉडेल और
Position to zone. They get a decent one here, but they end up sacrificing XZZ in the process.
मजा आ रहा भाई मजा आ रहा
A
उस टाइम पे
huge
मजा आ
play
रहा
for the team. Beauty
अभी तो
ends up picking up
शांतता
that
चल रही है
point.
मिलिट्री बेस पे सबने अपने
Which
अपने
is
एरियाज देख
devastating
लिए हैं
considering that
सब
that
लोग
is
सेफ
the
रहने की
fourth
कोशिश
place
कर रहे हैं
team.
जैसे ही जोन पड़ेगा फाइट शुरू हो जाएगी भाई
Right now, though, the team that I'm really excited for in a zone like this is Yangon Galacticos. They have the observatory. They have all the high ground, and we've seen plenty of times in PUBG Mobile history, if that zone shifts in that
YG ने
direction,
high
they
grounds ले
can
रखे हैं भाई
possibly walk away with a 20 elimination chicken dinner here. So
20
this is
elimination chicken dinner, बाप
on the
रे।
side of Yangon.
देखते हैं बाकी जी के भी अभी फिलहाल ये क्या कर रहे हैं
They
भाई
put that into facts and forge a path for themselves. It'd be a huge game. That's what we're saying.
ये अरीना भी है जो टॉप 2 पे चल रही है फिलहाल
Zone
अच्छे खेलते हैं ये भी
goes their way
क्रेजी
towards
खेलते हैं भाई
Snovka. You're set up for success. You've just got to cash that in and make sure you get the most you can out of this game. With the other squads,
Oh my god,
slightly beneath
KRX को यहाँ पे स्पॉट करा रहे हैं
Slightly
KRX
above
का
them,
बहुत ही
rather.
पूरे
There
मैचेस
is
चल रहे
room to
हैं
climb.
they should
The
definitely
arena going down to 3
rush
players
और
quite
भाई
early
कुछ
with
तो
Mormon
करो भाई
falling
तुम
inside
लोग
of the blues. He was trying to swim round to get
जी
onto
तो
the
यार
island. The rest of the squad went for the wide rotate the whole way down. So they're up by the coast right now. It's KRX and Ulf that are ahead of them. Alpha 7 still not committing for the wrap over the bridge just yet, Jukes. Alula
अल्फा
with
7
some of
अभी
the
फिलहाल
guards that are
सेफ खेल
defending
रही है
that
पिछले 2 मैचेस
entryway
में
if they
थोड़ा
commit
मैटर
to
हो गया
this.
था
Let's see what plays they're going to make here. Alpha 7 need to find a way into this circle. I'm looking at the crowd right now. I see some of the young on Galacticos fans, and I see a whole bunch of nail biting right now as they
Oh my God! Bridge पे आते ही भाई जी एकदम सेट बैठ गया भाई. Alpha 7 के साथ अभी क्या होगा कोई नहीं कह सकता भाई, क्योंकि ब्रिज के बाजू वाले अगली वाली साइड पे YG पूरा सेटअप करके बैठी थी भाई. I don't know अभी वो है या फिर नहीं.
But we'll see for now as Alpha 7 roaring into this next circle.
Oh, nice.
Trying to find a safe position.
भाई मैच
Their
की स्टार्टिंग
fans
में यहाँ
are
पे
excited.
ओहो Alpha 7 ने क्या
Dead
सेटअप कर दिया
silence in
भाई.
the arena here.
भाई लिटरली डेड साइलेंस है भाई, कोई नहीं मार रहा. 53 बंदे अलाइव है, सारे अपने अपने टीम में मजे कर रहे हैं भाई, अपने अपनी जिंदगी जी रहे हैं भाई. कोई मारामारी नहीं कर रहा, निवान चल रहा है जनाब. कोई गोलियों की आवाज नहीं आ रही कितनी देर से, शांतता होती है इतना तगड़ा जोन आने के बाद भी. ठीक है, जोन श्रिंक होने दो फिर पता चलेगा. बाकी अल्फा 7 जल्दी करो, जोन तुमसे बहुत आगे जा रहा है भाई. बेमतलब का ये जोन के बाहर रहते हैं, पता है. अच्छा चल रहा है रैंकिंग, क्या कर रहे हैं पता नहीं. जल्दी जल्दी रोटेशन मारो भाई.
So they might have a good rotation on in. They do
बढ़िया बढ़िया.
building for now, and it is wide open. Very, very fortunate. But now we're starting to see Yangon get put in some work. Revel ends up catching
ये क्या था?
though. Here we go. The fight is
Alpha
starting
7
out.
pattern हो
You're
चुका है.
trying to save his
Shit,
teammate
shit.
Guizhou, looking for some angles here to buy his squad some time.
Got to get it
Right,
back
right,
up.
right.
Shots are
Alpha
coming
7
down
में
though,
भी
and
बाहर
it's
चले
always
जाएंगे.
getting peppered, mate.
एक
You
बंदा
can't
नॉकआउट है,
commit to it
दूसरा
easily.
ऑलमोस्ट
They've
हाफ
got
हेल्थ पे है.
limited cover here. And throws
ULA
out the smoke
ऊपर
to
से,
see if he
मतलब
can
ULA
actually
मतलब
save his
अलूला
mate.
है,
Quick has
अलूले
the nade.
भाई
Prime
वो
who
खतरनाक
dashes
निपटा
that one
देंगे भाई ये
down.
लोग.
If it's on target, could be
ग्रेनेड भी डाले
lethal.
अभी से ही, स्मोक डाले जा रहे हैं, निकलने की पूरी कोशिश है.
Alpha 7 is just trying to get this reset here. They don't want any of
Alpha
this
7 रिवाइव कर रहे हैं, वो निकल लेंगे
for
फॉर श्योर भाई.
Rebel does get picked up. He still has his vehicle in play, and they
बढ़िया
do end
बढ़िया
up getting the
निकल
recovery.
गए
So
से.
a perfect play on the side of Alpha 7.
Oh my God,
Now
Alpha
they're gonna
7 ने
start
रश कर
realizing
दिया
that, hey, maybe one of these players is a little bit too isolated. They kind of drive up just a little bit, just to kind of scare him away.
Area scan
But this
कर
is
रहे
the
हैं
perfect play for Alpha 7. All they wanted to do was get into the zone safely. They have the gun skill to make anything happen, regardless of where the
बात
circle
सही है, बात
is.
सही है. अभी फिलहाल
But to
जोन
get
में
here with
पहुंचना
all
ज्यादा
four was the
इम्पोर्टेंट है भाई.
challenge, and just so fortunate.
अच्छा जी, मैं देखूंगा, ट्राई करूंगा. मेरे में तो सामने काफी प्रॉपर दिख रहा है, बट आई डोंट नो. अब रिफ्रेश भी करके एक बार ट्राई करो, ठीक है, मुझे बताना. सीन क्या है ना, ओरिजिनली जो हमें ये मिला है उसकी ही 1080p चल रही है, समझ रहे हो, ओरिजिनल. वो मैं लेके फिर मैं भी कर रहा हूँ ना, तो थोड़ा सा ये सीन है.
Has unraveled to only a solo player remaining alive. You've got Dopeness taking shots.
लाइट करो जल्दी से भाई, कितने लाइट हुए आई डोंट नो. जेवल्स भेजो फटाफट.
Now they're down to just the duo.
Pretty crazy here that the 7th and 8th place team are so dang hurt. Could be a huge opportunity though, right, for even a squad like Nongshim Red Force, RRQ, Yangon, right? The fact that so many of those cutoff teams went
भाई
out
एक
early
बंदा
opens
10
the
on 10
door for the
स्मोक
rest of
लेके
the
घूमे
lobby
यार. अरे
to kick
स्मोक
them
तो
out of one
छोड़ो
of
भाई.
those.
दूसरी मैच में एक घर में आग जला दी थी दबा के भाई. 4-5 मोली, 4-5 स्मोक, कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा था कौन अंदर है.
Especially considering
Oh my
that
God,
Tiamba
चार
are sitting
नेट
pretty
जा
on
रहे
the
हो
leaderboards. They are dead
बमबारी हो
confident,
रही है
not
फुल
a
ऑन. सारे
single
बंदे
worry.
ग्रेनेड डाल रहे हैं.
Alpha 7 have everything to lose in this battle though.
तो यहाँ मैटर तो हो रहा भाई.
It's a big ego fight. You've got to pull it off if you're going to go for it. Aggressive scouting from Revo as he charges
Okay,
straight
team
up towards him
Arena
to get a read
eliminate हो
onto the
चुकी है
setup.
भाई. शिट, वो टॉप
Like you say,
2 पे
man,
थे भाई.
you mess with a beast that is Tiamba right now.
सूर्या
You
भी
better
ऊपर
be
चली
ready
गई है.
to back
70
it
पॉइंट्स
up.
हो चुकी है. वेरी नाइस.
Good nade. Milu getting hurt. Obscure getting peppered as well.
Nade,
Alpha 7, they know exactly what's at stake here, right? They know they have some of the best coaches, some of the best support on the planet. If they win this fight with Tiamba, this could be enough to push them ahead and secure that final slot.
Very nice, very nice.
But it's not enough right now. They need to win this fight. It's either that or they're going to leave the mercy of Miramar up ahead.
और टीएन का बंदा देख रहे हो, वो देख रहे हो, धीरे-धीरे क्राउच करते हुए जा रहे हैं. वो A7 के बंदे को किसी ने नॉक करा भाई. ULA यहाँ पे एंट्री मार चुकी है भाई. दो टीम के बीच में. ये मैसी हो चुका है भाई, ये मैसी हो चुका
It's
है.
already messy, yeah, especially considering that Obscure
ULA
gets knocked
ने
at the
एडवांटेज
literal
उठा लिया
worst
A7
time.
एंड टीएन के
Claws was
फाइट
putting
का
some
भाई.
shots down
उन
range,
दोनों
and
की
then now
फाइट चल रही थी. ULA आज ही साइड से देख लिया, छट निपटा
now
दिया
they
भाई.
said, let's take out these squads here now.
A7 बचो A7
though, maybe saying, all right, you know, we're here. but we haven't heard those shots in a second.
Right.
Third party to ring out, then we'll get in the mix.
Basketball practice, yeah.
You've made them feel uncomfortable though. Put the fear into them a little bit with the warning shots they fired out. So it's not as easy.
Tian squid high down milan Vice का बंदा भी notice हुआ है उन्होंने ULL A7 ने ULL को take down कर रहा है भाई nice हो सकता है DBS
Switches back to the rifle, ready to let it rip on the peak. Dopeness even trying to find a steal from distance with damage done onto Alpha 7.
Oh my god,
quick replies back.
काफी intense चल रहा है, A7 versus Alula चल रहा है, and यहाँ पे A7 का एक बंदा knock down हो चुका है, and अभी भाई एक गोली रहा है भाई मार,
Tianma with the steal.
And the save! Alpha 7
Alula,
save for
YG,
now, but Tianma
eliminated by
looking to
Alpha 7
finish him.
ने
It's Guizhou
ये
all
shot
by
Alpha 7
himself.
पे Tian
Gonna
ने
have to make a
grenade डाले
play.
Alpha 7
It's not good enough. Tianma crushing the dreams of some of these squads. It's going to leave Alpha 7 with 70. Furia right behind him though. 3 points so far and their whole squad alive. Furia looking to seal the deal here now.
Tianma silencing the marching band as they storm through that one.
भाई ये इंटेंस होने वाला है दोस्तों KRH भी आ चुकी है फाइनली आई होप वो अच्छा गेम प्ले क्रेजी वाला कुछ दिखाए भाई टीएन का बंदा हाँ वो यस यस लास्ट टू लास्ट मैच में ULF ने भी वही किया भाई
Q on the other side there in 12th place with just 2 players up, trying to make something happen for their squad. Meanwhile, dead center of this circle is none other than Nongshim Red Force.
Oh my god.
Full squad sitting pretty. When are they going to start getting active though? They only got 1 elimination to their name with 54 points. That's 12 behind 6th place. A good win here could put them into that play style. Right now, you're going to see KRX. They're toast. There's no way. Unless they win this game and the next 2, that's the only chance they have. But we have seen crazier things happen in the past.
Yeah, so far down the ladder.
Oh shit,
RRQ it's more what damage can they do to other teams that are trying to progress and remedy their own disaster that they've had in some of these matchups here for our survival stage.
Survival stage is growing intense guys. इसके बाद बस इसके बाद की मैच
still sitting pretty. They've had some great games. And once again, lining up to do more damage. Nonshin Red Force with a backline there. The Org of Hyunbin hitting heavy.
चौथी मैच चल रही है ना किसी पांचवी चौथी चल रही है
so far away as well. They're going to have to grab him as the zone comes in.
Nice. KRS अभी भी hold down है. ये चारों बंदे जिंदा हैं. ये 2 eliminations इन्होंने ले रखे हैं. Very nice भाई. Keep growing भाई.
They're just sitting back, waiting for these teams to slowly.
टियान भाई क्या चल अरे टियान भाई एक तो डे 1 ट्राई परफॉर्मेंस की वजह से टॉप पे थी एंड अभी भी क्रेजी कर रही है भाई मतलब पिछले 4 मैचेस में वो ज्यादा खतरनाक दिखी नहीं है बट टॉप पे है एंड अभी तो भाई इन्होंने मचा दिया इस मैच में ओह माय गॉड भाई की रेट बंदा इन्होंने एलिमिनेट कर दिया है टियान भाई इज ऑन
actually it was Milu that actually getting at that knock and now Smile
oh my god
close and personal with the S12K
oh shit
just a little bit too greedy gets finished here by Nongshim.
Oh shit.
Say Cloud.
भाई एक रूम में दूसरा बंदा इस रूम में दूसरा बंदा S12K का इस्तेमाल करा जा रहा है नहीं यार NS का कमबैक
they charge back in. Split push on the reposition.
Shit भाई NS ने कमबैक तो करा भाई जी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है भाई उन्हें टीएन की भी लोकेशन पता है वो ग्रेनेड डालने की कोशिश कर रहा है आप देख सकते हो एक ग्रेनेड है मोलिया ये दूसरा ग्रेनेड है इसी बहाने एंड ग्रेनेड से डीएनए का नॉट हो चुका है ओ शिट ग्रेनेड
so strong they have the outside advantage
चल रही है
they start throwing all the
ये लोग
util they
पार हो
have
जाते हैं भाई एंड जोन में भाई ग्रेनेड मोली सब डालना शुरू कर देते हैं मजा आता है
back up with that hover
भाई रेड डॉट से 100 मीटर शॉट क्रेजी
this fight is still ringing on out but if you're a team like KRX who's right over there you got to get active here you need to start eliminating this entire lobby when are they going to make a move as Tizzy with the pump shotgun knocks down Milu
keep going Tian
Milu is going to absolute powerhouse for Tianma. So bringing him down could be a nice upwards draft there for Nongshim, but they've got to maintain this pace. Lots of pressure being thrown their way.
प्रेशर तो बनेगा भाई अब एनएस वाले बंदे ने ग्रेनेड डाला है अगर वो ग्रेनेड अंदर जाता है ओ भाई बच गया भाई
So easy.
Eagle भाई बच चुके हैं ओ शिट रे भाई हेल्थ
over onto Eagle. Barely gets back into the building.
TN versus NS बहुत ही हेवी चल रही है
Hyunbin to QZZ
not possible अभी एनएस वाली रुस के मारेंगे
only
भाई
18 years
बाकी
old,
केआरएक्स
putting
का
in work
चांस
for
है
his
गाइस वो थर्ड
squad,
पार्टी करे आई डोंट
trying
नो
to
भाई
keep their dreams alive. They're in 11th place.
एनएस टेक
but
कम्बैट
we've seen
सीरियसली हां भाई
crazier
एनएस ने
things from
सीरियसली
Nongshim Red
कम्बैट
Force.
कुछ ज्यादा ही मन
Goes
पे ले लिया
back to
भाई
the PUBG Mobile Macau
4
Invitational
एलिमिनेशन
that
ले
he
लिया
won
उन्होंने
it, and they
काफी
won
सही
it
डिफेंड
on
कर रहे
the
हैं
last
बाकी जीके का शायद एक ही
game of
बंदा
the
बाकी है
tournament.
तो वो आराम से
So
खेल रहा
that
है
is one
ऑल गुड
squad
भाई
you could never
कोई
count out.
जल्दबाजी नहीं है 7-2 IGS
We do have to say goodbye to
है भाई
RRQ
सही है
on this run. Still stuck down there in the depths towards 12th place. Tiambo with 2 players left, one of them knocked for now as well towards the upper side. Geek and Ulf still fighting to see if they can climb slightly higher up the standings here, Jukes. From 7th up to 4th, it's a relatively easy leap if they can find some way of keeping themselves in the running. A conversation of a couple elims, a bigger placement finish. Hyunbin not done yet though. Dealing big damage
Oh
for
my
Nongshim.
God,
He's
oh,
fired.
array.
The nade knocks him down. And Eagle swoops back in for another elimination here.
But super fortunate for Nongshim Red Force. They take out Tianba and they are making this happen. So many teams in the top 6 already out. Beautia.
एक बंदा
Believe
रिवाइव
the
हो
only
सकता
squad
है
still
सेफ
left
लोकेशन पे वो
there.
बाकी फिलहाल
That's a
7-1
huge
2 GS पे
opportunity
चलने
for
डाल रहे हैं
Nongshim Red
काफी
Force to
सही
catch
लोकेशन
up,
पे
and that is GK eliminated.
टीम की के भी एलिमिनेट हो चुके हैं उनका एक ही
Sort of
बंदा
one
बाकी था भाई
chance, man, where he's thinking,
Obvious
fingers
था।
crossed, if I can somehow get 2 elims off the back
भाई
of this,
एनएस ने कम्बैट
would have been walking
सीरियसली
away
लिया
with
भाई
something nice rather than
ये
leaving.
तेरा बंदा चिल था ऑब्वियसली वो अकेला था यार इट वाज एक्सपेक्टेड कि वो शांति से ही खेले बट वो नॉट डाउन हो चुका है
Rock that made the play, but that's all they get here.
Brutal. Just 1 point shy of that 6th place position.
भाई ये देख
That's
रहे हो
where they're
यूएलएफ का
gonna end
बंदा
up
भाई
for now.
लिटरली गाड़ी के
But
टायर
Nongshim Red Force are
पे
so hungry. They are
छुप के
looking
बैठा
so
है
good in
बाकी
this
फ्यूरिया
match.
के भी चारों बंदे जिंदा है अरे क्या हो गया
This is the game to put them in the show here at the
टेंशन आ
last
जाता है भाई
second.
स्ट्रीम चल रही है
Foxy gets a knock on to Chief. KRX surprised this team as being so passive.
आशु भाई
I mean,
वेलकम
you're at
बैक
the
भाई
bottom of
काफी
the
इंटेंस सिचुएशन
leaderboards,
चल रही थी थोड़ी देर
but
पहले
if
आप
you
चाहिए थे
even want the
टीएन
chance, you need-
एनएस ने कम्बैट
you
करा है
need to take out
टीएन
this whole
को क्या
lobby. You
तोड़ा
gotta
है
get
भाई वो जाके
crazy
चेक करो
aggressive. You have some high
Grenades,
ground.
words
What is it
डाले
going to
full
take
भाई।
for KRX to finally wake up and get aggressive here?
The passive
कैरेट्स
play
हाँ
just won't
कैरेट्स
cut
अभी
it.
सही टाइम पे इंतजार कर रहे हैं
Wow. Nade
नाइस
back
ग्रेनेड
over
नाइस
as well.
ग्रेनेड एक फॉर ग्रेनेड
Fury
फ्यूरिया के
eating the
पास
shrapnel from that
गए
one, and it's an easy takedown with the
ग्रेनेड से
follow-up from
काफी
Mahan.
तगड़ा नॉट डाउन हुआ है भाई यहाँ
Fury
पे
do lose
अब
one
थोड़ी सी
player, but
नॉर्मल
they
हो चुकी
instantly
है
get revenge with quick
A7
shots back
क्या
onto
अपडेट है
Malik.
A7 चली गई
No crime goes unpunished in this lobby right now,
चली
Jukes.
गई है A7
This is a important game for
But
Fury.
थे
Yeah,
वो
they're in
थे
second
थे
place
भाई
right here. They got
उनसे
8
पहले ये
eliminations.
एलिमिनेट हुई
But
थी
they understand that we need a strong game, so
Oh.
strong that we don't even gotta worry about Miramar. And they
S
are
ने
doing
7
that here. So they are
2-1
playing
CS
as though their
बंदे
tournament
जिता
life is
दिया
on the
है।
line,
KRX अभी
and
फिलहाल
they are
चारों
looking
एकदम
good. 3 players up. The zone is starting to
लोकेशन उन्हें
close.
पता
They're going
चली
to
है
have to find a way into this circle, but they are looking rock solid here.
अगर जोन
Yeah,
केआरएक्स
Fury
पे
definitely
आया
releasing the beast, man. They want to go all
केआरएक्स
the way
इस
to the
मैच में
finals.
मचा सकती है इज्जत के
Huge
साथ
plays that we've seen from them in the survival stage.
काय माहिती पण ट्राय होता था
Like you say, dude, it's 5 margins between the squads beneath them. It's a game like this,
12
8
बंदे बस alive
elims,
है,
seeing yourself
5
rise
teams
up,
है
getting
total।
into a better spot, leaving the other squads beneath you further down.
फ्यूरिया एनएस
They've
के
just
3
got to
3
stick to
वनडे
this
केआरएक्स ने
business,
फुल
not
होल्ड
let it
कर रखा
slip.
है 4 बंदे जिंदा हैं
Painful
7
scenes
to
for
1
Ulf
जीएस
as
का बस
well.
एक ही बंदा
Could
जिंदा
have
है
been a
तो
different
वो
story in this
निपट
one,
जाएगा
Jukes. It's
जहां
just
तक
one
मेरी
man left, soulless,
प्रेडिक्शन है
cowering behind the monster truck, thinking about a timeline where he can steal away a couple more points somehow, some way.
Well, he's definitely going to get some placement
भाई
points.
ULF के
and
बंदे
we're
के
at
पीछे
that,
एक्चुअली
we're
KRX
so
से
close on
पता
the
नहीं है
leaderboards that I have a
जैसे
strong
ही
feeling that there's
KRX
going to
से
be a
स्पॉट
team
करते
going
हैं वो
home by
निपट
just
जाएगा भाई
one
ऑनेस्ट
singular point. So Soulless staying up for his squad here could be the difference
अभी राइज
maker.
अरीना
Let's
काफी
just see how long
शांत
he
हो
can
चुका
hang
है
on.
सारे
Furia
बंदे
are
एकदम
outside of
चिल
the
है
zone.
जोन
They
में
have
रहने
a
की कोशिश
vehicle
कर रहे
there.
हैं
Now they're going to hop into
थोड़ा
it,
बहुत
but this is
चिल
going
रह
to
रहे
be a
हैं
death push.
कोशिश कर
They
रहे हैं
have
कि टीम
no
से कोई
room
एलिमिनेट
to
ना हो
move here.
एनएस
They're
एकदम
gonna go
एग्रेसिव है
wide out in
एनएस
the
आई डोंट
open.
थिंक किसी को छोड़ने वाली है
And you can see
इन्होंने
Nongshim
फ्यूरी
Red
राइट
Force
बंदा
waiting
स्पॉट कर
for it.
लिया
The
है
whole lobby Heavy is staring at this.
Oh,
and the shots
zone
are
की वजह से
ringing
ये
out. They
निपट
try to
गए.
sneak
Fury
through
है
the
यहाँ पे.
gate. It's just
Shit,
silence.
shit,
Look like he's going to be able to get away from that. Fury
उन्होंने पूरी कोशिश करी कि zone के side पे जाए.
Pandemonium trying to get through that small gap in the fence.
गेम मार सकती है वाली पता है.
KRX stealing points where possible as Nongqing also
दो
have
matches
their
बाकी है ना,
eyes
yes,
lit up on the
I
pipeline
think
of Furia
you
here.
will have nice comeback.
Very
Yes.
similar narrative for
NS
those
ने
two
comeback
teams.
करा
It's
भाई
just the
यार.
Furia at least have the safety net of knowing they're currently within those upper ranks, above the top 6. For Nonshit, you want to keep grinding this one out, guarantee yourself enough points to be above that threshold.
QXCZ, there goes Furia. So that is it. Top
Team
6
Furia
teams
eliminate हो चुके हैं
all out.
Top 3 team आ चुके हैं भाई.
Huge
Top 6 के
opportunity
सारे
out of
teams
all these squads
सारे
here.
teams चले गए
Obviously for Nongshim
अभी
Red
ये
Force,
इन लोगों को
11
chance है कि ये
eliminations.
upper आ
They
जाए
need
on the
to win
ranking.
this game. Second place isn't it. They need that chicken dinner.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit,
Hopping in the
yeah, not
vehicle,
possible, not
denies it.
possible
Oh,
भाई.
actually, I thought he was going
NS
to
वाले
deny
बंदे को
it, but
already पता था
Hoxie
ये यहाँ पर
ends
है,
up
but
getting
वो
that
wait
last
कर रहा था
shot
सही
onto
moment
him.
पे, पता है.
So
Zone आते ही
now
उसने
it
उसे
is
damage
really
करके
just
निपटा दिया
up to
and ULFP
KRX
बाहर
versus
चली गई है भाई.
Nongshim Red Force.
अच्छा sorry,
And it
हाँ
is none
ULFP
other than
eliminate हो गई
Nongshim
शायद
that
से.
got everything to gain here.
बस अभी 2 ही टीम्स है NS वर्सेस KRX. KRX ने काफी
It's a big
KRX ने
final head-to-head to this
अच्छा
team.
होल्ड ऑन कर रहा है भाई स्टार्टिंग से ही. बट अभी देखा जा रहा है NS बहुत एग्रेसिव है. आई डोंट थिंक सो KRX बच पाएगी. अगर KRX ने
Peek over QTZ with the engage, and they can follow up with this. They go in swift, Jude. Spinny firing off the buckshot quick, hoping that he can dome another one.
मारने जा रहा है भाई.
As the pump
कुछ भी हो
action
सकता है. Unpredictable,
looking good to try
unpredictable.
and
अगर
whittle
KRX
down
ने
the
ये मैच
numbers
जीता
for
literally
Nongshim.
यार
It's a 2
crazy
versus
भाई.
4, and
क्योंकि
Tizzy's
पिछले
getting
सारे
hit on the
मैचेस
top.
उन्होंने बहुत खतरनाक
Tizzy
नहीं
gonna
खेला
have to
है.
play. He peeks up.
Allah,
He
oh
goes
my
to the
God.
open, gets the
Oh,
knock,
दोनों
but
knock हो
some
चुके,
great
दोनों knock
support
हो
play. It's up to
Shit,
So
shit, shit,
Easy
shit.
with the S12K. Gonna have to make it happen all by himself.
भाई
What
भाई
can you do?
shit, shit,
Get
shit,
the
shit,
thirst
shit.
perfect. Get every
बहुत
single
बहुत
point that you
बहुत
can.
बहुत बहुत खतरनाक है भाई. कुछ नहीं बोल सकते.
right there
क्या
for So
लगता है
Easy.
NS जीतेगी या फिर
This could be
KRX
big
in
for him
this
as well,
match?
man.
कौन
Little bit
लेगा
of timing. If he can
WWCD?
actually get the heal
Chat
off, he's
करो
going to be
भाई.
in a great position to at least attempt
भाई कुछ
to the
नहीं
best
बता
of
सकते
his
भाई अभी फिलहाल
abilities
के लिए.
to fight
KRX
for this
लग्जरी
one.
आगे जाए.
1
वो
versus
S12 के
3.
बचा रहा है भाई.
What have you got for
Headshot
us so
पड़ती रहा
easy?
है
Can
भाई.
you live up to your name and make that a reality? His tree's going to be caught slipping, trying to get the
मुझे
bandages
नहीं
out.
लगता है NS
He's got to pull back into
comeback
cover.
अभी हो पाएगा.
Wants to go for the jump
But
shot
कुछ नहीं
round
कह
the
सकते.
corner,
1v2
making
हो
the cross
सकता
there,
है.
spotted through the window, losing HP.
NS गए.
And he just says, nope, I'm out of here. And it's KRX that wins the game.
KRX
All the
ने
way down to
winner
last
chicken dinner
place.
लिया.
End up sneaking a chicken
भाई.
dinner here towards the
सही
end.
है भाई,
But
सही है.
Nongshim Red
मैं
Force,
स्ट्रीम के स्टार्टिंग में ही कह रहा था कि इन्होंने भाई
This
चिकन
is
लेना
an
चाहिए. ये
exciting
आगे के 2 भी
match for
अदर
them.
मैचेस इतने अच्छे रहे
They
तब
don't
वो
end up getting
आना
those
मुश्किल है वैसे
extra
इनका.
4
बट
placement points with
पता
that
नहीं
chicken
भाई.
dinner, but you can tell they
Crazy
were
भाई,
fighting
crazy
for
भाई, crazy,
everything they
crazy
could
भाई.
possibly
इनके
get.
लिए टालियां बन गई. KRX ने
There's a great
comeback करा.
approach on it.
NS let's
So
go.
we've got
NS
to do
लग
that.
रहा
It's
था
the
बट
one chance, right?
KRX
We're
ने
looking
जो
at the
होल्ड
teams
ऑन करा
above
था
them
ना
falling
फोर्थ
to the
हेलाइट भाई एंड में
wayside
ही
early.
मारा.
They're getting Elim after Elim. They're playing
कड़क
aggressive.
गेम प्ले भाई, कड़क गेम प्ले.
That's the solution, Jukes. That's the answer.
Man, you take a look at these players' faces. You could just tell the intensity, the anxiousness in the air set of
डैप्रो
all-time
भाई
high
अपने
right here.
हमने
So
जो
many
वो
squads
डाला है
going
EWC
home. I
टाउन
said it's
इंस्टा
not
जरा
just
उस
40
पे
players. You got
कितना
the
कुछ हुआ है जरा बताना
substitutes, coaches,
नंबर.
staff, everybody's here. None of
मेरे
them want to
मोबाइल
go
दोनों
home.
ऑक्यूपाइड है. मैं देख नहीं पा रहा.
It's all about making those plays right towards the end.
भाई
Even
नाइस मैच
Furia,
है,
right?
नाइस मैच
Furia
भाई. KRX ने
currently
कमबैक
sitting
तो
in
करा है
second
बट
place, and you can see
लास्ट
the
पोजीशन पे है यार.
passion
उनके पास
coming
बस
from
21
Igor
पॉइंट्स थे.
right
तो अभी
now.
देखते हैं.
He wants to make sure that these guys are doing everything they possibly can to win. And let's
nice.
listen in to this.
NS ट्राइड बंदे ने पड़ते ही ना KRX ने रश कर दिया एंड NS थोड़ा सा हिल गई थी भाई.
우선 기어갔다. 동현아 왼쪽으로
या तो
벌려야 돼.
NS वैसे एग्रेसिव थे.
오나 동현 쪽. 왼쪽 1평 좋다. 집안에 집안. 야 과감하게
KRX को हाइट एडवांटेज था. हाँ वो भी है. एंड पूरी टीम थी ना भाई. 8 बंदा नहीं पड़ते ही थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस तो डाउन होता है.
They know there's still a lot to be done, but that's a good start. Obviously, this is where you really need to keep this going with huge game after game if they want to be within that conversation. Towards the upper echelons, it's only fine margins of the points, but it's so far down, Jukes. It's going to be really hard to carry this on.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them just kind of go a little crazier, a little bit more wild, right? Because that's what we need to see, right? We need to see a wild chicken dinner, crazy eliminations. But maybe that was the one, right? Maybe that was the one to kind of really give them a little bit of confidence. They literally need to win the next 2 with double-digit eliminations if they want any chance.
yes,
now, anything
yes.
less than that ain't gonna
Difficult
cut
है.
it.
KRX का अंदर आना तो
the
difficult
Bulls
है.
gotta give it up
बट
to
पता
them,
नहीं भाई.
right? I mean, the South Korean team, we know what they can do. Is just they've waited till the last second. That's why we're so doubtful.
Yeah, might have come a little bit too late. But hey, a win's a win. They're still going to be proud of themselves on that one. They were taking some decent fights as well.
Yeah, you know, this is what gets so tough when you're at the survival stage towards the end. If this was in the first day, right, or something like that, we'd be like, oh, let's go, right? Like, that's how you do it, right? That's perfect gameplay, literally, for KRX. It's just they're at a stage now where it's going to get a little bit more wild. But you know what? I want to hear from Geek and Cal Aris. Let's go ahead and take it on down to the stage and hear what they got to say.
Yeah, you do, because I've got Ragnarok once again here. You know what? He gave such an amazing interview last time. We had to pull him again to talk about some of these games. So let's take a look at what we've had today, right? It does feel to us, some of the pundits, the experts, that it's been a very passive lobby from a lot of the teams here throughout the day. Does it feel like that when you guys are playing it in the lobby, or what's your perspective on that?
Yeah, to be honest, it feels like harder than the 3 days that we played before. 2 days in the group stage and 1 day here. The lobby is being very passive, like you can reach the zone 3,
TWS
zone 4
squad
with
कब
62,
WC चलेगी
60
पता नहीं
players.
आप
That's
कब
so
डालोगे
fucking
फिर मैं मस्त
Muscularis,
एकदम
I've got
आशु भाई को
Ketchup
ट्रोल
from
करूंगा
Wolf
स्ट्रीम करके
Esports.
वॉच
We've got to
पार्टी
talk
पे
a little
भाई
bit about map
Hi,
number
bro.
3, managing to secure the chicken dinner. Let's put you back into the conversation. You're in that bubble, just a few points shy of getting into the top 6.
बात
What
इज
were the
नॉट
comms like?
अबाउट योर कंटेंट आपकी ऑडियंस को क्या चाहिए वो देखो भाई ठीक है अभी जो ट्रेंड चल रहा है ट्राई करो वो गेम आप खेलो तो कुछ हो सकता है भाई ठीक है एंड
Yakın olan
डिमोटिवेट
birkaç
मत
tane
होना
takım
भाई
var,
ठीक है
onlar
होता रहता है ये
arasındasınız.
0 व्यूज
Top 6'ya girmek için
कोई बात नहीं
arada
है
çok küçük farklar
तुम
oluyor.
एक काम करो
Oyunu aldıktan sonra
थोड़ा सा
takımınızdaki
डिफरेंट
atmosfer
काइंड ऑफ
nasıl oldu?
कंटेंट
Size
ट्राई
bir
करो जो
push
आपने अभी
verdi
ट्राई
mi?
किया है वो मत डालो वो पसंद नहीं है
Yani win
kind
almamız
of.
tabii ki bizi çok
दूसरा
mutlu
कुछ
etti.
डालो जो
Daha
अभी
çok
ट्रेंड
motive
पे चल
olduk.
रहा है
Çünkü bu tarz maçları elimizden
Grow
çok
there.
veriyorduk. Bu maçta biraz
Don't leave,
şanssızlık
bhai.
oldu ama gene hani
भाई
puan alabildik. Yani finale çıkmak istiyoruz.
ओके ओके
Kendimizi
डैप्रो भाई
göstermek
धन्यवाद
istiyoruz orada.
धन्यवाद वो क्या है थोड़ा
Yeah,
अपने
of
को
course,
आज
this gave us a
लिमिट
push
में
as a
बोलना है
team
भाई
because
लिमिट
we
में समझ रहे हो
many times we just fall short of like winning
मैं
a
वही
map, so it
मेरे
was
दिमाग में
definitely
चल
a
रहा
big
था कि
motivation for our
150
team. And
के
now
वो आ
also
जा
we collected some points by becoming top 3, and we hope that we can still make it.
Well, 2 more maps before the finals. 6 are
Yes, guys, बस 2
decided.
matches बाकी है
Now,
उसके बाद भाई
these last
ग्रैंड
2 matches going to be on
फाइनल्स के
Miramar. You've got a good track
जाने वाले
record
टीम
on
जो हमें
Miramar
पता
so
चल
far,
जाएगा
especially in the group stage and yesterday as well. Are we thinking that this is going to be, you know, a more promising run? How do you guys feel going into this last Miramar? Because it feels like what you guys are lacking at the moment are eliminations, because you're typically, you know, quite an aggressive team. So what's going on in these next 2 games?
Top 6'nın belirlenmesine son 2 map kaldı. 2 Miramar haritası. Hem dünkü maçlarınızda da grup aşamasında da aslında Miramar'da iyi oynadığınızı görüyoruz. Sanki takımca böyle biraz puanda eksik kalıyor gibi. Yani öldürme skoru az kalıyor gibi geliyor. Nasıl bir stratejiyle giriyorsunuz bu oyunlara?
Yani biraz dengemiz bozuldu.
Ha,
Bunu
Dapro भाई
düzeltmeye
वो जरा है ना
çalışıyoruz. Bu
सीख भाई
üçüncü
जरा
maçta kendimizce düzelttiğimizi
EWC
düşünüyorum. Bunu bir şekilde üstesinden gelip finale çıkıp bütün hatalarımızı fixleyip önümüze bakacağız.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we lost our
Rules,
balance
regulations.
somehow, but we fixed this with match 3, and we just want to focus on these last 2 games and do our best.
Time for the last 2 games to come over
Last 2
onto
games
this
bye.
main stage. Catch, I
पहली
appreciate it.
बार में
Thanks so much
इतनी
for joining
बड़ी
me. Don't worry, he's not
non-stop
injured. For
watch
those of
party
you
कर
at
रहा
home
हूँ
freaking out,
ये देख
it's
रहा हूँ
not
भाई
an injury, okay?
very unique
We're going to go
experience
back
of
over
my
to the
life
studio to break down everything we've
मजा
seen
आ
so
रहा
far before we go into our final 2 maps of the
मेरा
survival
मैप
stage.
मेरा फोन भी ऑक्यूपाइड है मैं कुछ नहीं कर पा रहा
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Yangon Galacticos!
Chasing the sunrise, boots hit the ground, hear the battle call. Loot up, lock in, we're ready for it all. Every street, every door, searching for a little more. One squad, one dream, nothing's ever what it seems. The circle's closing in, can you feel it on your skin? Heartbeat like the drum, the final fight has come. Fight till you make it, never gonna break it. Stand your ground and take it, right into the fire.
मैं ड्रॉ चैट पढ़ता हूँ भाई मैं थोड़ा इधर उधर चला गया था भाई ड्रॉ थोड़ा सा राइज रेस्ट लेके आ जाओ भाई घंटा आ गया बट इट्स टू फन भाई स्ट्रीमिंग के लिए ओबीएस स्टूडियो हाँ भाई यस पहले वाला मैंने वीडियो 3 मंथ बाद डाली है इसलिए क्या हाँ ये भी हो सकता है गैप नहीं लेना चाहिए भाई भाई अरे प्रतीक भाई ने हमें समोसा भेजा थैंक यू सो मच भाई भूख लग रही थी मुझे ऑलरेडी थैंक यू सो मच मेरा भाई बाकी भाई कौन सी भाषा है यार अरे
it would get them their 2 top 8.
क्या ही बोले?
So a lot riding on him at the moment. We've already had a few of the big organizations when it
मैंने
comes to
स्टोरी
the
डाली है
championship
वो
play.
रिपोस्ट कर देना 100% आशु भाई एकदम प्रेम वो मेरा मोबाइल उधर है रे वो आप लोग जो मेरे को देख रहे हो ना वो मोबाइल से देख रहे हो तो मेरे को
it's big news across the board for all these teams. Nobody really making a breakaway just yet. It's as expected so far.
I love that, though. I love that we're getting some more
Thank you
liquid
for
storylines.
samosa,
Still
brother.
AGAL in the conversation, and still lots of chess action left to play. So when we know more, we'll check back in.
Thank you, Glitter and Trap, for that club championship update as AGL is looking to make a push so they can be in the top 6 to actually go to the finals. This squad just hasn't been performing like what we saw them being able to do in the group stages, but for this last game, it has to do with none other than KRX. They finally showed up and they put themselves in a way that if they get another win, Max, they could make that push to top 6.
Not just KRX, by the way. It's South Korea for the win. Yes, first and second place with the side of Nongshim Red Force securing that building. But yeah, KRX definitely desperate to get some points on board. And actually, I was going to pick their team to win. But I was like, oh, it's KRX. They're probably not going to win it. But by the way, match MVP is QXC. Big name over there in South Korea. After that big roster shuffle. And you know what? It took some time. They showed promises sometimes a bit consistently. But this game in particular, I feel like they took all the right steps, Nipchura, to actually get that chicken dinner. It looked a bit shaky at the end. You know what? That was just enough to get that win.
No, I'm really glad that KRX were able to win that. They made that push across to the north side of zone that I was hoping that they would do like a lot early, like 2 zones earlier, but ended up not happening, and it worked out just really well for them, as you're seeing as we look over the highlights. You know, Nongshim we saw on the match rankings there, they also got 18 points. Oh, Furia. I feel bad for Furia. They had nowhere to go here.
One team that was able to get that second place finish though, Nongshim Red Force lays that squad. About how they're not really aggressive. Guess what? All the fights were just coming to them.
Look, I actually had high hopes that, well, not high hopes, but like their positioning here, and especially being able to take that rooftop from KRX, I actually thought they were going to pull out the win from this position, but obviously, you know, Zone was sort of closing
A7 कोई 8 मैच जितवा देना वरना मुझे दफन
over that top, because obviously KRX.
भाई ये क्या चल रहा है किधर
So it was looking really good. I also was a little bit worried for KRX because they didn't make the
भाई सब्सक्राइब करो लाइक करो शेयर करो आपके सब दोस्तों के साथ शेयर करो उन्हें बोलो भाई लाइक करने के लिए ताकि हम भी कभी वहां रहे
in their play style right now, but I do hope they can take the momentum to the next game.
I mean, right now, what was it? What did you say, Lace? I can't hear you over this loud.
भाई केआरएस को शुरुआत से ही माउंटेन और हाइट से एडवांटेज था हाँ बात तो सही है बट वो उन्होंने स्ट्रेटेजिक खेला ना वो वहां पे जाके रुके तब उन्हें वो एडवांटेज मिला इससे पहले कि उनके मैचेस बहुत Okay.
T, really enjoying that. Yeah, here you go. Oh no, it wasn't Hoxie. It was QZZ here.
You told me who's behind the tree. Hoxie's behind the tree.
Hoxie's not on. Oh yeah, he's over there. So QZZ is going to be over here. That's who I was really talking about. Because look, Benny and Trey are over by that hillside, right? And eventually QZZ is actually going to take this tree spot. And as the other two at the compound move around to either side, QZZ is right there, ready to take any sort of action he might need to take. He's got that back angle. There goes Hoxie. So it's just down to those two on the front line. And QXZZ is doing his job as an anchor point really, really well, holding the fort, giving his team a defense, giving his team cover on those angles, and that is what's going to win them that game.
It's a good one. It was a good play at the end of the day. Almost gave many 1v1s back to back.
Enjoy कर रहे हैं
scary. But actually, could not been a KRX. Nongshim Red Force win. If Yunbin didn't go overly aggressive of the Chamber's position, that was a bit of a throw. As much as I do like Yunbin, I have to be critical when he does a misplay. That was a bit of a misplay, a bit of a throw coming out from Yunbin. But still, South Korea showing up massively here. We've still got 2 Miramars, and usually Miramar in South Korea.
बहुत जीवन पे दिया अभी डायरेक्ट स्ट्रीम के बाद ना मेरी जान हाँ अभी क्या कर सकते हैं काम है करना पड़ेगा वैसे मैंने व्हील्स खाए हैं
I was a bit
like थोड़ी देर बाद स्ट्रीम खत्म होती है
All right, come down there, One Island. but let's take a look at the overall to see what it's currently looking like with the top 6 teams and how close everything currently is. We started at the beginning of the day, a lot of teams being just separated by 14 points.
All right, guys, हमारे सामने points table आ चुका है. TN by 1 पे चल रही है. Furia second and Red Bulls third पे आ चुकी है. Alpha 7 4th पे है.
Only separated by 2 points.
Yeah, I want to sort of have a little touch on UK Esports. I mean, they were turning up the heat in that previous game, especially against GOAT, stopping their rotation over on the bridge and finding such a huge position so early into military base. But then what happened? It was kind of just like they couldn't hold on to that spot. They had such an opportunity with 3 eliminations heading on into that rotation, and Alpha 7 and all these teams above them dropping like flies. It was going to be their game, and obviously, you know, we heard it there in the interview. They are happy with the way that they're going, and they are saying that it's just going to have one little game to change things around with them. I do believe it. I do believe that it should have been that game, though.
I'm looking at GOAT right now. GOAT is just the biggest outlier for me because of the amount of eliminations, the thing that we've been talking about.
मतलब आज दी तो कल तक मिल जाती है, ऐसा सीन रहता है, नहीं तो कभी-कभी और ज़्यादा टाइम लग जाता है भाई. 6-7 घंटे लगा लो भाई.
Because they got 14 placement points. They got 1 chicken dinner at the start of the day, right, on Rondo, which was a very impressive Rondo. I loved it. It was so nice outside of Dan.
Like करो दोस्तों, like करो. कितने लाइट हुए हैं स्ट्रीम पे? जल्दी लाइक करो. What is it behavior? तुम्हारा भाई स्ट्रीम कर रहा है फटाफट इतनी देर से. लाइक करना तो बनता है ना. इज्जत के साथ.
All gamers, RQ, Yangon, all those guys need to show up. 2 games, man. 2 games before we know which will be out of 16 teams headed into the finals.
Yeah, and for KRX, I said it earlier, Masters were saying it too. If they want to get a chance at even contending for the top 6, they need to make sure they get a win here in this next game. If not, they're going to be fully out. So let's send it over to Kalaris, which I believe he is with none other than Juan Allen.
All right, drag him on in here. Come on, let's talk about everything that has been going on, because we have got ourselves an interesting situation for Korea as a whole. From my perspective, I was mentioning on a desk before that it feels like the lobby is being quite passive here at the moment, but this is an interesting thing that plays into our Korean teams. I think they're very good at exploiting teams when they're overly aggressive against them, and now we've been able to see a little bit of that here from Nongshim Red Force to be able to kind of put that to bed.
Well, Nongshim have had so many good games on military circles, picking up a host of chicken dinners across it, right? So it's certainly these scenarios which is forcing this frankly stagnant lobby sometimes to jump into those more aggressive situations that is going to push them into a position to be able to exploit those exact weaknesses that you were highlighting there. So I think, yeah, right on the money with that one. Maybe they're going to be given more opportunities as people get more desperate.
Understandable. It bears repeating, though, that it is very understandable that these teams are all being a bit slower about it. $3 million on the line with only these last few games remaining here, John. Is there anyone that you're looking at? Obviously,
लाइक करो दोस्तों फटाफट से स्ट्रीम को. अभी लास्ट सेकंड गेम चालू होने वाला है, उसके बाद द लास्ट, एंड फिर हमें पता चल जाएगा कौन सी टीम फाइनल में जा रही है भाई.
It would be great if
वो जो चीज आप पीछे देख रहे हो वो सारी क्रश होने वाली है. सारी नहीं 10.
I'm still looking at Ulf because this is a team that needs to prove themselves, and I'm desperate for them to jump up in towards those top 6 and maybe just about squeak in around the corner for a place amongst the top 6.
The middle pack still unbelievably thick, dense here for our last day of survival stage. And again, if this passivity continues on, I am concerned for some of the teams. It means that all of our eliminations are going to be spread out across the majority of those teams in the middle pack, and from there we could even get a tied situation for 6th place.
Absolutely. I mean, chicken dinners will come down to it as well. That first tiebreaker, really important to be able to get those under the belt. People are starting to feel the pressure. The audience is starting to try and alleviate that, but I don't know if it's just adding to it for so many of our teams. The noise has got to feel intimidating, but I see some smiles here and there around the arena, and we're hoping that they can take that pressure and convert it into diamonds.
Yeah, not only is it the Alpha 7 fans, but it's also the Furia fans on over here as well. They are loud and proud. Everybody is really coming out in full force.
ये लोग टॉप से एंजॉय कर रहे हैं भाई.
Try and get themselves a top 6 finish, and it is going to be very, very close. The only one that I truly in my mind can guarantee is the fact that Tiamba has looked unbelievably impressive here throughout the survival.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been far and away the best performing team, certainly on the first day. They've now gotten enough probably to see themselves safe, but there's only one way we're going to find out who's going to join them. Kalaris, let's head over to the casters to take us into Miramar.
Let's go, Miramar.
Thank you, John. Thank you, James, and thank you, Paris. It's been amazing so far today. Keeping the energy here for the survival stage, building and building. We've had Alpha 7 find their way into a fairly comfortable position, looking better and better with the energy that's been coming out from their side of the audience. Furia as well, a similar storyline. Everyone's screaming, pouring their hearts out for them. But there are two former champions fighting to stay alive in the competition. The other is a current reigning champion in Yangon Galacticos that had so much more to do. For the Yangon fans in the house, let's give them some energy!
Let's roll!
Let's get it going. The crowd is excited. They are hyped. They know what's at stake.
अब क्या ही कर सकते हो, वो तो मैनेज करना पड़ेगा भाई। 12 चल रहा है यार, वरना सारे मैच देख लेना, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। बहुत सारा प्यार from your brother एंड चलो तुम नड़ो 12 के लिए नड़ो, बात यहाँ पर देख लेंगे। अंकित भाई कैसे हो भाई? लाइव कितनी देर तक है? 9 बजे 8:40 तक का शेड्यूल है मेरा। ऑलरेडी मिरामार की मैच हो रही है, गेट रेडी। सम
viewpoints of just how insane of a blessing it is to be here in Paris, France.
में ही भाई इतना देर फाइट देर के बाद फाइट करना शुरू करते हैं, क्या बताओ। बट
I'm telling you, everybody out there that's watching, if you're a PUBG Mobile fan, a gaming fan in general, to be able to make it to the esports World Cup has got to be a dream of a lifetime. I mean, the way that you get to get taken care of here, the food, every game imaginable. I mean, these guys have barbers, massage therapists on stage for these players. It's insane. I talked to some of these guys and they're just like, hey, you know what? Man, my hotel is booked up to the last day of survival stage. They said, we win, we move on to the top 6, they'll extend it, right? If not, boom, pack your bags, we're going home the next day. So it's time to put every single thing on the line here. Make it happen for your squad. And there's only way to do that here, Jackie. You know what that is?
To show up and give it your damn best, Jukes. You got to bring it and get those chicken dinners. Everything is earned, nothing is granted, and when the battle rages on here with the survival stage, we get into our final 2 games. Our opener on Miramar begins here. We get our circle towards the northern side, and we'll see if there's any more surprises in store.
के पास बनने वाला शायद से।
Here we go. Looking at some drops so far, so good. No kind of crazy hot drops. No shenanigans here. We see PK stopping by to get some tacos in that gas station.
बढ़िया।
Need to fuel up for the road here as these guys still have a long one to cross.
मजा आ रहा। कुछ भी बोलो, मिरामार की मैच अलग ही लेवल पर होती है। हाँ बात तो सही है यार, मिरामार सैनोर भी अलग ही लेवल पे होता है।
The difference in points for now. Man, gotta give some massive love to Nongshim Red Force, right? They were so down on the leaderboards. I think they were like, what, like 12th place, somewhere around there. And just like that, in one game, all the way up to 3rd. And that is how close this thing is. We can see the same thing happen now for AGAL, RRQ. I mean, even our defending champs, Yangon Galacticos, right? They're still within that range. And it is absolutely possible for them to make that run. But they got to make it happen now. And speaking of now, why don't you guys go hop in the game while these guys get looted and go ahead and get that Ninetales Fury AUG. The Uzumaki Naruto event is still happening, guys. One of the most phenomenal events in PUBG Mobile history. Go in the game and get that now because woo, this thing's about to heat up in just a couple minutes.
It will indeed. You're going to want a weapon that can match the level of excitement we got going on here. Live from EWC 26 at PMWC. Remember the name? Get your friends online right now, Jigs. They haven't sent everyone the link, even the family dog. Get them sat down, get them watching because the games have been delivering. You're doing the esport a disservice, Jigs. You've got to be here right now. You're missing out.
Missing out big time. I mean, look how close this leaderboard is. And you can see the look on these players' faces. You got
leaderboard check करो भाई, TN 1 number पे, Furia 2 number पे, NSA 3 number पे, A7 है, EA and Root
Alpha 7 are going to go ahead and get their El Pozo drop location, so they're going to be looted up to perfection here towards the end of the game. We'd love to be able to see that from them. They're
almost impossible,
in 4th place,
but they can do it.
Not comfortable just yet. You know, if they go out early, 3-4 teams below them get a decent game, and they're stuck having to deal with everything on the last match of the day. And
इसके बाद की मैच तो राइट चाहिए होगी भाई, फाइनल हमें पता चले रहा है यार, फाइनल ब्रो.
We got to bring up now. What's Tianma gonna do? Okay, they're safe.
Yeah,
they're making it to the finals. When you're that safe, you know what you can do?
You can get risky, Jigs.
You can get mighty risky. you can look down those leaderboards and say, hey, who stole that last croissant at lunch?
Ooh.
Say, who do I not want to see in the finals?
Yeah, who would I prefer to avoid not being in my lobby? When I come out swinging, we were surprised they even had to be in this position, right? A team that looks absolutely terrifying when they're playing their A game PUBG Mobile.
Alright guys, Miramar में तो अभी फिलहाल के लिए सारी teams अपना loot लेने में busy है भाई. EGAL अभी फिलहाल will they get aggro and try and kneecap some teams along the way? थोड़ा सा check कर रहे हैं and loot कर रहे हैं obviously. बाकी ये सारे एकदम बड़े-बड़े vans लेके घूम रहे हैं भाई.
Wild to see here.
Nice.
Yeah, Tiamba finally true to form. I
GK भी है वो भी loot कर रहे हैं.
Shell shocked even seeing them here in the survival stage. And that's why I worried for so many
of these
insane teams that are here, because I was like, man, Tiamba starts going crazy, then they're for sure going to make it. That's one more slot gone and potentially devastating for so many of these squads. Wolves, a team representing the North American side of things. They're right there on that 7th place position cutoff. Only 1 point separated. Can you imagine
the
pressure
fight
these guys are feeling now?
DNE versus
7-2-1 GS. Both these teams 14th, 15th place. They're not out of the run. It's crazy. It could happen. I mean, KRX isn't done yet, but they need to win back-to-back, at least in my opinion. They got to win 2 games in a row.
last match में आता हूँ. ठीक है, 100% last match में आ जाओ, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. अभी तो इसमें time लग रहा भाई, मैच बड़ी चलेगी है.
So much gas to.
डाडिया गेम से निकल दे तो सोच क्या होता.
We need to see him going out cutthroat as well, Jukes. Got to be big elim action for that side. If this is the start of a new chapter coming into the closer of the last few games of survival stage. A lot of potential twists in the narrative on this one. We'll keep you locked in as things start to shift and we see some of the more important fights. We'll guide you through it, but sit back and enjoy the action for now.
I'll tell you one team that a whole bunch of fans are biting their nails right now because they are staring at AGAL. This is a team, folks, that is, or this is an organization, right, that's competing in the Esports World Cup overall, event over event. And their org needs them to make it to the finals. And I mean needs them to be in top 6 right here. And they're not far off at all. They're in 11th place, only 9 points separating them from that 6th place cutoff. So the fans of this organization really rooting on these PUBG Mobile superstars to make it happen at the last second. Man, it's so crazy to see here. I don't even know. Like, it's going to hurt to see some of these squads gone because there are so many big names, so many big players.
बात तो सही यार, बहुत हर्ट कर रहा है यार, कौन-कौन जा रहा पता नहीं है क्या.
Really sting and we see them not make it.
Soul crushing moment for some of them, man. You grind so hard all year long. Try and bring your A game. And it's over before the real meat and potatoes of the action even truly begins to fight for that lion's share of the prize pool. It's not even that as well, Jukes. It's just having the pride of going home to your home country, being celebrated for the victory, for the achievement you found here. We saw the eruption when Alpha 7 did it back in 2024, when Yangon took that win last year. The narrative of the young guns that came out and surprised everyone. But now that's a pipeline for some of these teams. You've got to be within the top 6 to even have a chance to make that your history.
It's top 6 or nothing. Literally, that's the only thing we're staring at on the leaderboards is that line right in between the GOAT and the Wolves, the two
drop
animals of the lobby.
किधर है?
Those GOATs looking mighty dangerous though. Next zone, where's it gonna go? Oh, we're gonna see a crazy shift. Okay, we're going up to the north side, and GOAT likes that one because they're right below Cruz del Valle, and they are big chilling right now. Dongshim Red Force, wow. Well, they need to make a big rotation on up, and you got our defending champs, Young Galacticos, all the way to the west side. This is going to be a really rough rotation for them. They're going to have to fight their way in.
It's going to be a long journey, potentially a tumultuous one as well with the squads that are ahead of them. So we need some no-holes-barred level gameplay from Yangon. Pull out all the stops and give the fans in the house something to be excited about. That you touch on as well for GOAT, man. So damn good when it comes to the mechanical prowess of PUBG Mobile. The gun skill, it's sick. The way they split off each other and always have confidence that a single solo can do so much versus a team, that pays dividends. But when it comes to the crunch, they've been buckling in some of these really important situations. They've got to fix that right now.
They have to. They have to. No choice. No more time to waste. It's come down to this last 2 games, and finally the shots ring out. And who is it? It's Tian.
Oh, Tian ने पहला बंदा निपटा दिया है भाई.
Of all players, the superstar here of GK getting taken out. That has gotta hurt.
GK रेड बंदा Tian वालों ने eliminate कर दिया.
Gotta have to do something here.
Crazy हो रहा है, crazy हो रहा है.
It feels like we felt that DBS shot go off. That's a hell of an elim to find. A GK squad that's trying to grind as well, dude. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, how far even was he?
How did he get himself so exposed to get thirsted, too? That's gotta hurt. But one thing I did like to hear when he did that interview there with Calaris was the fact that he said that no matter what, we qualify or we don't qualify, I trust my team. And that I love to hear, right? Because we've, in the history of PUBG Mobile, have seen so many teams, you know, barely, you know, not make it into the tournament. You know, things happen, and the second it's over, split, having to swap players, do all that. They don't get themselves time to really develop together. But it just sounds like GK are working together as a family here. Now it's a 3-man family, right? And this 3-man need to do something here.
Doesn't matter what the numbers are, they've got to come together like the 5 fingers on one hand, bro. Form a fist and punch through the rest of the lobby. It's the only pipeline they've got available. It does get way harder for them to do that easily. Only a few points as well. Literally 2 points away from being able to get your head above water. Push past Wolves, push past GOAT. One more point on top of that, suddenly you're lapping E-Arena.
भाई KRH के बंदे भी अभी भी सेफली खेल रहा है भाई. मेरा मार में यार बहुत स्पेस है भाई, बहुत ज़्यादा स्पेस है भाई.
I mean, only 2 points away.
मुझे फ्यूरी वाला बंदा सामने है. And अभी फिलहाल Tian ने बस 8 point लिया है, 8 elimination हुआ है अब तक in entire match.
And zone
आ चुका है भाई. Most of the teams.
They got a nice circle.
Zone की. Nice.
See what they're able to do with it as teams playing this extremely slow, not trying to get into any silly engagements here.
Yes, कोई भी लड़ाई नहीं कर रहा, सब शांति में.
That is the one team in this lobby that can do whatever the heck they want, and that's what makes them dangerous. All that nerves, all the pressure on all these teams. Tian are the only ones that aren't feeling it because they know they're making it. Alpha 7 popping out the vehicle now, looking over towards RRQ, trying to steal some eliminations. Looks like RRQ is going to engage.
Oh my god, first fight हो चुकी है RRQ के बीच में and
gets a lot of damage on him. Where's the rest of Alpha 7? He's pretty isolated here. Carrillo all by his lonesome.
Oh my god,
he's going to throw out some util, but where's the rest of his squad to help him out here? They need that support right now.
ले रहे हैं भाई. RRQ versus A7 हो रहा है.
That's for Alpha 7, but it would be for RRQ, so they're willing to scrap. It's messy on the pullback as well, Jukes. No easy escape. Korea so low. He's got to hit the deck, instantly apply the bandages to survive through this. Right up to him, goodbye.
Crazy
grenade bounce and almost touched his dang earlobe as he gets eliminated.
दोस्तों patch almost हो जाता है, grenade आके फट गया.
Apply that pressure, the crank to Alpha 7. Revo just forced to sit
आशु भाई है नहीं chat में, वो उन्हें दर्द होता भाई.
They are not in a
भाई कैसे
comfortable.
welcome to the stream. 100% ठीक है Broken भाई.
Yes. To make it happen for their team.
Real hustler भाई, yes you are true. अभी तो slow match रहेगी भाई फिलहाल.
You could fight
But
this,
अभी
you could
अच्छा
bully us on this one. We're further down the standings. Not today. They throw the heat right
RRQ भी निकल
back
चुकी है,
at
A7 भी
them.
अपने
Smoke
रास्ते
through
से
2
निकल चुकी
players.
है.
They leave Alpha 7 with their tails
NS
tucked,
सामने है,
bailing
NS
out.
सामने है. Spot हो चुका है बंदा. गाड़ी वो क्या कर रहा है भाई? दो पहिए पे चला रहा है भाई.
They need to turn up the heat. They're a good 20 or what is it? I'm sorry, 12
NS का
points
बंदा
away
डायरेक्टली
from
RRQ
6th
के
place.
पास आ
They need a
चुका
good
था, but वो
game.
वापस गया I guess.
And with this
नहीं, वो
circle and how
analyze
it's going to
भाई
end,
1v3
you don't know exactly what's
कैसे
going to
होगा
happen.
भाई?
If you can get some easier
वैसे
eliminations.
NS भी crazy है पता है.
Eliminations are easy,
Last
but you
match
can
में
get
क्या
some
है?
points
अरे
early
जलन
on.
डाल रहा है bro. कहाँ डाल रहा है?
Ship Red Force though, right there in the corner, throwing out some of their utility. And it's a battle on the edge of the circle here on the east side.
No doubt, by the way, man. This is a new
NS and RRQ के बीच में अभी fight होगी.
Previous game. You went
ऐसा expected है. RRQ ने काफी अच्छी strategy लड़ाई है. दो बंदे वहाँ पे, दो बंदे एकदम दूर है. अगर NS यहाँ पे आती है तो वो पीछे वाले दो बंदे उन्हें easily निपटा सकते हैं.
They're getting themselves up nice and high.
नहीं यार वो चला ही है.
If they take this fight onto RRQ, get a few points out of it, show they mean business early as well, start to climb a little bit further. That's that conversation of safety that could become a reality from them. They leaped up from so far down the standings off the back of that last game. They just want to lock it in, Jukes.
Oh, lock in is what these teams definitely need to do.
वही आशु भाई अभी आपको दर्द होता है A7 का बंदा जस्ट
medikit
लगा रहा था and at the end moment आज बम उसके साइड में
Galacticos are right there on that.
बहुत बुरा लगा मेरे को आपकी याद आ गई
next to your Cruz del Valle. And now that dinner bell is starting to ring because someone's going to get a chicken here in a minute. Let's take a look at the replay though. Jan Fox with a beautiful nade. Oh my goodness, he didn't even move a muscle. He's like, I'm gone.
Ooh, saying I'm gone as well. That could be something that's ringing out for AGAL as they're getting hit from two sides. This is looking messy, mate. Nade line up as well.
चल रहा है AGL के दो बंदे नॉट हो चुके हैं टियान राइट बंदा बाकी
AGAL eliminated. This is devastating. With 58 points, they're going to need a monster game in the final match of all matches in order to make it into the finals. And this is what we were talking about. Tianba can do whatever the heck they want. They're not feeling any pressure. Everybody else is. And they are tearing up the lobby and crushing dreams. RRQ getting mighty close to the side of Nongshim Red Force. Tizzy is able to get a heal off so easy, up close and personal. Going to throw some util, buy some time for his teammates. That does pepper up a little bit the side of RRQ, but not too much.
eliminate हो चुकी है Tian
Now
बाने
so
क्या
easy
oh my
going in with
god
the
face to face fight हो
shots.
direct oh shit
And he's applying that pressure on RRQ. He's getting the knocks.
RRQ grenade भी है वहाँ पे nade भी है
Applying those shots through the smokes. The nades are ringing out and barely surviving.
उसकी elbow down है oh shit अभी कुछ भी हो सकता है अभी कुछ भी हो सकता है
So easy tucking
zone
in
भी
whilst
है
Yunbin
RRQ भी है
primes the
NS भी
nade
है
over the top.
oh
the airbus shuts down one.
भाई
It's a good engage. RRQ got to rage quit this fight as they don't want none of this. It's gone incredibly dire for them quickly. Mini 14 for Jen Foss in the back line, panicking to scan over the ridge.
Situation एकदम खराब चल रही है जोन कम होता जा रहा है बंदे
जोन के
अंदर है बाहर है अभी भी अंदर जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे भी सारे सबकी फाइट हो रही है
We hurt you good enough. Let's go ahead and get in the zone and secure this win. Nongshim with this win here, that will 100% lock them in. All they need is a good performance here. Oh, that's GOAT though, Killer Joe. Looks like he is going to get eliminated. Nongshim Red Force are on a tear right now.
A big fight between those two. A stolen point there for RRQ, it seems, as they do flush out the Dan Mound from GOAT, leaving them on 3 players, mirroring the battle of attrition that we've got available there for Nongshim Red Force. 3 versus 3, so tight on the standings for either of them. And for GOAT, a flubbed game, one where they go down off the back end of engage like this, mate. That could be them slipping out.
Oh man.
ये मैच कुछ ज़्यादा अनएक्सपेक्टेड हो रही है पता है
will absolutely
NS का बंदा रोड से
chances on the club championship
GK से पंजे लेने की कोशिश कर रहा है बट पता नहीं क्या होगा
them being out early, it is really tough.
भाई
They
इसके
have
लेफ्ट साइड में
one
बंदा
game
है
left to do it. All eyes are going to be on them to clutch it up here in that last game. But we're not done yet. We got Nongshim Red Force putting some shots. You can see, look at the coach's eyes right now.
भाई काफी परफेक्ट ग्रेनेड है उड़ा हाजर ओह शिट इसके राइट साइड में लेफ्ट साइड में बंदा है इसे पता ही नहीं है
3 players are still up. They're playing on the edge. Gonna have to make a push on the GOAT here eventually though.
गलत ग्रेनेड
ओह खुद पे डाल दिया था भाई as well. So that's brought them down to only 1.
कंफ्यूज हो गया
The direct combination beneath them struggling. But you can still see Nongshim applying the pressure.
Bro.
GOAT don't like it.
Green वाली.
Wobbly knees on this one.
जो M4 में यूज होती है.
Looking at the coach's face, and I guarantee you that's the biggest smile we're going to see from him all day today, because that was a super lucky shift on his circle as it heads straight on over to Nongshim. That buys them a lot more time. Now they can just sit there. On the other side, though, it's going to be a battle as Ulf.
Oh my God, Ulf
versus 721 GS really down on the leaderboards. They need a win here, but they're going to have to go through Ulf in order to get it. Ulf, desperate. Aaron in the back line trying to find some angles. Catch getting the confirmation here. That is huge. Every point counts. And now you got the Wolves on the other side. They hear these shots. They need some of these eliminations. They're coming in for the third party.
Everyone pulling up. The squad arriving with a gat at the hip, ready to make moves. Let's see if they've got a clip that can make some bodies turn cold on this one. Solus tucked in behind the car with the orb. Sitting inside the smoke with a pump as well. Just trying to stay alive for 721 GS. The sole survivor of the squad. Ulf knows damage, but trying to turn around in the car.
This was unexpected.
Hits the shots and punishes.
And some necessary shots indeed. Looking so good right here. Necessary before going into today was the 4th place player as far as individual player stats on day 1, and Ulf getting torn to shreds.
Shit.
As they're just trying to survive. It's just Aaron. He's driving. He's turning. His back wheel is gone. He's forced to jump out and hit the deck.
Oh my god, क्या बच्चे है भाई ये. एक बंदा तो गाड़ी फूट के मर गया and ये अभी स्मोक करके अंदर जाएंगे पर
bandaging himself back up and throwing the smoke to at least try and provide some sort of cover, but the flames just come in. The Masco finally found as well amongst all this. The volley spreads from so easy, so we lose Eric, we lose from the last second match of the day. 2 squads fall and Wolves are still fighting as Joker takes a bullet to the cranium.
And with that elimination on the 721 GS, I'm gonna call it. That is them done and dusted. The chances of them making it in are slim to none now. And that is going to be pretty much for all these teams around that side of the leaderboards. They need to either make it happen here or good luck. Young Galacticos, I am looking at you. What are you going to do here? You are the defending champs. You have all 4 players up. You have a good position in this circle. How are you going to capitalize it? We're about to find out.
Ooh, KRX with a mini 14. Tony K not ready for that play, mate. Sniped from the back. Schweppes bailing out on a reposition as well, just trying to find cover to stay alive. You can take nothing for free in this lobby. All the space is fought for so aggressively from our remaining squads.
Let's see right now, man, these remaining squads are desperate. I have not heard this arena so quiet all day today. And right now, here comes Alpha 7. Maybe they're gonna start making some noises, but Guizquiz gets taken out. And that is Alpha 7 eliminated.
आशु भाई चली गई आपकी टीम.
It's a quiet game from them. And with the squads close by, starting to have some big performances, opportunities to lap them could become a reality the longer this one goes on. E-Arena clearing out the ground floor of the compound on the move, but they don't clear it quickly.
Oh my god, ये क्या हो रहा है? ये क्या हो रहा है? ये क्या हो रहा है?
On the stairs, doubles up for 2. Goodbye, E-Arena.
नहीं sorry, E-Arena. Oh my god.
Are you kidding me? Dopeness.
ये कुछ ज़्यादा ही क्रेज़ी है, right? 8 मिनट.
They don't clear.
भाई 8 बंदा ऊपर था. ये वाले बंदे के पास स्क्विड क्या है? ऊपर से उस पे. भाई 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 भाई. ये अच्छे ओवर में था. ये अच्छे ओवर में था.
Doubles up for 2. Goodbye, E-Arena.
E-Arena क्या eliminate कर दिया भाई. Oh my god, भाई जी
by KRX as they come through cutthroat. Protect your nets, Romeo. He's in a horrible position with a nade bouncing over to him. Alula smelling that there's opportunities to try third party from the side as well.
Oh.
है but जाएगी final में.
Romeo, where are Romeo? He needs to get up and get moving here. They are outside of that circle. Young on Galacticos so far away from the top 6. It's literally going to be a 2-man hero play. They need to do something. 3 eliminations ain't going to be enough. There's no way they make it into this next game if they don't do more. Let's see what they can do. They're gonna have to go crazy. Al-Ula on the other side, up on the north. Gonna start pressing down little by little, getting those vehicles moving. And here they go on rotation, trying to find a way, a sneaky way into this next circle.
Ooh, in the midst of all this, man, Tianba erupting.
Ow.
They get the line of sight for free onto Non-Shin and punish them one by one. The final elim stolen over by Hooksy from KRX as he'll get that pot shot off, and it leaves them with 2 players.
That is our defending champs eliminated. Young on Galacticos, 13th place, currently 20 points away. It's not mathematically impossible, but they're going to have to win the next game if they want to stay in Paris, France. Look it all over, though. There's still a lot of teams here. The Wolves are right there. 4 eliminations. This is their chance. The Wolves have to win this one right here, and they know it. If we win this one, we're going to the finals. We're going to see a North American team at the Esports World Cup Finals. Let's see if they can make it happen here. They're looking mighty good. They're on the edge of the circle. This is where they play their best. You got KRX on the other side, though. Red hot after that last chicken dinner. if KRX somehow makes it into the finals here, folks, this will be PUBG Mobile history.
हाँ भाई, अगर KRX ने कुछ भी करके फाइनल्स में एंट्री मारी तो हिस्ट्री में खतरनाक चीज होगी भाई.
And whilst Wolves set themselves up for that clash, we've had GOAT dealing damage to Tiamba and Alula, stealing elims there to rise themselves. So Wolves know they've got to apply pressure quick. It's over. Looking for the engage as Slonic pushes up.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
SMG, quick flick, Binny. He's trying to play inside the smoke.
Eliminated.
The Wolves shutting them down. Zero hesitation. They get that elimination. They shut down the South Korean squad of KRX. And you can see the look on their faces. They know that is it for them. Looking at the rest of these squads, though, Goats, Wolves looking to press up even further beyond, secure their placement into the finals right here, right now. Alula can make their dreams still happen, though. RRQ can make it happen. Heck, even Dopeness in 14th place, if they win this game, can make it happen.
That's how much turbulence we have in the standings at this point. So many sides having room to breathe, but you've got to climb over the shoulders of giants. Go team did good work to get some decent damage off to steal elims and weaken some of our better squads within the lobby, but they fall down to two players, the two that love off angles, that love getting aggressive, that can rep themselves in situations where they're outnumbered. So we'll see what Moxie and Force could do. For Wolves, they're taking a few shots back from RRQ as Genfoss tucks his head down and peppers the shots towards them.
Better check yourself before you wreck yourself here, Goat. Trying to throw some of that util on the side of the last player of Tiamba. It's none other than Milu, who's had a heck of a tournament here. He's on fire, though. He's going to be able to get a first aid off.
Is on fire,
and again, pretty inconsequential here. Milu is just there to just disrupt these teams. Just make them pay for any mistake they possibly make. Goat needs every elimination they can possibly get. It's going to be a little bit tough, though. Milu is not making it easy. He's not just saying, oh, no, I'm not giving up. I'm gonna fight to the very end here.
Grenade and mole arrange gaya bhai.
Goodbye.
Tian eliminates from this last second match of the day.
Shot comes in from Quick, representing Alula. And that was just the entree. He's looking for the main course. A dish of Goat as they're trapped behind the vehicles. Force got to keep his head down. We saw Dopeness fighting Wolves and doing good damage, but even getting the third-party shots off onto Quick.
ULA, DN.
Quick, forced to hit the deck. Gonna go for this thirst. Does end up putting a couple shots on the Moxie, but they should be able to get that res. Alula said, no, we're pushing this. Here we go, shotguns in hand, and that's done for. Alula trying to roar to the top of the leaderboards. We got 3 teams remaining, and every single one of these teams needs this win.
ये रेस काफी सही चल रहा है क्योंकि जो पॉइंट्स के हिसाब से जहाँ पे टीम से तीनों को पॉइंट्स की जरूरत है.
They suffered a casualty, but it didn't bother them. If anything, they've rose to the occasion. Wolves, they've had to cower. The pack survives on, but after substantial damage from Dopeness, they're not as confident as they once looked in this game. 2 players there, free alive for Alula, and a full squad for Dopeness looking to deal damage and ruin their dreams.
And Dopeness are just trying to keep their dreams alive here at this point, and they have done a phenomenal job so far. 8 eliminations. They're pretty down on the leaderboards, but they're not too far down. They needed a win right here, and it's looking like they're gonna get it. They have the numbers, they have the plays, just cannot afford to make a single mistake. Baton using the welding gun to prepare that vehicle just a little bit further. Uh-oh, what is going on?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god,
guys! Here, almost gets the run over the spot, pops him out with the headshot. Crazy plays happening back and forth as Dopeness risk it all. They go all in, and so far, it seems to be doing quite effective. That's the Wolves out of there. And now it's up to Quick and Yasser for Alula to shut down Dopeness.
All comes down to this then, the battle of 2 duos after the risky engagement from Dopeness. But the nade's on point, and it all falls to one man. The solo of Kenji sprinting to stay alive as Quick lifts up to his name with the rapid flick and punishes him. Shuts down the rest of the team. Kenji, he gets the heal back in, Jukes. but they're so far split. His crosshair's going to be off target between either of them. It's a peek up for one. Decent damage. Re-peek onto Quick.
Oh my god. नहीं खत्म. Alula Esports. Alula Esports winner chicken dinner.
To last match, they're playing it cool, but I'll tell you what, these guys know what they just accomplished.
Winner chicken dinner मार दिया.
Tasting the victory on the stage. Again, a tempered celebration, more just the reality of it sinking in.
Crazy bhai, crazy bhai.
That. Some crazy aggression displayed
वैसे
from
अपने को ज़्यादा टेंशन है नहीं इंडिया की टीम तो ऑलरेडी फाइनल में
I respect it. It's good to see.
Oh my gosh. You know, I love to see aggression. I love to see crazy, risky plays. But even I'm like, that was too much. Are you kidding me? Driving up like that. I think they just had to play it, you know, tried and true. They had the numbers. But hey, you know what? I'll give it to them, baby. I love to see that.
सही में भाई डोपनेस के बंदे में ये जो इसने किया था ना भाई गाड़ी लेके सीधा घुस गया. ये सामने वाला लूलर का बंदा कंट्रोल हो गया. ताकत रहा है. उसने निपटा भी दिया था भाई.
Oh man, what a crazy
it was not possible भाई क्योंकि उसके हेल्थ डाउन थे दोनों साइड से बंदे थे.
Kenji, like the way he's actually fighting it,
it was obvious भाई Alula.
Dude, I mean, if they didn't have as much room in that circle, I think he could have hit those plays. I mean, he was hitting these crazy little peak angles up and down, moving his head to be able to try to get an advantage and hit those shots. Alula playing it very smart though. They weren't going to lose that game once they had that numbers advantage. What a wild play from Dopeness here. We'll see if that's going to be the one to pay off for them. They still get an excellent finish in this game, one that they so desperately needed. But it all comes down to this. One game, one play, one moment could be the difference of continuing your stake, headed to the finals.
अभी बस guys last match बाकी है इसके बाद भाई.
I'm sure we'll break that down on the desk and really give you the nitty-gritty of just how close this is for some of these teams. But that's why it really is underlined, the point you're making, the fact that it's still not safe for a lot of these squad jukes. With some of the action we saw there as well. These teams want it. They're absolutely bringing the heat. And that last game, one mistake, another rough start, you could be cooked.
Yep. Oh man, and this is the problem. I mean, you are leaving it to the last game. You're gonna have every single squad here doing their absolute craziness to try and make it happen. And the thing is this, right? They have their coaches here. They have their squads. They're gonna tell them, hey, you gotta understand. In order to make it to the finals, you're gonna need 20 points and hope these top teams go out early, or you're gonna have to hunt them down and do it yourself. It's either one or the other. So if that is what the coach is telling you, that means that you got to play aggressive, like crazy aggressive, right?
Yeah. And we've seen that adaptation from some of our squads, and it's surprising, right? The almost complete personality switch that we're getting from these teams, where they've just gone, all right, we get it. It's either we absolutely put it all on the line, or we know we're not going to finals. And for some, it paid off. It was a great point injection.
Oh man, this is gonna get wild here, folks. This is gonna get wild. And the problem about this, again, is like when you get into that last game and you have, you know, 6, 8, 10 coaches telling all these teams the same thing, you never know what you're gonna see. And guess what, folks? We're gonna see it though here in just a second. Don't go anywhere.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
يلا ويت اوكي سنجل عرض تحت السور تحت السور لا طح ياسر قرب الصغر قرب الصغر من تحت السور ياسر يلا دمجته وايد جيب الكيل واحد عليك ياسر
We were wondering which teams were going to be showing up, and Alula is one of those teams, Neptura, that ends up showing up in a big way too.
Finally, all right, here we go. That is a great win coming up from Alula. We've been watching them the entire day, right? They've been making these plays, yeah, a little bit here and there sometimes, but the splits that they've been doing, the spread, the control they've been trying to get has finally pulled off in a massive 23-point game. And Max, when the overall rankings, when the points, when they're so close together, 23 points is massive.
That's a lot of points on board for Alula. I wonder how close they're going to be to the top 6 after a performance like that, though. It's insane how easy it is to get wins when you don't waste all your smokes minute 1 of those matches. Wow, Smoke's pretty good, and Blank has hit you. Hello.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Blank. Hey. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And since we have Blank here, actually, Blank, you know, you look very stylish. You know what else you can do to look stylish in-game? Just log in, get into PUBG Mobile, and check out that PMWC Lucky Spin because it is available right now. So make sure you go spin for it before it goes away. It was co-created with PvP creator Nana. You do have the Electron Energy set, the Proton Power set, and the Alien Infusion grows up, which ends up glowing just like Blank is glowing throughout this whole PMWC.
Oh, shucks, man.
Oh, shucks. Blank, but now that we have you here, I put you on the spot. Which team is not going to make it?
Yeah.
Whoa, triples. I don't think Nongshim Red Force is making it.
Oh, I'm with you, actually.
What was that? What you said?
Sorry.
But he's right, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a team that really hasn't been playing that well like we expect them to, right? They've just been too passive. They did end up having that good game, but it was because they didn't have to move. The fight was just coming to them.
The game played it for them pretty much. But there have been other instances like that. And again, I want to go back to groups for them where they played Sosnovka, they played Central. I believe it was Tiamba on the outside. The thing was is that they played that game. I thought they did fairly well, but even their coaches and their staff came across after them and said, we got very lucky on that one. I didn't quite believe it. I somewhat believe it now, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, actually, the game after that game, because they got back-to-back chicken dinner on the island, right? That was actually a very good game, in my opinion. They had a very good flex out. They had a big split, getting so much information, and end up getting, in my opinion, their best game of the tournament so far. But we haven't seen that Nongshim Red Force domination yet, even on their win earlier today. As we said, it was not PUBG Mobile. It was an idle game, it felt like, and they just didn't have to do much.
I mean, to be fair, they did kind of pull back a little bit of something in this last game, right? We saw them on that edge, trying to do a lot of things, trying to get... They're very aggressive, very quick on the disengage to move elsewhere, really good on the reaction times if they got knocked, if somebody tried to do something. But yeah, ultimately it didn't work out. It did work out for Quick here, though. Look at this nade. It's a 1v3. Yes, to knock. It doesn't matter. It's a nade. A nade is a nade. Boom! Down they all go, leaving Kenji just going...
One of the craziest nade, bhai.
Please help me. And no one's there to help him. He does try. He tries his best to come on through here, but yeah, it's an Alula game. It was from, I think, like stage 6. Honestly, the spread that they had over this was just making sure that they had all that control.
I don't know. I feel like there was quite a few people who could have won this game. Overall, right now, I think that Max was making a great point earlier behind the scenes in our little cupboard that we go back to.
Like our
dungeon that we live in. He was saying basically that for a lot of these teams right now, they're playing with a huge amount of pressure. The pressure's really, really hard when you have survival stage. 10 teams going out, 6 in. For Group B, it's way easier. Group A and Group B, just because it's only 3 teams that go out. You know you're guaranteed another opportunity going forward. I think it's making up these teams makes it kind of ridiculous.
And I am giving my best, bhai.
We're talking about that team. One team that we really need to touch base on once again because this is going to be the final match. It's a team that might not be able to qualify.
Get ready for it.
AGAL because that team is currently in contention for the club championship. You can see them in first place for club championship. If they're not able to make it to finals, they're not going to be getting any points for PUBG Mobile here, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one. If they do not make it to the finals here, Team Falcons, all those guys are going to try and make a bit catch up. But Vitality in particular, with how they played in their group, again, if you win a game, right, you get 1,000 points. So Vitality, ooh, they could be actually on the heels of the top squads.
Vitality.
Vitality. Oh no, he's back. He's back. Well, let's take a look at the overalls. We're going to be heading into the final match.
Final match के लिए अपन जा रहे हैं भाई. आप जैसे तो top 6 teams are Tianba,
You can
Alula,
see some of this squads, but we're just going to be keeping a close eye on how close everything is right now.
For me, I think the funniest thing right now is that Alula is once again being the team that is knocking out Alpha 7.
Alula Arsenal से आ गई है, बहुत पीछे से Arsenal से आ गया है.
It's happening all over again. It feels bad. It really does. But I think Alpha 7 can still make it. I think they've had some really promising performances today, Max. And Neptura, honestly, for me, I think Miramar has always been a map that has surrounded Alpha 7, and it has come to them in their time of need.
It has, yeah. We have seen many a comeback on off the back of a Miramar game. So the last one being Miramar, I think, yeah, it is all to play for. With a couple of points behind the top 6, you know, you do have Goat that had an awesome game, awesome few games, but then it kind of dwindled a little bit. There, A7's right on their heels.
Absolutely, but I think the biggest thing for me right now is that Alpha 7 is still smiling. They still look happy. They're pretty much, okay, I'll be honest, they're the only team that still looks happy of everyone down there.
When do they not? Especially with all the noise that the fans have been making that have been really giving Max a headache.
Yeah, looking at the rankings,
yes,
I want us to all try and agree.
7,
like, who do we think is already locked in 100%? I would say Fury above for me. No way they jump out of top 6. But Wolves, Goat Team, Nongshim, Red Force, if there's a big shuffle happening here, those 3 teams, if they really mess it up on this last match, could fall out of the top 6.
Wolves. I actually have Wolves even in as well, just because of the difference in points with the other squads.
इन तीनों में से अगर किसी ने गलती करी तो अल्फा 7 एंड ई अरीना तुरंत ऊपर आ जाएंगे भाई. तो अभी ये मैच काफी इंटेंस होने वाला है. दिस इज द लास्ट मैच ऑफ द डे. 12वीं मैच एंड यही डिसाइड करेगी कौन सी टॉप 6 टीम्स है एंड कौन सी 10 टीम्स वापस घर पे जाने वाली है भाई. तो ये काफी इंटेंस होने वाली है. ये फुल एकदम ध्यान देखने वाली मैच है भाई. मजा आएगा.
There's only 1 point difference between them, or maybe 2. It's not going. There's 4 teams are not going to do it. So Ulf isn't going to do it. GK probably not. And the points now, there's a much bigger gap. So yeah, I am going to say that it's going to be the bottom 3 of the top 6.
Like even when we're looking at the second page, Team RRQ, like they could still make that push, right? Especially with the way that Nongshim has been playing. That some of the teams, especially from 5th place to 6th place, they could make that push all the way to top 6.
It is a great point that you make. I almost threw the mic at you there. It's a great. That's fair. It's a great point you make though, because honestly, from what we see in survival stage right now, we haven't seen massive matches so far. As the crowd does get a little bit loud. Yeah, we haven't seen massive matches. I think some of the biggest games we've seen have been 11 eliminations, 13 eliminations, and I think that's what is skewing our idea. Someone could still come out on this last game and get a 17-15 elimination game with a chicken dinner. That's 25 points. That can rocket you just into the top 6 if you are quite low down.
Yep.
The thing is, yeah, sorry.
No, I was going to ask you a question, because we have seen it in the past too for PUBG Mobile Esports as well, especially when we go into a match like this, where a lot of teams have absolutely nothing to lose. They're going to be playing without that pressure on their shoulders. What does that end up happening, especially with teams that are towards the top? They end up playing passive, and we can see sometimes that they get kind of caught with their pens down for those teams that are being passive.
It definitely opens up an opportunity, right, for the teams out in the middle of the pack, because your teams at the top that used to dominate, your Tiambas, etc., maybe going to slow it down a bit, because we're in, right? We don't have to go extra hard. Teams in the middle like RRQ that we just talked about, I think is a team that could actually try and go very hard on this one. Maybe not to the point of hot dropping. I would never recommend it. I want to see actually Nepeko do well. I feel like Nepeko sold us some really good moments at the start of this year, but it's been a bit more silent here.
वो तो अभी आपको थोड़ा सर्च करके उसके जैसे फिर थोड़ा सा सीखना पड़ेगा दोस्तों. तभी जाके आप बोल सकते हो. ट्राई करना पड़ेगा.
They put themselves in a great spot to go to this last match. If we can get a chance to see that overall one more time, I would love to see it, especially in the first match, just to see how close everything is right now between some of these squads. So let us know in the comments below too. Who do you think is going to be secure before we go into the last match? I think Wolves might have done enough play for them to be able to secure it, especially when you got E-Arena with 69 points. You got to remember, not only do they have to get those extra 9 points, they have to make sure that Wolves and those teams above or below also stop performing. They need to stop getting those points.
Yeah, I think the promising thing about Fury, and I'll come back to Wolves, I promise, but the promising thing about Fury is they're still making some mad dashes, they're still making some aggressive rotations, they still have that fight in them. Some other teams are just waiting around a lot for the game to come to them. However, for the Wolves, Seven, I do believe that this is a team that can stay in. They are locking in a big way. Yes, they've made mistakes, but there's constant adapting going on for this squad. I believe in them. I believe in Elementrix, dude.
Yeah, I mean, really happy, especially Necessary, right? He was one of the top players at the very start of this group, so NA, it could be looking good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading to the final match of survival
Let's
here
get
at
ready.
PMWC at EWC 26. Who's going to be joining those teams that are already in the finals? We're about to find out with who the top 6 are and who are the rest that are going to be getting those keys crushed. Hi, Jukes, Jackie, take it away.
Thank you so much to the
Guys,
desk for
get
breaking
ready,
that
भाई.
down
Final
beautifully
match
here.
कुछ ही देर
We
में
have
शुरू
5
हो रही है
matches
एंड
in
इसी से हमें
the
पता चलेगा
books.
कौन सी 10 टीम्स रिटर्न यहाँ पे जा रही है एंड कौन सी 6 टीम्स क्वालिफाई कर रही है
all
टू
the
ग्रैंड
games. We've done all
फाइनल्स
the math, and now there's nowhere left to hide.
गेट रेडी भाई मुझे पता नहीं है कौन सा मैप है हमें थोड़ी देर में पता चल
If
जाएगा
you're sitting on that cutoff line, forget playing it safe. You've got to make
शायद से
something
मेरा मारे
happen right now. The pressure doesn't get any bigger than this. Here we go with the final match of the survival stage live here in
Let's
Paris,
go,
France,
guys.
at the Esports World Cup. This is the PMWC, and it's time to make it happen.
लास्ट मैच स्टार्ट हो रहा है जो मेरा मान है ऑल राइट गाइस लेट्स गो भाई लास्ट मैच ऑफ द डे लास्ट मैच ऑफ सर्वाइवल स्टेज इससे ही पता चलेगा कौन आगे जाएगा ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में कौन नहीं वो मैच मेरा मार में हो रहा है भाई लेट्स बिगिन चलो भाई फ्लाइट टेक ऑफ हो चुकी है मजा आने वाला है
Anxious in their seats. I only saw one
सारे
smile
टेंशन
on the
में
board,
भाई
and
सारे
that was
टेंशन में
one
भाई
of
पेरिस में हो रहा है
Tian's
आपको पता
players,
है
'cause they know they got
क्रेजी
nothing
माहौल होने
to
वाला
worry
है
about
लेट्स
right
गो
here.
फ्लाइट आ चुकी है
But what is the Tianba team gonna do? They're sitting at the top. They are the kings of this lobby right now. And they could also be the executioners. They could say, you know what? You're going home. This is it, the end of the line. Will they decide to hunt some teams down? Which teams will be able to survive that onslaught? It's time to find out.
Tiambas with a butcher blade ready to swing and chop down the other teams. For everyone else, Jukes, this really is a gauntlet. One wrong step, one misplay, a single elim for your squad, and that could be the difference.
Oh my goodness. Thing we were talking about earlier too is, yeah, with Tiamba, everybody knows everybody's drop locations. They can hunt you down. They can camp out your drop spot, your rotational path, and make it annoying for you. Let's just see what's going to happen, though. Teams popping out of these planes. A beautiful plane path here for this circle. Alpha 7 are going to be able to get El Pozo. That is a huge drop location for them. What kind of circle are we going to deal with, though, here, Jackie? That is the question.
Oh,
That's what I'm talking about. Here we go. Hey,
here we go, last match of the day, last match of survival stage, and
Mate, if we did get something normal after all the circles we've had throughout survival, it would be wrong. I'm glad we finished it like this.
Oh man, I know we're glad, but these players are like, are
अबे यार
you
Alpha 7
kidding
वाला
me?
निकलो
They're gonna
जल्दी
have to
भाई.
get on the road here mighty fast. You got Alpha 7 in El Pozo.
ये है
They
कि
need to
क्या
get their
Alpha
vehicles
7
and get
and E
moving.
Arena
This
will
circle
make
might
it
as well be a
उन
zone
दोनों को चांस है अभी भी फाइनल्स
3,
में
4,
घुसने का
because
भाई.
so much water is
They
in
are on
play here.
7th
You
and 8th
gotta be able to
position.
get one of those dominant positions, especially
Alpha 7
those
अभी
teams
फिलहाल
lower
लूट
down
कर रही है
the
जो
leaderboards,
जोन
'cause
से
just a
बहुत दूर है.
regular, 3-point chicken dinner ain't gonna cut it. You gonna need some serious points.
Got to bring the heat, man, fully.
Alpha 7 and E है इन दोनों को काफी सीरियस खेलने रहा.
No more chance for
खेलने की
mistakes,
जरूरत है,
but
काफी
chances for
kills
you
भी
to
लेने
get
की जरूरत है,
yourself some beautiful
and end तक
skins.
टिकने
So
की भी
of course, head
जरूरत
on
है
in
भाई.
game, give that lucky spin a go, and draw for a piece of that exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set. You don't want to miss it, much like these teams do not want to miss out in one of those coveted 6 places to qualify for our finals.
Oh man, so much to talk about, so much to keep your eye on. Just a quick reminder for anybody that's just been tuning in here at the last second. First off, you missed one heck of a show, I'll tell you that right now. But you came in right on time because this is it. Last game, top 6 is it or nothing. AGAL, the squad really wanting their team to make it into that top 6, not just to make it into the finals for them personally, but also for their entire organization that is battling it out here at the Esports World Cup for those champion points. And if they don't make it into the finals, they ain't getting any.
That's even more brutal there, bro. That club championship sort of looming over you. For so many of our other squads, it's about doing yourself justice. Holding that jersey on your chest and knowing that the organization that supports you is going to be proud with the plays that you've made. Don't leave your fate in the hands of other teams, and that's a very real possibility with what we've got going on in the lobby right now.
Oh, man. Just looking at the points so far, if you are a GAL, honestly, you need to win here. Like, it's either win or go home. We gotta look at it. I mean, 75 points is no shame, of course. And this is
A7 अभी चल सकते हैं. 7 साला for a reason.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good. The odds are severely stacked against them.
हो तो सकता है दोस्त.
But the math
हो
is
तो
still
सकता है, but
possible, right?
उन्होंने भाई
Until
इधर करना पड़ेगा भाई.
there's still a chance. So let's see what
उन्होंने
they're
अगर
able
मेहनत
to
करी,
do. But right now, it's
बंदे
that
निपटाए तो
calm
हो
before the
सकता है भाई.
storm, and this storm is going to definitely ring out a little sooner than normal just because of how crazy this first circle is.
क्या मैं बता.
It's windy out there.
45.
Pressures in the air. And tension that you could cut with a knife.
5.56, 7.62, 9
The Amber
mm.
on the move, making their way up through Los Leones. Goat team on the wraparound
देखते हैं
as
भाई
well,
क्या
slowly
होता है
coming up
race.
the coastline.
ओ ये की फाइट हुई क्या स्टार्टिंग में ही?
Nonshin 1 point behind Goat in 6th
नहीं.
place. Wolves only 2 ahead of Goat.
ये के पास भी कोई ये के पास तो फिलहाल कोई बंदा भी नहीं था जो फायरिंग करे. I don't know. Oh my god, कोई तो बंदा जो सामने है.
And everyone else standing so close to breaking into that top 6. Both of our former champions outside the bubble right now. The arena just beneath Alpha 7 by 1 point. Get line of sight over onto Ulf, the team directly competing against them right now in the runnings.
7 crore, yeah.
The tension is so thick here. Guys, there's so many different possibilities. Yeah, I mean, mathematically, Wolves should be okay, right? I mean, because it's going to take either a couple teams at the bottom to go crazy. If Goat and Nongshim get some points on the board, Alpha 7 gets more than 10, and Wolves get none, then they're out. So there's so many different combinations that can happen here. It's going to be tough to keep track of, that's for sure. But man, it's still so many of these teams that can make something happen. But a lot of them need a ridiculous game here. Not a normal game, not a good game, a game of a lifetime. We're talking 20 points minimum.
True.
And even 20 points might not be enough because these squads at the top
भाई 20-25 पॉइंट तो चाहिए तभी जाके कह सकते कि भाई चले जाएंगे.
To get something on the board.
So much pressure on you.
Pressure है भाई, pressure तो है.
Rotation from Alpha 7. They're going to be
bye
so
bye,
focused
bye bye,
right now.
Minus मिलते हैं इस टीम में 7 का downfall नहीं रहता जा रहा.
Trying to treat this as one isolated
क्या
game.
कर
That's
सकते
the
हैं भाई?
only way you can really approach it safely. Not have that mental side that's really eating away at you.
And you can see, just look at them driving. They're playing this very tight. They are very close together here, not trying to make a single mistake. They can't afford to lose a single player on rotation. And for those of you guys that haven't been keeping up with what's been going on earlier in the year, we have Alpha 7 here, the dominant squad we've known for so long. They are our PMWC champions. And for all of 2026, they have not made a single international final. They didn't do it at PMGO Season 1 in Indonesia. They didn't do it at PMMI in Macau. And now they're here in Paris, France, and they are on the chopping block once again. But they're not too far away. 5 points is definitely within reach. But that's if Nongshim Red Force, Goat, and Wolves somehow, some way don't put anything on the board.
Wolves भी आराम से लूट लेके निकल चुके हैं भाई गाड़ियाँ लेके अपने और सारे डिफरेंट पोजीशन से जा रहे हैं भाई बाकी अल्फा 7 यहाँ पे हमें दिख रही है बाकी तो अभी फिलहाल सबके 0 पॉइंट से कोई भी किल नहीं हुआ है आप देख सकते हो बहुत सारी टीम्स अभी फिर भाई जोन अभी कुछ ज़्यादा ही डेंजरस नहीं हो रहा भाई अचानक से ही धक्का दे रहा है भाई सबको अब गाइस फाइट शुरू हो जाएगी अब गाइस फाइट शुरू होगी फॉर श्योर बहुत टीम्स आपस में मिलेंगे रास्ते में फाइट शुरू हो जाएगी भाई
They're going to be able to find a pretty spot in this circle. Everybody's now going to have to head towards Alpha 7. They come in very late into the zone, considering that they were all the way on the other side in El Pozo. With this zone shift, they have got the blessing of a lifetime here.
True भाई, Alpha 7 को एक स्पॉट मिल गया उन्हें लग रहा था कि वो जोन से बाहर चले जाएंगे बट वो एक्चुअली जोन के बीच है एंड वो एक अच्छी पोजीशन ले सकते हैं एंड वुल्व्स एंड फ्यूरिया के बीच में लड़ाई शुरू हो चुकी है दोनों टीम्स भिड़ चुकी है भाई आप देख सकते हो फ्यूरिया भी फुल एक्यूरेसी हो चुकी है वुल्व्स का एक बंदा एलिमिनेटेड होने के कगार पे है भाई नॉट आउट हो चुका है नाइस नाइस
Oh no,
bye bye
leaves them out in the
open. Shit, Wolves का एक बंदा नॉट और हो चुका है
devastation for the side of the Wolves. They need to put something on the board here.
कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा
78 points is not enough to feel comfortable at all. And now they are down 2 players.
Down to a duo. If this is a 0-point game.
Oh, one bad drive again.
Oh
boy, this is AJL.
DK ने AJL के बंदे पे ग्रेनेड नहीं डाला है and वो फट गया भाई. Oh shit, बहुत close था नेट. Oh my god, ये one of the perfect. Oh shit, grenade से खुद भी ये हो गया भाई.
AJL are holding on for dear life here. It's just XCZ, last player up for the team.
Trying to keep himself alive, head above water, wants to go for the pickup play back onto Maple as he runs
Alpha 7
around towards the stairs. Tiamba with their eyes coming over as well on the push-up. It's Milu close by.
के बंदे भी रिवाइव हो रहे हैं. Tiamba बंदा ऊपर गाड़ी से चल रहा है आप देख सकते हो.
Alpha 7 even took pot shots onto this. He gets his mate back up in Flower H. Trying to see what more he can do to put a foot down, stop any re-aggression.
Oh my god, oh my god, ये मुझे लग रहा ही था भाई. मुझे लग रहा था भाई.
And here comes Milu with the fuck shotgun. And that is GK eliminated from this tournament. Tiamba with nothing to lose. Crushing dreams right here off the rip.
You see it on their faces.
गंदा मारा भाई बट.
The reality of the situation seeps in. They fought so hard. Game in, game out, trying to grind enough points to save themselves an opportunity into the finals. But it ends like that.
They needed a win here and weren't able to make it happen. Out of all the teams they faced, it's Tiamba. And now it looks like AGAL is going to have to do the same thing. Tiamba, nothing to lose here. They are a lock for the finals. They are so confident. And we've already had one team eliminated. You could see the devastation already. And there's going to be
but AJL वैसे भी
मतलब in the same position in just a few minutes.
Grenade आ रहा है.
Cooking nades.
Nice.
One cast deep there from Maple, but not quite on target.
AJL बाल बची है भाई
थोड़ी देर में. Galacticus in the Elim feed as they take pot shots off to 721 GS.
भाई कौन जाएगा बे?
KK.
समझ नहीं आ रहा मेरा तो.
Forced to breathe in the reality of the situation. A brutal feeling to have to go through after fighting so hard, coming so close.
having some great games.
7-1
I
IGS
really hope we see this team
7-2-1
continue on.
GS भी सामने.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
बहुत
easy मारा
an elimination. The
बहुत
crowd
easy
getting
मारा
excited here because they know they need
7-2-1 GS
if it's
का
Young, they
मालिक
need a win and they need double-digit eliminations. They know it. They cannot afford to slow down here. One is not enough. They need the flush.
YG पूरा try कर रही है, but YG का भी difficult है भाई ऊपर आना.
Keep it going, keep it developing, hunt down the teams in the lobby and show us what they were made of in last year's PMWC all over again. Say Cloud on the move as the crowd starts to give the energy out. It's getting hype in here. EWC is bringing the heat, bringing the entertainment, and Say Cloud looks to close the gap through the smoke, looking for a pickup play.
It's been quiet for far too long. It's time to start making some noise here and cheer these teams on as 7-2-1 GS are getting shot from multiple different angles here.
7-2-1 GS का और दो बंदे निपट चुके हैं. फ्यूरिया ने मारे हैं भाई. ग्रेनेड भी काफी परफेक्ट था. Oh my god. एक बंदा बस बाकी है 7-2-1 GS का. मुश्किल है भाई. They will be eliminated भाई. दोनों तरफ से मारा जा रहा है.
Looking with their eyes scanning around the top side to see if they can find where Masco is, and they will. Romeo will spot him out. That's a third added to the tally. But they can't waste time. Quickly reset off this, take the loot that's necessary, and then push for more.
Let's go. Let's go, Yangon. Let's see them.
Oh my god, Tian ने push कर दिया है. Grenade पे grenade डाले जा रहे हैं.
It's AGAL.
क्या Tian या फिर AGL?
The team.
Oh my god, oh my god.
And they get the knock onto Eagle. They now have the numbers advantage. Tianba, nothing to lose, zero pressure on their backs.
Tian वहाँ पे pressure भी नहीं है भाई. Tian भाई versus AGAL हो रहा है दोस्तों. क्या चल रहा है कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा मेरे.
QZZ
भाई
back off a little bit. He's got that utility though. One nade can change the fight entirely.
Only two players remain alive for the team. Made over onto Flower H's position, but not enough to follow through with it yet. Maple dashing one back, Flower H planning another.
Oh, grenade काफी सही डाला. Oh my god.
Amidst all this, as they're all on top of each other.
Oh, गए भाई. Damn.
Take out Tianba, and that is 6 eliminations for the squad. They need every single one of them, and they got them.
You're only going to have a few seconds to catch your breath, though. Everyone so damn close. Quick reset, Maple bandages. Revo takes the hit over onto Killer Joe and puts him down on the deck. Foops man with a reply. It's a headshot connection as they flush out Joe.
Alpha 7 की लड़ाई चल रही है.
In the mix as well. Alpha 7 have to hang on here. If they don't, they will be eliminated. Revo is knocked. It's up to Carrillo. Has to make a play against Force.
Oh my god.
He's in a 1v1 situation. He's got the shot. He's going
oh,
to
oh my god. Alpha 7
with the shutdown. Gets off angled as well. And here comes AGL. Devastation for the side of Alpha 7.
They're down to just one man.
Shit.
Flashbacks of 2025 all over again.
Ashu bhai,
as this is where it could end.
ये क्या था?
Obscure trapped miles away, unable to assist, down to such small margins, but it just seems like it's ended off the back of the collapse that comes their way.
Oh man, I do not want to be obscure right now. I'll tell you that the pressure has to be monumental. You can already see the look on the fans here for Alpha 7. Oh, they can feel what is imminent. But there's one player still up. It's not over until it's over. And Obscure looking for some plays, trying to get some eliminations, and not able to get the finish on the Flower H.
Gut-wrenching stuff. It could still go down to the wire. Obscure's just got to go absolute beast mode. Max energy from this man. That's what we need to see if they've still got a chance to keep themselves in the runnings to go to the finals. But the other squads are looking to build off the back of the weakness that's been shown in this lobby. Goat nearby. Alula again engaging to farm more points off of KRX. E-Arena scrapping against YG.
Oh my god, E-Arena versus YG चल रहा है.
Possibly going the same way as Alpha 7.
KRX ने. Oh my god, Alula ने बंदा knock down कर दिया है.
Gonna go ahead and try to get the res off. Definitely want to keep an eye on some of these big contenders here in that top 6. Young Galacticos are trying to make a run for it though. But again, they need another 10+ eliminations and the win if they want it to happen. Gonna be pretty darn tough. especially now with just 2 players. Honestly, it's pretty much they're done. Yeah, they're counted out at this point, at least in my eyes, unless we see an absolute miracle. But are we going to see the miracle from none other than Obscure?
भाई AGL पे शट आ रहा है भाई, वो कुछ तो लफड़ा करने वाले लग रहा है.
We'll have to see.
जाएंगे
Such a ridiculous environment to be left in, man.
Oh.
The pressure from your team, the pressure from everyone that's on your side. We do see the pressure paying off for AGL of how they're playing it, though. 8 elims right now.
Woo! What a start for AGAL. Perfect, as a matter of fact. They have every single player up. The zone hard shifts down to them, and they have the high ground. This could be the comeback for AGAL. Their club
अगर
championship
AGAL final
is
में
on the
जाती
line
है,
here, and they're
ये
trying
भी
to
एक
make it
तगड़ी चीज
happen
होगी भाई.
for their organization. Ulf, on the other hand, still in the mix here with 67 points. Trying to pop shots onto Silence. He's able to barely get away from that one. And this is outside on the edge of the circle. Furia, pretty much a lock here for the finals. At this point, they're just having their
Furia
victory
पे दोनों
lap,
साइड
but
से रश हो
Ulf,
रहा है.
job's not done yet. Trying to make it happen.
You've got to get so aggressive as well for Ulf. That point barrier slipping further and further away. AGAL take a swift headshot from Sweps as he flicks over. Reply back onto Joker from Eren with the Mini 14. Furia on the move, but they're going to run into Yankon. The map geometry betrays them. They've got to bail out the
YG versus Furia हो गया. Furia.
It's been lit up.
Furia eliminate होने वाली है, ऐसा लग रहा है. गाड़ी अगर फट गई तो खत्म है भाई.
Our PMWC champs out of there. We will not see a back-to-back victory.
Team got eliminated दोस्तों. गोट ने थोड़ा सा मैटर कर दिया है. अभी NS टॉप पे आ सकती है या फिर A7 ने अगर नीट किया.
Barely alive with 2 players. Furia putting in the work here in the final game. And Ulf trying to make a mad dash to the finals.
गोट से ऊपर जाना वुल्फ के लिए डिफिकल्ट नहीं है.
A lot to get done.
High chances.
Dopeness clashing versus Furia as well, with back and forth trades of blows, leaving it down to 2 players. Side of Furia just looking to farm some points on this one. Alula getting engaged versus the weakened E Arena, while Hyunbin goes in on AGAL.
Here they go. Nongshim Red Force starting to get some eliminations here. That's devastating for Alpha 7. The worst case scenario for E Arena as well. It's so easy is on the push. Looking to
my God,
eliminate
Alpha 7 team eliminated, and इसी के साथ Alpha 7
looking done and dusted here with just 1 single player. And now it's down to Flower.
Oh my God, guys. Alpha 7, Ashu bhai,
so
sorry
many
for
points
you.
away now from that top 6. It's looking grim for AGAL.
In the midst of all that carnage, the last member of Alpha 7, Obscure, falls. They are out. And with that said, both of our prior champions of EWC here at the PMWC have been slain. Like Duke said, this year, another new champion will be crowned.
Oh. The 3rd event for Alpha 7 to not make it into the finals. Back to the drawing board. Something has got to change, that's for sure. Hopefully we'll see that at the end of the year. But now we are here and now. Ulf eliminate Furia. Furia, don't gotta worry. They did enough here. We should see them in the finals.
Yes.
But with that start from Ulf, things are looking good as they still have 4 players up. Catch so experienced here. The whole team very, very seasoned going into this game. They're in 9th place right now. A win here could put them in the running. Wolves are on the chopping block. 2 players up. Gotta survive.
Tied. 5th and 6th place. Go team that fell early into this game, and Wolves both have 78 points. Wolves still have a chance to bolster that and make it more, give themselves a chance to keep their heads above water. It's E Arena and Ulf that are looking to clamber up and knock them out of those coveted spots. It's still all to play for here for a few of our squads.
Last match चल रहा है, उसके बाद
Elementrix
कीज क्रशिंग हो रहा है, फिर एंड हो जाएगा भाई. Oh my God, Wolves भी अभी फिलहाल जोन में एंट्री कर रही है. But oh my God, ओपन में चली गई. Shit. बहुत रिस्की. कर लिया भाई.
tuck into the map geometry and provide themselves at least a little bit of cover to buy a bit of time on this one and calm down. Reset from it, pop the meds.
बीचों बीच है घरों के अंदर safe bet है भाई.
Oh, if you're a fan of the Wolves, you're just rooting for Al-Ula and Noxium Red Force right now to wipe out this entire lobby. Because they do have a decent point gap, right? I mean, they still have 7 points separating them from E-Arena. Even a couple more for Ulf. But a chicken dinner here will get it done.
चले क्या? हाँ ऐसा ही लग रहा है रविंद्र भाई अभी EA में ही शिफ्ट होना पड़ेगा तो A7 तो निकल जाएगी. गोट हो सकती है. EA ने अगर थोड़े भी पॉइंट ज़्यादा कर लिया तो गोट निकल जाएगी शायद से. I don't know क्या होने वाला है. कुछ प्रेडिक्ट नहीं कर सकते ब्रो. कुछ प्रेडिक्ट नहीं कर सकते. Something solid ही हो रहा है. 1v1. Oh my god, that was cool भाई. भाई finish भी कर दिया.
That's only one player left.
Wolves का बस एक ही प्लेयर बाकी है and वो भी डरा हुआ है भाई.
All they need is just 1-2 points. Any placement point is huge here. As a matter of fact, there's only 7 teams remaining. He's going to secure at least one placement point for his team. But you still got a lot of teams here that can put up big points on the board. Don't miss down there.
Oh my god, AGL की health check करो भाई. Shit भाई.
That is huge. Ulf have to hang on.
We've still got a chance to do it justice on this one. Room to move up, Dukes is nowhere near secure for a lot of these teams. That's the reply you want, though. Nade on target. He's got to convert. The knock isn't enough. Can he look to get elims from this backline? Shots coming over from Noxium as well as they spot out onto the last number of Wolves.
And he's making a lot of noise. That's the problem, though, right? He does get that knock, but he needs to survive longer, as long as possible. And that nade onto Aaron is gonna hurt because he's completely isolated from the rest of his squad. That's gonna leave Ulf with 2 players up. E-Arena looking like the big threat here as they get a beautiful circle shift onto them. The Thai squad looking good.
E-Arena शायद से मुझे लग रहा है मैच मार लेगी
काफी safe location पे यार. They're not out of this just yet. If they win this game and take out this whole lobby, they can make it.
बहुत intense होते जा रहा है भाई. धत्तर हो रहा है मेरे को पता है. बस 20 बंदे बाकी है 7 टीम से. उसमें से सबसे पावरफुल NS चल रही है, EA चल रही है. 4 बंदे जीते हैं.
Scarface taking pot shots back
ULA यार वैसे भी क्वालीफाई कर दिया.
On the hillside. Dopeness down
बात
in the
है
depths.
EA ULF AGL
regroup with the squad now. And Wolves, dire straits. You got that knock, but you couldn't convert it. Alula back up to a full squad in the elevated position.
Oh my god.
It's not gonna be enough. That's the Wolves out of there. And now they're gonna be just hoping that it's just enough. They do end up passing goal. That is huge.
And अगर अभी नीचे वाले टीम ने पॉइंट नहीं निकाले तो वो जाएंगे फाइनल में. अगर निकाल लिया तो वो शायद से नीचे आ जाएंगे. जिसके चांसेस ज़्यादा है भाई.
It could leave us in a more locked-in position. E-Arena and Ulf, the ones that are really trying to track this one to the bitter end with a big finish. It looks like it could be best for E-Arena if they keep this up.
E-Arena broke a record, a PUBG Mobile record in Rondo in the group stage, and somehow are here in the survival stage. Noxium Red Force, the last player of AGA. Let's Flower Age. It's done and dusted for that. And here comes E-Arena onto Noxium Red Force.
भाई सारे दूसरे पे ये वाले ने अटैच कर दिया.
Making it happen against Mormon Joker up close and personal with the shot.
Nice finish करते finish. Oh my god.
Eliminated.
Massive plays.
भाई ये बहुत ऊपर आ चुकी है. बस 2-4 और
पॉइंट्स. The squad down. Got to be swift with his decision making though. Pops the smoke. Gets his teammates back up fast if he can. It all goes down to this then. Can they get enough
भाई
out of this
दोनों
one?
टीम्स को पॉइंट चाहिए. दोनों में से एक कोई तो फाइनल में जाने वाला है.
Who is gonna get it?
इससे ज़्यादा बेहतर सर्वाइवल स्टेज का फाइनल क्या हो सकता है?
To be confident that you're making it into the finals.
दोनों टीम्स में से जो जीतेगा वो फाइनल.
We have an even matchup. It's gonna be a 3v3.
3 versus 3 ऊपर से damn भाई.
For all the marbles.
You know you've got to win this one.
Bro. Oh my god, bro.
Clean up, take that chicken dinner, and do the best that you could physically do to guarantee yourself that chance of finals safely. They do restock. They get their HP back.
Like करो दोस्तों, like करो दोस्तों. दो teams बाकी है, तीन बंदे बाकी है. E Arena and ULF Esports, and दोनों को जीतने के लिए 10-10 पॉइंट्स की ऑलमोस्ट जरूरत है. तो जो इनमें से जीतेगा वो फाइनल में जाएगा, मतलब जाएगा. तो इससे बेहतर फाइनल क्या ही हो सकता है भाई. आप देख सकते हो 3 बंदे एक साथ है, 3 बंदे दूर है भाई.
And it ends up with the 3v3
crazy situation चल रहा है
tournament life. Looks like Tourniquet is able to find an airdrop. That is huge at this point. Is able to be at least fully level 3'd out. Doesn't switch out for an air crate weapon, but he's still got that AUG. Tons of util on the side of E Arena. Both have to be kitted out pretty well here. This is stage 8. This is it. This is the last circle. So this zone will go down into nothing. The first knock is so critical at this point.
One pick, one opening. You could start to flush your way through. You could full commit onto it and shut down the squad with the numbers advantage. Decent damage onto Mormon. He's going to give up that advanced position. Bails a name
ULF के
back
बंदे
over
की हेल्थ डाउन है. ये की भी हेल्थ डाउन है. डैम भाई ये क्या चल रहा है.
Back it up
भाई जोन
immediately. Get those
धीरे-धीरे कम हो
heals
जाएगा.
off, reset, try again. Man, that one knock would have been brutal though. Yeah, you can see immediately Tourniquet throwing out those smokes, trying to support his teamate.
भाई A7 खत्म हो गया भाई. YouTube खुद फीचर कर रही है ये लाइव स्ट्रीम. क्या बात कर रहे हो? Thank you so much.
No more HP at all. That's it.
Guys,
no
अरे आशु भाई क्या सिचुएशन चल रही है समझो यार. दोनों टीम्स को जरूरत है जीतने की फाइनल जाने के लिए भाई.
70% HP gets shot as well. Only bandages to make the demon. He makes the peak though. Puts some damage on a Scarface.
Oh my god, E8 को ज़्यादा आसान है.
Scarface gets some return shots as well, but Scarface is wide on the open.
खतरनाक फाइनल राइज खतरनाक भाई. मजा आ रहा है
bullets right
सच्ची में
now.
यार. लाइक करो.
They don't want to overcommit. They don't want to be exposed. You want to be that first domino to fall and have everything collapse on top of you following it. They heal themselves back up, but that's the entry. Scarface goes in.
Confidence down होता है यार एक बंदा
He
जाते.
opens it up on Mormon. Joker looking for the reply. Claps back onto Aaron, but he can't find any more.
ये बाहर निकलने वाली है
Only
शायद.
one member of the arena, and Joker
Grenade डाला है. अगर ये फटा, this will be the craziest win of the final भाई. ULF फाइनल में जा रही है भाई. ग्रेनेड से फोड़ा है लास्ट वाला.
With the clutch chicken dinner.
विनर चिकन डिनर भाई. भाई ये को वैसे भी हाइट एडवांटेज था, फिर भी ULF ने उन्हें खत्म कर दिया. अरे हाइट एडवांटेज ठीक है बट फिर भी मारा. एंड किल क्या लिया भाई? ग्रेनेड से मारा भाई. क्रेजी ब्रो, क्रेजी भाई. दे आर गोइंग टू फाइनल्स आई गेस.
The champions cut down squads that were trying to clamber above them.
अबे यार सैड हो गए 7 वाले यार.
The realization of what's occurred
हमें लग
for
रहा था
many
ये
of
जाए
our
फाइनल्स
teams
में बट
starts to sink
what
in.
can we do भाई?
The hopes, the
बनोती
dreams,
हूँ मैं.
they put into the love of the game over the
अबे
course
यार
of this
आशु भाई
season,
यार. कोई ना चलो.
culminating in the
Rod
end
like
of
an
their
orange
run
button तो है
here
अपनी.
and the beginning of the
मत
finals
चाहिए.
for some.
Man, you can see Catch excited, but still biting his nails, thinking, "Do we do it?" Everyone's a math expert at this point, right? Just was it enough to push them into that top 6? That's the question. But a clutch chicken dinner is always gonna get you excited here. So look at this last fight. That initial knock was so critical, and then Scarface 4-3 gets it right at the end. A beautiful way to finish things out from such a reputable team here in the PMWC. But man, some titans, Jackie, have fallen here today. A tough sight to behold every single time.
Yeah, some of the biggest, brightest, some legendary players, names that spark excitement just from having them on our screens, removed from the equation. Trying to figure out if they've made it through or not, as all these players are running the numbers.
क्वेश्चन है कि क्या they have made it or not. Bro reply दो. बार भाई ने पहले ही बोला था. Yes. E Arena तो गई यार. Bro reply दो क्या हुआ?
It's tasty stuff.
अरे मैं आया क्या हुआ? अरे बहुत खतरनाक सीन हो रहा है. कौन जाएगा भाई?
We'll see if the Wolves were able to hang on there, as that would be an absolute miracle for the side of North America. But man, what a way to finish things out. A crazy performance. And you can see the look on Baton. He's blinking right now, just wondering, oh, was it enough? We'll find out here in just a minute, but I'll tell you one thing here, folks. The survival stage didn't disappoint at all.
Yes भाई, survival stage का final didn't disappoint भाई, मजा आ गया भाई. End वाली मैच तो क्या ही तगड़ी थी भाई. लग गए 7 के यार. क्या कर सकते, चांस था उन पे, चांस था बट गई भाई. 4 बजे से देख रहा था, क्या देखने के लिए 7 का डाउनफॉल. अबे यार क्या करे भाई. ठीक है यार, फाइनल्स में अपनी टीम से ना यार, ठीक है. क्या कर सकते हैं बस.
Beautiful signs of life. They look so rock solid and just weren't able to get it done at the end. That's the tough part here, right? When you reach such a pinnacle tournament like the Esports World Cup, it really just comes down to who can clutch it up right there towards the end. Is he picking at some smiley faces? I see a lot of hearts. That's a good sign, right? But who knows where things are going to end up. We'll wait for the desk, of course, to break it down.
Alpha 7 तो है ही नहीं भाई, रह ही नहीं रही.
For sure.
इस फाइनल मैच जो हुई है ना, दैट वाज क्रेजी भाई. इससे बेहतर फाइनल मैच क्या ही हो सकती थी भाई. दोनों टीम्स को जरूरत थी, दोनों टीम्स एकदम इंटेंस ओपन एरिया में थे, फिर भी ये तो एडवांटेज था, फिर भी इन्होंने रश करके निपटा दिया भाई. बट अभी तक कंफ्यूजन में है सब कि क्या हम क्वालिफाई कर चुके हैं या फिर नहीं. आशु भाई फाइनल देख ले, मत आना. घूमने जाओ रही तो मैं फाइनल सुनने के बाद आपको बताता हूँ.
There's a reason why they've got such a passionate fan base, man. Really exciting team to watch. Fighting hard, Dukes.
वही तो यार bro भाई, shared bro.
Just feels like the level of competition has risen so high.
Yeah, so high indeed. It's just it's tough to see such a historic squad that had a historic
Team
run.
India तो है.
They won the World Cup
Team India तो है.
years ago. They win the global championships
भाई
last
reply
year.
नहीं दे रहा. अरे reply
Not
नहीं
able to
मेरे
make a
प्रॉब्लम
final
मैसेज
this
नहीं
year
दिख रहा.
is rough, you know. But who knows? But this one is so great, right? Every single
मैसेज वापस डालना.
tournament, there's always somebody stepping up, and someone that's gonna step on the stage looking real good today is gonna be Barney. Let's take it on over to him for some big announcements.
Looking good today. Do I not look good every day, Jukes? That's just out of order. Okay, I'm joined by Tiamba here. The past 2 days were about survival, but for Tiamba, it was about dominance. An absolutely incredible performance over the last 2 days. I've got Eagle here standing next to me. Eagle, let's talk about today's result. Now, coming out of this in such a dominant fashion, has that made the team feel a lot more positive going into the finals?
那么这次生存赛呢，对所有战队来说都是为了生存而战，但是对天霸来说，完全就是碾压性的遥遥领先。那你们这次在这个生存赛打的发挥的那么好，是否对你们后面的淘汰赛，包括我们最终的决赛里面更有信心了呢？
信心是当然的，因为我们毕竟在澳门打得也很好啊，我觉得这就是我们的实力，对。
Definitely, we are feeling a lot more confident. We have been performing this well throughout a whole year, and honestly, the group stage was an anomaly. So our form is back, and we are feeling absolutely in peak form right now.
I love that. Tiamba are back on top. Right, let's have a little chat about today. Today's performance wasn't as dominant as yesterday, but it didn't really need to be. So I assume you guys came into today with a bit more of like a passive